Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Since last year, we changed a few players. Roland left the IGR role and Surgeon Toolkit. We decided to change Gympath. PR came instead of him, and we also promoted Selex into the main team. Both of them bring really valuable aspects of the game. So yeah, a lot of changes. We look fresh, we are a young team. I think we have a lot of firepower still. Yeah, we got to win Blast Bounty the last tournament. I wouldn't say we expected it to win. It was our first tournament as a new team, and we went there to test it out how good we are. We made it home with a trophy, which gave us a lot of confidence, and also I felt like we were getting better and better throughout the tournament. We improved a lot, and it was really nice to see the team shine, and I think it just shows our potential. I wouldn't say we are the favorites, even we won the last tournament. We are a really strong team, and we are definitely in the title contender teams, but just want to test ourselves versus the best teams, versus Vitality, Falcons, Spirit, and yeah.
You might notice the rock getting thrown up there, and I do mean key, because Apex and company are definitely about to crush the Kievan Vision. Having just decimated them across 2 maps, there really isn't much more to say about that series. But I can assure you, if you go back and watch the VOD, it just looks like a good time on the Vitality side as I welcome you back on in to the Esports World Cup Club Championships. Right in front of us, though, tons of Counter-Strike still to be played. In fact, this MOUZ PV game, these rankings, they're going to favor MOUZ, but the matchup history does not make PV a theoretical underdog. James' team have taken 3 of 5 listed 2026 head-to-head maps and arrive off a clean 2-0 over the 100 Thieves. So, what I'm saying is, we're about to have a fight.
Apex was so mad after that bait game. I think he could have crushed the Invision's key with his bare hands. He didn't need that whole machine, but yeah, made a statement, made the playoffs, which they absolutely had to do. And yeah, I think we'll see a much closer affair between MOUZ and P-Vision, right? Like MOUZ off the back of that tournament win, but you could even hear from Torji, we don't consider ourselves a contender for this event. Well, tells you that, you know, it was completely unexpected, the win that came their way, but still a big deal for a team that made the roster changes, that you know, is still a very young team, all things considered, and you know, good for Spinks to pop off in that final and earn his first MVP.
Yeah, and it was great to see that Spinks he's always wanted to get that MVP on his belt, right? It's always like making the breakthrough and actually doing so. And I think this new look MOUZ is obviously had probably the best start you could have wished for in coming into a new season when you've changed players and the whole identity around the team still having to be solved. And to me, it still leaves me with the same feeling with what happened with the old MOUZ. Sure, they've got some new blood right now, but it's still where is the superstar that they need to have to bail them out of the matches whenever they go up against Spirit, Vitality, and also Falcons? It's the same kind of issue that I still think revolves around the team, but maybe this new blood can maybe get them a little bit further ahead.
Where was this team exactly before this change? And by that, I mean before Jimpat finds his way out of this team. What was defining about the team of Maus then and the Maus that we're getting now, or they're trying to build into?
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, really. And I think that's why a lot of people were calling for changes at the start of the year, right? Like during that transfer period. Didn't happen, and then you got more of the same from them. Playoffs. They were really in contention for a trophy, and that's why they made the change at actually the worst possible time, like after the roster lock, when you really, knew you were going to have to have a substitute at the major. They played a couple of events with 2 different players, just trying to figure it out coming into this year. And they settled on Zalex to remain a part of the squad and brought in PR from Gamer Legion, who before that was on Maus's academy team. So he's back in the red jersey. And yeah, after a rough period, the last 6 months to a year in Gamer Legion, he lifts the trophy in his first event with Maus.
Yeah, that's quite impressive. I must be feeling good that you've had a struggle in your past team, and then you come into Maus, and then immediately you get the effect of I wouldn't say the honeymoon, but at least getting into a more stable team and a more successful team. And it's I've always called for PR. He was always the guy in Game Legion that you would be looking out for. He's had his ups and downs there, but he's been being pretty stable, and I think it's rightfully so that he's also one of the guys to be promoted and coming into a better team. And it's also just a little bit of flex at this point from the side of Maus, that it's like 4 out of 5 of their players now is from the academy project, right? Also Cyclone coming from there, so they keep showing that they put effort into developing players and coaches, and that just brings some comfort that they know their players, and it's something that's been in the system for a long time.
And PR could potentially be one of those stars that you're talking about, right? I know people might look at his stats or this year with Gamer Legion and be like, what? Like, why did they even get him? But I think he was really hurt by the way Gamer Legion was playing, especially on T side. Like, it was a lot of anti-stratting and doing like gimmicky stuff and set calls. There wasn't as much default and just letting the players sort of feel the game in the mid-round and make plays and just play a slower default style, which I think is what suits PR a lot more, and he gets to play that way in Maus. And I think there's going to be an adjustment period, perhaps a little bit, but I think you'll see him find some of that form that he had in his rookie year with Gamer Legion.
And I really feel like one of the biggest talking points, at least when you look at this new rebuild of Maus, is also Exertion taking up the in-game leading over Brolin, right? Brolin, was guy that they came in and wanted to try and become an in-game leader and had let's be honest, like an okay stint. Like, it wasn't completely shit, but it wasn't, didn't really get into the trophies either. Yeah. Whereas now when you look at Exertion, the one thing that I have when I've looked at Exertion being an in-game leader is that he still puts up a lot of fragging power, which is very important.
Even more arguably.
More arguably, right? And that is very important because he's been probably the most important piece for this Maus ever since, he was promoted to the team. And it's very important to feel out that he's still going to be that important piece, because if he was suddenly put in an in-game leader role and he would drop off in terms of his fragging power, his in-game leading being very aggressive, I think that could have been a problem. But luckily right now, it seems like he's thriving a lot in that role.
I think there's just guys who are sort of destined for it, in a way, just their character, their personality. We know Exertion was a very vocal player even before, especially on the CT side. On T side in the mid rounds, he had those space taker positions where that's sort of in the job description as well. So the transition isn't as difficult for him as it might have been for some other players. It comes, I guess, natural to some extent. You hear it even from his teammates. So I think that's one of the reasons why it hasn't affected, or it has affected his fragging in a positive way more than anything else.
So if we just flip it over to the other side, and it kind of poses a question for both, which roster is capable of having a player show up when that star player isn't showing up? And I mean exclusively for the P-Vision side too as well.
I think for P-Vision, probably Jame still. Jame and Flit are the 2 veterans, right? And obviously, we heard even in the interview from Dustin, talking about Slack's Jazz and how, he's gonna need time to develop. Like, he has very good mechanics, but understanding of the maps and, Tier 1 Counter-Strike, it's going to take a little while for him to get up to speed, really. But I really like the Flit edition. Obviously he was part of that Outsiders lineup with Jame and Dustin that won the Rio Major, and he's also had a rough patch recently in Virtus Pro. Spent a couple of months on the bench as well. But I think he's really a guy who's, very capable with not a lot of resources being sent his way, like being on his own on the side of the map on some of those lurks, or just taking space, like very experienced, knows what to do and can help out Jaime in some of these mid-round situations, right, where players need to take initiative and they need to be vocal and give good information. I think that's what Flit excels at.
And I don't think this has ever been shared with the community, but he was actually a guy that we considered having in Vitality when we had to find a replacement for Masood before we got Spinks, right? So he was one of those guys that we thought that had the capability of being in a solid elite team. And I think at that time he also proved that a lot with what he showed in Outsiders, also in his various pro time. But then the last year and a half has just been tough with like inconsistent rosters and a lot of issues within the rosters. And now I think this could hopefully be his way back into becoming the player that he once was.
And it's interesting because these two teams are similar in the sense of they have a pretty high floor, or that's the strength of the team. They don't make too many mistakes. Like, they have really solid fundamentals when it comes to team play, when it comes to decision making. You're not going to see either of these teams go for a 3v4 retake on B-Dust 2, right? For example, they maximize, they play the percentages, right? And that's why I think we're going to have a close game in front of us.
So let me remind the viewers at home about EWC Play Match Pick'ems. That's right. You can use the QR code that you'll see right here below me. It's right below my face. If you're not able to pick up your phone right now, that's okay too. I'm sure it's just across the room, perhaps on the charger or whatnot. But either way, go ahead and get in there, get that QR code, and let us know who you think is going to be grabbing this one by the horns and trying to win it in this best of 3 and what is the last day of arguably a long group stage. I just want to do this before we jump right up into the vetoes next, gentlemen, because I think that the pool splits pretty beautifully right here. Mirage and Nuke out for Mouse. P-Vision, they're looking to decide for Ancient. They're not going to. I think it shapes up nicely. Let's talk about vetoes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of different ways the teams could take it, right? Dust has been something that people have picked against Mouse a lot, so much so that they've actually gotten a little bit better on the map. Yeah, they haven't played a ton of Tier 1 teams, really. They beat Spirits in that grand final, which is their best win on Dust 2, probably. And for P-Vision, they can't take it too many places. Like, it would have to be something like a Dust as a pick. Mirage, you don't want to do it because Mouse pick it sometimes. Ancient could be another option for them, but perhaps they can get that as the decider.
Yeah, I think Dust 2 just speaks in their favor. Like, as you mentioned, like Mouse has had struggles on it before. They've locked in a couple of wins now, and they've been forced to play a little bit more. But I still think it's so early on for the P-Vision as well. Looking at the team, it's still also just new players that need to be bringing in. That it's still very uncertain to where the map will actually go.
You want to also play maps that probably already played. That's to some extent. We've seen Mouse actually being unwilling really to play Cash. So I think if you're P-Vision, that's going to be their second ban. So you can kind of paint the picture of the veto a little bit easier. And Mouse goes for Inferno here. Yeah, I think it was going to be either that or Mirage from their side, really. But seeing this one as something that perhaps they can exploit P-Vision a bit more.
I think P-Vision is happy about having Ancient as third. So I think if they can outlast Dust 2, I think there's a chance that this could actually mean, like, I'm not saying that I want to put P-Vision as a favorite. Obviously, since Mouse has just had a good result, and I still think they're the better team, but I wouldn't count Jaime out because I know what he can get out of the least likely with these other players.
I don't think maps, honestly, are too big of a factor in this series, right? Like, yeah, you can give a little bit of an edge to P-Vision on Dust, a little bit to Mouse on Inferno, but it's going to come down more to, like, who can make fewer mistakes because they both made roster changes, right? And who can play better as a team today.
Yeah, well, let's just sit back and watch, gentlemen. Mouse versus P-Vision, Dust 2, Inferno, Ancient. And I got another game for you here at the EWC 26.
Let's find out who wants it more between Mouse and P-Vision. This Mouse squad, they come into EWC on the back of a win at Blast Bounty. So there were expectations around them. But after falling to foot, they end up in this position, all or nothing, and now having a face-off against the Jame-led squad for this spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, right. Even though this group stage has been forgiving in format, despite the opening BO1s having to just win 2 games to get to the playoffs, even if you lose your opener, it's all fine. We've still seen a lot of these top squads struggle. You know, no matter where you put MOUZ right now, they are in a rebuilding period. They're still a team that's coming off a trophy. There's still a team with expectations. The core of this squad having quite the last year. And so to see them down here with all the other top teams, going to have to really prove their worth up against P-Vision, who looked excellent when they took on 100 Thieves, but this is a different level. Let's see what Jame has cooked in the kitchen. Xertion pushing up on B, finding those nades early and just decimating this pistol round. Tears P-Vision limb from limb.
I think that's already a great tone setter, isn't it, right? P-Vision have been used to receiving a fair bit of respect, getting to play their slow rounds, but MOUZ immediately open with aggression. And so if it wasn't clear enough, this one's going to feel a little different to the other games Jame and his boys have got to play throughout the tournament.
Definitely, but it's also surprising to see P-Vision caught off guard by, spawn aggression. I think, that immediately sets a good tone for MOUZ, but it's not the kind of start we expect from this team. No one covering on those nades. Spinks doesn't want the knife, he just wants the round, and they're going to take it with 5 alive by the looks. Unless this up-and-coming 18-year-old Slaxer can do something with a Glock. Not looking good.
Absolutely love this pistol round out of MOUZ, man. Like, what a disorientating round. I like that they go and take all these forward positions. You're just walking around the map getting shot in the back of the head in a 2v5. And so it is an instant state of kind of uncomfortability and a little bit jarring for P-Vision.
Yeah, now they have to sit back and stay cold for 3 rounds, right? Or 2 rounds. Not going to be forcing here. With no bomb plant, no kills. Just gonna let this one bleed out. Count the nades. Marathon, not a sprint, as we often remind ourselves in these kind of games. Oh, you're in trouble, Exertion. It's a good save. Julie's out, but eventually dies. 2v4 with an M4. Torshi has USP. It's okay, though. They go back. It's going to say exploitable on A, but MOUZ don't let it happen. They fight in the middle. So Torshi's AWP will be in play come this first gun round. Might come as a surprise. I mean, you hear that nade on the mid-smoke. You know what that means. Torshi's about.
Trade a util over towards Cat, just really making them work for every inch of ground. Nade from Exertion to follow up, and it's going to find some good chip damage there on his yellow. He actually cops 2 of them. And so all this util right now has found its way onto his health bar, putting him down to 26.
Is it Cat or is it mid to B? The age-old question here. Looking like Cat. 30 seconds reblock. Uh-oh. Might have to go through this one, boys. Just re-cleared mid as well. Mal should know exactly what's happening.
Oh, missed shot from Torshi Zorb, but he's trying to bait them into Exertion, who certainly could get overlooked. He actually goes early, ends up going into both of these players, and that's handed his way a double. This could give you a bomb plant here. Spinks might be floating around close by. Will Zwei provide the cover? Zelek's taking a lot of the attention. Spinks gets out with one, and it's left to Jame in this clutch. Can't flick back in time, so Maus will contain it.
Oh, I mean, just a massive mistake for Exertion there. I can't believe that, Maus still win the round. Very lucky his team bail him out. It also forces Torshi to repeat because he's swinging off his teammate's contact, but his teammate forces the contact. They're even holding Torshi, so the idea was great. The execution, not so nice, but still coming in on the late retake of the Young Guns to save this round.
I think, talking about Dust 2 as a whole, it's been very interesting watching this Maus squad develop. This was kind of the problem point for the old version of this roster. They were 5-11 on this map. When it got re-added, I think you could actually track the kind of downfall of that old Maus team to the fact that they had to start playing Dust 2 again, right? What with the map pool changes. And it was one that they could never really get their head around. However, the moment you had Exertion kind of come in and this whole project, changed and he took over, it's gotten a damn sight better. They're 8-4 on it. So having a way better go on Dust 2, it was one that even at the very first outing of the big change, we saw them try and play it a bunch in Astana. And it's one that they have had good results on.
Well, they've definitely added some more shooters to this lineup, that's for sure. I mean, Maus have always been plagued by the map vetoes, or rather by the map pool. Just been killing them season after season. All their good maps removed. Train, they were peaking on it. Anubis, their old Instabang getting re-added, which forced them to play Dust 2.
Valve are not Maus fans.
No.
Or at least they weren't, but now Maus starting to find a hell of a lot more success here. So that's why for P-Vision, this is no guarantee. This is no safe bet.
Yeah, it's hard to know what we're going to get from P-Vision today because we saw them just look incredible against 100 Thieves, right? Jame had two fantastic maps, Anubis and Dust 2, and it was a great series from them, but also Gizmy came out after and he sort of said, you could feel the fatigue from the grind we've been on, all these events we've been attending. It's a new team as well, a new in-game leader, and so a lot of changes. Maus are more stable, even with their roster changes. So this is definitely going to be a harder game for P-Vision to get into the playoff.
I mean, it's where also you got to think about kind of the inexperience on someone like Saxages, right? It's something that Dastan spoke about as well. How he's a very talented player, but certainly lacking in the experience part, even compared to the old guys in this squad. Dastan kind of said at least they had the experience playing in at Tier 3 for a while, got to grips with the game. And so in a game that sends you to playoffs or sends you home, that pressure is going to be sky high. They do get out with a bomb plant here. It's an AK for Zwei. Tech9's in this post plant. And Maus very slow on the approach.
As is often the case, James is the key here, but he's playing and they're waiting for it. That patience for Maus. They were really slow to re-clear middle. That's why they're still ready on long. Catfight needs something massive. Doesn't look good here. Flip falls as well. Slaxages yet to get a kill, and they're offering him nothing. The time is the only thing on his side, but he loses that first fight. And with that, Maus pick up a 4th round. It was a tight round. It was a close margin. 1 or 2 kills there could have made the difference, but Maus do survive despite a very late retake. Good head on their shoulders there, watching for that late long play. And unfortunately for James, just playing, it felt like he waited long enough, and I think on a normal round he would have, but because Maus was so slow to get back in A up from re-clearing middle and Zershin giving up catwalk, the timings were a little bit aloof. So James Orp now in play. And everyone from Maus has showed up so far in this game. 2 latest P-Vision additions, yet to get a kill. Got to change now. Don't often see a rifle on this boost, but
No.
over the smoke, why not?
Keen not to overstay their welcome. So they dismantle that boost, but Torshi still has this mid-cross.
He's also shooting his AWP in middle while they were boosted, which I think makes you even less concerned about that possibility, but it wasn't shown. I'll stay active in the mid round. They repush long. No one's home. They go for the full flank here with the mid smoke down. Mouse are in a very strong position yet again. Is James going to watch his back? He just looked away. And this could be well timed for James, but expecting 2, that is the question.
No way.
Hyper vigilant.
I can't believe that. Ready for the double push through the long doors. It's also just the
Ridiculous.
timing he catches it on, right? He just left this position.
How about a third?
I mean, when you play the game the way James does, you know your timings. Peeking
Okay.
into Torshi.
Speed up now.
Will be one step too far, but that's going to give rise to his team getting out through the catwalk. Torshi feeling like he has to fight for this, catches another, and now down to a 3-on-3. This Torshi AWP doing everything it can to keep Mouse in this round.
Uh-oh.
Slaxajez is a long way from home. Right now, you got a 3v2. Make that a 3v1 in the bomb site. Cielo just planted and hasn't got to move a muscle. He's stuck in place. Backstab for Slaxajez. Does remove one from the pitcher.
They've lost PR.
Flash high. PR now making footsteps. They know where both players are. Slaxajez in position to play around this bomb. It's a swing from Cielo. And nearly a transfer for PR. This molly's big. That's going to stop a defuse. They chase him down, but... Oh, he's picked up a smoke. Just survives.
No way.
Torshi's got it with milliseconds remaining.
He could not have timed that molly push better. To the last tick. 4 health on the stick. That is a beautiful, beautiful clutch.
Oh, Jamie, think you're the guy that knows time? Check out what Torshi just did.
Did he pick up a smoke in that molly? I feel
did.
like he
He
did as
did.
well.
He
He
did.
didn't even put it down. Torshi, there was literally no other way to win the round there.
That's a guy willing to do anything to win, apparently.
Yeah, teammates off to the hills, but he's still believing.
Like, none of Mouse can even believe it. They were all on the edge of their seats. They're thinking, surely he hasn't got away with
I
this.
really thought he was going to burn there. Respectable attempt, but more than an attempt, a successful one. Mouse 5-0. Oh, that's a really bad round to lose, though. 5v3. James gets caught by AWP at long. They speed up. Zway doesn't crouch under the AWP that they know is at long. And he gives up a free kill. Couple of awkward moments here in this game for P-Vision. Even just that 1v2, not able to take anyone with you. And now, James is still doing what he does best.
I also think, you know, we were touching on Slaxajez as this kind of young rookie player. And quite frankly, if you're him, I think you feel like you did everything right in that 1v2 attempt. You get the molly on the bomb, there's milliseconds on the round, and you still end up losing it. But that's the level of perfection demanded when you play versus these top squads.
Had to shoot his way out, had to get that first kill, and then he could have repeat Torshi on defuse, so... Bit of a nightmare.
You just don't want him in his head at the start of this all-important series.
True.
When he's down 1-5 right now.
Oh my, Zershan's got the tricks. That molly, put out by the smoke, he stands on the edge. Sick little bit of util.
Spinks was tagged on the cross, if you recall. He's low on health at this B-bomb site. You'd love it if he could even get out of the round with 1. It's a big chunk of damage, but no kills.
That, you feel like that's a round, right? How are Mao's going to win this one? Because you know they're tempted.
Yeah, this version of Mao is certainly braver than the previous rosters.
Oh, they're saving off that kill.
But they will write this off.
I mean, their money isn't... It's good, but it can be broken. But just realizing the odds are still quite low on that B site. James going to hear them coming. He's got no help here. Grabs an AK to defend himself. too many targets there for PR, and so P-Vision are in the game now. A little B-pop, that tag on the cross. Very important. Makes Spinks play passive, makes him essentially concede the B site.
Reassuring that you're on the board, but you know about this P-Vision side that James likes to win in a big picture sense, right? It probably feels like it shouldn't have to fall to him getting a tag on the cross to set them up for that B hit. He's going to want a little bit more out of his entire team, because that round was all James, right? He's also the one that gets the B entry, not just the tag on the cross, but he stops Spinks on that swing out from the platform.
Hey, if you want it done right.
He's probably thinking, for now, I got us. But eventually, you guys have to have me, or else this is going nowhere fast.
Yeah, it's been quiet from everyone else. That's for sure. James again. No connection. Ooh, some fear of the top mid push, but it's just fear. God, there's smoke suicide and Molly top mid. They're really going to slow this round down. Hermals don't play off this, but P-Vision now must consider everything. Yellow's coming in pretty quick from lower. Still got to care about that green box position. So cautious here. 1 minute 15. Mouse have burned good time off this clock with just 2 bits of utility. Torshi is still in an aggressive position, so that's a 5v4. This might be your best bet.
On that jump spot, I think they were spotted there coming out through middle, so cross to the car for Spinks. PR focused in at the tunnels, but only gets out with 1. Spinks still alive and still very much a threat here. Doesn't even need the rotates.
Torshi picked 2, I think, over the smoke from CT. He got 3 kills in that round, so Torshi just saves them from outside of B.
And when Torshi's having a game like this, it feels really rough, because P-Vision like to do a lot of the slow rounds where they kind of wait for the CTs to kind of nestle back into their bomb sites, and then you get free room on Catwalk. You get to do it all quietly. You're seeing a lot of players just walking into these AWP lines. And Torshi, with the game he's having, he absolutely loves that. The less util you're using, the quieter you're trying to be, the more kills for Torshi.
Now there are no flashes, just 2 in this round here for P-Vision. An expensive start to this game, as Mauser still not afraid of making plays. Zelex in long doors. Deposits himself early, so Maus hedge their bets on B.
I think it was just one of the notable changes very early on when this Mouse roster changed direction, is how much more brazen they tried to be, how much more space they hope to take away in these games.
Endgame leader is a very aggressive player.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's kind of no accounting for that one. They did the util. Torshi still gets the kill.
Oh, that's the bomb as well. You're not getting out of there for free. Push smoke for Resursion, and Torshi is not done. He is hitting shots. Wrist shaker. Chain boost on the orb. Don't know if you can see anything here, so forget about it. You should just save this big green. "30 seconds and nowhere to go." Just a clinical game out of Mouse. And even now, static in aggressive positions, the kills will come to them. They've parked in P-Vision's driveway and they've pulled the handbrake up. This must be feeling like such a stressful game. I just don't know how you even get back in. Flit's got no kills. Slaxer just has 2. Yellow has 1.
Yeah, Jane came to play chess, but we got a guy playing hungry Hungarian. It's Torshi just absolutely wrecking him.
Gobbling them up.
And he's in the right place again. Line into the tunnels. They never know where this AWP is going to appear. You've seen it fighting you mid. You've seen it holding down the long side. Hell, it's killed you on the mid cross from the crossroads. And now it appears at this B-bomb site. It's real hard to flash him off the angle if you don't know where he is.
Oh, that was your chance to weaken this site. Lurk smoke in. Torshi pushes forward. He's going to get one shot off before he survives. And I don't know. You feel like you want to cancel this now for P-Vision, but they've got nothing else to show. Just Tech 9s around this AWP. So it is still the best outcome in hitting B. How's it put up the barricade? P-Vision go back for it, but just a little bit later. Flip feeling out in middle. It is clear. But with this AWP inside the B side, there is no safe haven. James trying to do anything you can. They're not close enough to hear that. You just got to hit your shots with the Tech 9s.
Oh, trader positions. Torshi trying to shore up the mid defense, leaving PR to focus on the tunnels. One man's made it past him, but he's going to catch James back turned on this repos. So now a man up. But a gun gained for Flit, who got his first kill of the game in this round. He's got to go on a bit of a tear here, certainly feeling the pressure, this boost throwing in. As Exertion looks for a kill to really try and tip the balance of this one. Oh, nothing spotted on that boost.
Close. Can't wait forever, Mouse. But one by one, they just get cut apart on this post plant. Tech 9s in the face. And Spix on exits. Careful, don't give him anything. Flit will get on the board with a 3K off of the Tech 9 into the AK. And P-Vision do thwart Mouse finally on this B side. It's really hard to get back into there, isn't it? And Mouse, no util to make him uncomfortable. This was so awkward.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Like, you understand why they made the swap. Torshi trying to watch the lurk smoke with players coming through it on the AWP feels kind of brutal, but the timing just lets them down.
Yeah, it had to be earlier that they were in those positions. PR just gets caught with a smoke push. Torshi has an AWP and a retake. It's a forgivable round for Mouse. They have the leeway. And they could continue to break the money of P-Vision in this round.
Even just the amount you're seeing James' squad running out of money feels notable, right? It's a team and a captain who always prioritize min-maxing every penny. And it's not a team you see get broken super easy. Any squad that's ever played a James team will tell you, you're always ready for him to have an AWP at the weirdest and wildest of moments because he's so good at managing the money. But they've been losing rounds so decisively. The few they've picked up have been so costly that their money's just been in a bad spot all game long.
Do need to win rounds at the end of the day. 40 seconds on this mid to B. Both players in middle. Are you ready for Spinks as well? They pre-spam, but they don't clear it, and Spinks only gets one. That's the round. P-Vision have done enough, so it seems. Flit, though, yeah, you're not getting out of that one. Buys a few seconds. But one planted, and unless Jane concedes a kill here, Mouse might just throw in the towel. They're going to go investigating, but now their money is cause for concern. And so with every bit of util dropped into this site, screw it, Mouse are sending it.
Oh, smoke for the tunnels is good. That's going to lock James out, makes him...
No.
All right, just a bit of posturing, seeing if they were given anything.
I mean, that felt winnable there, but yeah, Molly and window puts them all through the door. Mouse don't like what they see on this B site. It's clearly the only way into this game. And hey, back-to-back rounds on the mid to B. Spinks held that shot, though. 2 kills.
Felt like he just got paranoid after they spammed the smoke, right? And so takes the 1, doesn't want to look like a fool trying to play for 2. But yeah, I think it would have been the right move. They had written it off. That was 2 kills on a platter. They just had him a little stressed out on that mid to be.
Well, this is where the game can get stressful, because we've been talking about mibr dominating this map, 7-1 up, but very quickly you can give P-Vision some room here at the end of the half. And now the mind game of will they, won't they on this mid to B continues to be a factor for mibr.
The thing that's nice about this, if you're Jame, is you've caused such an obvious problem. mibr almost have to address it, right? They kind of can't afford to play the mind game here to overlook this.
They are playing the mind game to overlook this. That's a crazy call.
No, it's just anti-long rush at the start. I still think you're going to adjust to play around the mid to be. You know, it's not like P-Vision have been doing this instantly. And so, yeah, 2 players over towards mid.
Ooh. Bit eager there for Torshi.
Just had a couple of rounds where he hasn't got to be involved, right? So trying to force a fight, trying to get to play, ends up on the receiving end of a Jame AWP.
And isn't that just Jamie's whittled you down now, right? You feel like you'd won this game in the first half. Suddenly we're looking at a P-Vision that could get a very nice T-side, given how this game started. So Jame whittling away at the voodoo doll. And mibr now 4v5. They've at least hedged their bets correctly.
PR dead after 1, but it's the presence of exertion. That 3rd man over towards B. That proves to be super valuable. Flick going back with the bomb. Jame still here, making a lot of noise. But is Flip really going to be able to escape? They hear that the tunnels have gone quiet. They still have Spinks out at the car, so it's 2 guns on out in middle. Flits look pretty rough around the edges in this game.
Very curious rotation. James saving here, or at least he's trying to. 10 seconds. Did not feel like a realistic escape route with all of mibr here in middle. Oh my god, is he gonna fight? Oh, they can't. They find him after time. They chase him down. Oh.
I mean, it's something, right, that even Dastan spoke about in an interview with HLTV, kind of saying, you know, it was great to get Flick back in the squad. He appreciates the reuniting there, but, and, you know, that he brings a good deal of experience. However, you know, Flick had spent time on the bench. He'd also kind of developed his own idea for how to play the games. Dastan actually said it felt like he was a little behind on the meta, and so they do occasionally have, like, differing viewpoints, differing opinions on how to approach the game and the philosophy behind it. And Flit has been made to look pretty uncomfortable here on Dust 2.
Yeah.
He's been the guy waltzing into a lot of these torty orbs. And so let's see if mibr can actually deliver on this very strong CT side, because we were getting nervous. The 7-1 lead, couple in a row for P-Vision. But here they are, looking to collect on the promise of a good first half.
That's super smart as well. Xerxes throws a deep smoke, and so they feel like they have a gap. They feel like they have an exploitable position. They can peek the corner with that smoke, and so they go through, but he's already up and over on the blue bin. James got the bomb, but I'm not sure where you're going with this one. Yellow's out short, known about by Torshi. He's probably just going to re-peek because that's the kind of game he's playing. Flash goes high, but Torshi caught by Yellow, who peeks after the fact. Exertion up close. Yellow seems aware. Can he shoot his way out of this 2v5? On the corner, covered by Zelex. Jame, they know where he was. A 1v4 with not much time.
Yeah, give Jame a minute to work with here. Plays a very different round, but time constraints just funnel him in to that stack, and mibr get a very successful CT side under their belts. to start this playoff progressing series. 9-3 up on PV's map pick.
There's a cool idea along there, right? The boost into the deep smoke really baited P-Vision. Felt like Mal's had a very good idea of what they were up against in this game, from the pace setter in that pistol round, Porsche with some great positional warping. And yeah, a couple of B hits in there, but not enough to really get P-Vision in the game. Clinical here for Mouse. Can they keep it so and close out this game without a worry? This is P-Vision's map pick. Inferno up next, Asian Decider. But Mouse just want to swim into playoffs here. And that's a great start.
Well, everyone on Mao's knows they can make this a very easy time if they win this round. Suddenly, it feels like the game starts anew if you lose the pistol and... Oh, Spinks! A lurk out towards mid. Sees a lot of bodies at least, and that gives you real confidence to get this bomb down. You got a bit of time now to get set up. And you know this retake's coming in from short. Still PR out in no man's land. Hands away that first.
Dushan's going to knife the defuse. Saxy just has the kit.
Oh, Zelix doesn't even get to fire a bullet. Slaxajez in this pistol has been a menace. What is that?
You can feel it. And they're on it. There's no stopping that, Torshi. Full defuse coming in.
All right, Slaxajez, we see you.
Like, yeah, he's had a couple of tough maps and tough moments, but there's a reason he got picked up, right? This guy was a bit of a prospect. He's putting a 1.3s online. He's played like 4 or 5 lands in his career, all local, smaller lands, but online was just beast moding and playing hundreds of maps as well. A lot of gameplay, just not at this level. So prospect, I think, is the right word. We see a sign of it there in that pistol. Some great shots.
Something that, again, in that interview Dastan talked about, right? The idea that for Saxajez, he kind of doesn't want to rob him of how new and exciting everything feels. You know, he wants him to get to take it all in. Saying it reminded him back when, you know, him and these guys were on Avangar all those years ago.
Oh, no.
Slaxajez really put under the microscope here. Good for a double. That's at least going to keep PB interested in this retake. A 3-on-3 being asked for as the B site falters. M4 for Torshi. Armor to back it up.
Oh, grenade.
Molotov retrieved as well on Exertion. Going to try and slow this one down by blocking the window.
They weren't sure. Waiting it out, but unless there's a kit in the site, this one's done. They've just lost to Glocks. They're walking away. That was a hero Galil on Spinks. It got the entry kill, and they win with Glocks and P250s. That is the worst possible round to lose. Dear, oh dear. What a play for Spinks. When you're on the full eco and Spinks calls, "Don't worry, I got this," Hero Galil. Do you actually believe it? One try entry on a jiggling B player, and Slaxajez, he gets a nice double here. He even kills the armored player, but just overwhelmed by pistols.
And if you PV, how doesn't that just hit you like a truck? Like, those aren't the rounds you lose.
No.
You don't do that. You're not the team that give it away the pistols.
But Mouse are definitely showing the difference right now in individuals, in experience. Like, sure, you've got major winners on PV. You've also got 3 very young players, one of which at his second top event.
I mean, that guy's the only other guy performing. And sure, it's happened on the back of a strong pistol and some eco kills there. But we haven't really had to talk about anyone else on this P-Vision squad.
Mouse just have so much momentum now. And this is one of the maps where, when we saw Exertion take over in-game leading, we saw them at Astana. This is where he was putting up his best games. had some crazy maps there. We said, you know, he couldn't do it forever, but he doesn't. It doesn't feel like he needs to. Calling from the front here and searching for those entries. Ooh, into the CT smoke. Flitz falling for it. Trying to block this smoke, but back to A. Exertion just surely has his kill.
Yeah, this is Maus looking for the knockout blow. Oh, no, Utils felt so punishing. Molly there just burns the setup in half.
He right-clicks a flash on his feet, his way just full turns. Easy kill. Exertion makes that look beautiful. And 4v1 save. P-Vision even had the stack in play. Does not matter. 11-4 and an absolute drubbing. That's all timeouts used for P-Vision.
It is just so hard to not be, you know, enamored with the kind of new DNA at the core of this Maus team. Just how different they look in the server. It's a lot more direct. It's a lot more in your face. It's a lot more confident. A lot of credit goes the way of Exertion for how he's switched that up within this team. And I think Cyclone too, who clearly was, you know, very attached to the old ways, the kind of by the numbers, methodical look. Surely he would be the first to admit that he must like this direction for Maus.
I mean, you could always feel him kind of setting up Exertion to be that future in-game leader. Always was the most vocal player. Felt like he was calling a lot of stuff on T-sides. So not a huge shock to see it.
I think it's also why there's like no surprise Torshi thrives here. You hear how vocal this guy is and how much he likes to call his shots. Certainly gets a lot of room to do so.
I mean, it would be so P-Vision to win a round like this, though, wouldn't it? 4B, Maus walking out mid to B. They've got no smoke down either. But there's the entry.
It's been this type of game, man.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
On another day, sure.
Oh, they've killed James. Now do they read the stack? That actually might be the perfect read from Maus, realizing that why is there the AWPer on this B site?
Some nameplate Counter-Strike there.
They've just walked it right back into a MTA, only his way in position. That might just be it. Not much you can do here. It's pretty good, but they've got the site.
There was always going to be a limit to what Zwei could accomplish with that SMG. And so one is enough. Well, not enough, but that's all he gets.
One is a kill. We'll give him that.
Maus have many a chance to bring this one home and run away with PB's map pick.
I never count out, you know, James on a comeback or P-Vision on a late game recovery, but this is over. This just feels over, doesn't it? There's absolutely no life from P-Vision. And there's no, like, hero performance that maybe can inspire everyone else, get you going. Top to bottom, silence.
And without PV player, I don't think, you know, you can ever really afford to have it like this, where you just have multiple players who are kind of seeking that chance to warm into the game. You can't afford to overthink or doubt anything in the James system. And you don't really get those chances to, like, get hot hands, you know, with a 6 sequence. It's very slow rounds. You saw that all throughout their T side. And so you just feel like you're racing against a clock here that's rapidly ticking down, that's rapidly running out of time. This was your map pick, and you have been systematically destroyed across the entire map.
James Orb, the last bastion of hope, 4 blind in the middle, and stuck on the box as well, but they don't punish. James gets a shot off, and he will connect it. No nade for that smoke, and the B entry comes in with ease, so even though Mouse was set up on their default with PR outside long, that's got to tempt you on this B site. Tony's yellow left, he's put his smoke down, and Xerxion's crossed on the mid smoke. They don't know. Can just hold rotations. His teammates have a 2v1 at B right now. PR is going to come in as well. It's not looking good here for P-Vision.
Even that bit of spam from PR is just kind of sold that they didn't have this mid control.
Oh, okay. Position known, and that's it. Entry comes in, Mouse puts smokes down. Can't save here.
Gonna try the boost, but I think if you're Mouse, you know they're looking for any edge they can, right? You're gonna be mindful of this. A little gimmick to try and snipe one from the ranks, make this retake feel achievable in any sense, but it's still 2v3. Toughest retake in the game. You're blocked at the doors. And so Mao's victory is right there. They're just these 2 kills from it. Nothing being offered for free. Flit is going to catch one. Jame follows up. Hold on. Spinks has got to do this alone. Time ticking away very quickly, and Jame will get the kill. Hop on that defuse, but I don't think he's got this with no kit. That might just decide it. Mao's getting it done on Dust 2, and they do so dominantly at the first time of asking. That's PV's map pick going their way. Mao's now have Inferno to look forward to. Those playoffs are well within their grasp.
Yeah, Dust 2 was supposed to be the coin flip. Both teams come in at 67% over 9 maps, and this was PV's map pick. So, yikes if you're starting for PV in this, or P-Vision, I should say, rather, in this series. Mao's showing dominant force there. Yanko, Dupree, myself being Trace on it.
Yeah, so much for a close game, right?
So much. So
that's
much
why it isn't anymore, you know, a clear and obvious punish to pick Dust 2 against Mouse, right? Like they just played it so much recently. Again, they also changed a couple of players, so it's not the same team. And, you know, you'd be fool to think that they're going to struggle significantly on this map, especially against the like of P-Vision, right, who went through changes themselves. But still, even with all that said, I definitely expected more from P-Vision.
100%. I think if you look at the side of Mouse, it was only maybe like a couple of mistakes that happened, but overall, throughout looking at the team, they just played super well. The matter of you know, times they would just go in and had, like, things just worked in hands. Whenever Exertion came up with a mid-round call, it just made sense to what type of space they've already gotten. And just also the openings from the likes of Spinks, but also all the openings they managed to find with Torshi, and then combined with a handful of really good gimmick plays that netted them some advantage throughout the game. It's a joy to watch, and it's nice to see that this team play of Mouse is still there despite of the new change.
Yeah, watching this Mouse kind of constrict all over P-Vision in their CT side was pretty fun, to say the least.
Yeah, they were like running circles around them. It's felt like, you know, you're watching the map, and Mouse did 3 different things on the map already before P-Vision even, you know, kind of took cat control, really, in a way. So they were super proactive, they were getting a lot of information, they were getting their players in good positions, right? So even when these hits were coming, even if they would perhaps lose the opening kill, which only happened a handful of times this game, right? They were still in a good position to have someone on the flank, to have players ready, to have counter utility come in, and yeah, they were just flowing Mouse on this map.
And just with all the things that Exertion had, you know, him doing, you know, he multiple times he would go up mid, he would throw that B smoke split, and then either he would hide and spawn and getting a lot of good situations, he would catch off rotations, and then he would put himself in a favorable situation, then he would call around himself where he still got a lot of action, but it also made sense with the rotation that his team was doing with how they were going to be ending. So he continues to impress me in his new steps of being an in-game Lima, and it's good to see that also Spinks continuing his form from what he showed over there.
It's so crazy because, you know, he was one of the main guys we criticized Exertion while he was just a player. He would disappear in playoffs and his level will drop off against tier 1 teams, and then he moves to IGL and all of a sudden he's more consistent and puts up better numbers. Like, obviously, still the matter of playing against tier 1 teams and how it's going to look like then, but there's no reason to be too harsh early on with all these stand-in situations that they've had. Now they have their full man roster and it's going to take a little while to get PR and Zelex up to speed in a way, but if Exertion can, you know, stay similar to this level when it comes to those playoff games down the line as well, it will be such a huge boon for this Mouse team.
Yeah, and for a Mouse team that had some question marks clearly about these changes, is this more along the lines of what you expect for a VRS ranked team so highly up there?
I think, you know, for me, this game, I could see both teams having an edge, right? Mouse, because they've also made these changes that we talk about. Maybe you don't want to put too high of expectations on them despite winning Bounty. I think they're the favorite in this matchup, but this sort of a shellacking, you know, you feel like also to some extent, like, P-Vision yet to really start playing it on an individual level too. Flit with a really slow start as well in some of these reactions, you know, they were just a little bit too slow, let a couple of rounds slip away that really shouldn't have.
Maybe we look at one of those slow rounds. I'm looking at around 14, a P-Vision save. They seem to know how to do that, or what?
Yeah, well, it's actually a quick round in a way. It's just a Hero Galil. Yes, a Hero Galil. We have those nowadays on Spinks. And a nice call from, I think it might have been him making the call, right? With the best spawn, just sliding over. Maybe this is something they saw in prep, that this is the approach from P-Vision, and he gets the insta-kill on Zielo, and then they just overwhelm Slackchest, right? Who gets 2 kills, but that's all he can do, and the rest of the team is setting up for a retake, but this nade really sort of, and the incendiary that they managed to pick up of Zielo really dissuaded them from going for the retake, and they just have to go and save. And it was such a gut punch, really, because, you know, you could think maybe P-Vision can get rolling, but it wasn't the case.
And then the round after, in round 15, we see again some of the things that I brought up. What I think is good about Exertion, that he puts himself in that favorable position and gets so much work done, whereas his team plays around him. And you need the small details is obviously him hiding in the smoke and trying to find the timing, catching the rotation. But then even when he gets that kill, he doesn't just sit and spawn and just wait for the next one. He actually helps the team gain more space and fights the guy off ramp, but even throws a flashbang for himself because he knows there's a guy waiting for him along. So it's all these details that he chimed together that he still puts the team in a good situation while he also consistently puts himself in a good position.
Okay, so we've got a map pick out of the way. We look at the next map. We talk about Inferno. P-Vision statistically pretty strong there in this matchup explicitly. How do we begin to look at this picture when we've got a non-starter in the first map?
You just have to wake up. You know,
True.
Maybe this will help.
I didn't even see necessarily.
I'm awake now, Trace, I'll tell you that. But yeah, you know, you just need to do better across the board, right? In some of the reactions, they were too slow. As a team, they weren't really up to par to what Mouse was putting on the table. And yeah, I mean, you lose one more map here and you're eliminated from the tournament, so there's no more room for mistake.
I think it's weird because I don't really see what type of approach to their game style they have right now on the P-Vision side. Whereas when I watched them and where I think they did the best, that was back in Rotterdam, where they were being like very methodical and very like well thought, you know, taking duels on their terms, playing it a lot together. Here it just seemed like, yeah, Flip was trying to get some space on Cap, but he got eliminated by the AWP. Oh, okay, I'm gonna try and walk out mid, try and see if I can get something done. Like the connections between the players was off, and I know that this is just early on and they're still building some sort of foundation, but it's not really a good sample size of what you can expect of the team.
Sample sizes, or rather they're in the numbers that follow Spinks so far in this series. Just one map in. Where do we find him? Litmus test.
Obviously, with Spinks, you know, it's just good to see the fact that he's continuing his strings of Bounty where he won that MVP medal, right? You know, it's always like sometimes if you find a player that has, you know, always wanted to, you know, become the star, and, you know, he's always been the second star in all the teams that he's been playing in, right? In this one, you could maybe argue that he is supposed to be the star with some of the situation that he can end up in, right? But it's for me, you know, also with him being a former teammate, you know, I know what he can bring to the table, and it's good to see that he can do that at a consistent level, and I hope that this new iteration of Mouse is going to help him continuing that, and he was very important in this matchup, and I hope that he's going to continue doing so because they need that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think he was the main reason why they were able to take down Spirit in their grand final.
Exactly.
Like, he was absolutely lights out, and goes without saying that if he can repeat those sort of performances, like, it will go a long way in MOUZ going deep in tournaments.
Yeah, it definitely can, Yanko. I think we need to go to a break. Obviously, they need to tune their drums up a little bit there and get things ready for this next map. Of course, Inferno set up. P-Vision, a little bit of a non-starter there. MOUZ currently running the board, but is it the little MOUZ that could? We'll find out when we return. You're watching the Esports World Cup Club Championships 26.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Of performance, and it's only gotten better. A 2.4 KD, currently 24-10. He is everything that 9Z hate to have to contest with. Positionary advantage, rifle advantage, aim advantage currently right now too. It's looking good for Magic, and the squad's looking even better.
I really hope that that's getting picked up.
Me too, dude. They're having a party.
This
over there.
is absolute chaos
It's making me dance.
at the Esports World Cup.
Good chaos.
A thing of beauty. All these communities coming together, genuinely. It's something you have to be present to understand. Every community, every esport, all under one roof, all
Everybody
under
should
one
come,
love.
honestly, at this point, come join. It's awesome.
Competition, of course, is important, but at the end of the day, this is the beauty that brings us together. But either way, we need to see if Moon is able to continue to fire off shots. Only leg on the first. Tenzi's there for a follow-up. Very nice for a double. But 2 in response for 9Z still makes this interesting. Moon on scopes are the worst time. And a slightly missed smoke towards Donut. A push in.
Oh.
Him and Moon combined, leaving just Max in with a mid flank that stands no hope in succeeding. That is 12. That's map point, and an important map point as we look at the narrative of the series.
Magic are just looking really strong. There are some factors that could be worried about if you look at that scoreboard, but the overall value that Magic currently have in this map is unmatched.
And you know, 9Z's fall off in the second half just individually is
Needs to be studied.
It's very prevalent. Sure, there are still great
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Maus are eyeing up playoffs, and they are their own map pick away from that goal. Inferno is where we've ended up. Now for this Maus team, this one...
Yo, chat, how we doing, man?
And get their reps in on, but
who's winning?
Punish. You haven't seen this version.
How are we
PV
doing
play
today?
Inferno yet?
Whose map pick is
Before
the
that was
map
not
2?
great for the other versions
Whose
of
map pick
this
is it?
roster. Had some struggles, it's safe to say. Couldn't find success when Hobbit was in. The event before this one. And with the older versions of the roster, they were on one hell of a loss streak. So how disorientating is this? You go off a Dust 2, bit of a home map for yourselves. You go on a one now that you haven't played in an official with this version of the lineup. And that's where you've got to fight for your tournament life.
Yeah, 6 losses in a row, 10 losses out of the last 13 played. I mean, it's not looking good right now for P-Vision. And considering the Mouse are clearly coming in hyper-prepped with a lot of cool ideas, cool setups, and also just great form on their individuals. I think that's the most clear difference between these teams right now.
So next map
feel like anyone
will be Inferno, and then the decider will be Ancient.
From Jame, but ultimately all of his riflers falling short.
Mouse picked Dust
you can't
2.
say the same about them. This is a team that are vying for playoffs. They definitely had to work for it. Taking on Foot just the other day was not an easy game either. But this might just make up for that match if Mouse can make it a clinical 2-0 victory. Lock in a top 16 place, couple days off, then come back here in Paris. It's bound to be a very competitive playoff.
I think that opening map would have been very frustrating for Jame. It felt like any time he did something to give an edge to PV, someone on his squad was so willing and ready to give it away.
So
I think there's no worse feeling, right?
And
when
then
you're an AWP or an IGL, and he just happens to be both.
That's the Inferno and Ancient.
So yeah,
so I
questions
guess
around the form
P-Vision or Fire Vision picked
For
Inferno.
Maus, everyone was turning up. Torshi had a blinding start. And I wouldn't even really agree with the idea that he quieted down towards the end. I think it was more just, it was on rails. He felt like he was winning, taking a lot more fights, looking to be kind of cheeky with it. And ultimately, Maus did go on to close that map super cleanly. Didn't require too much effort. Not like you were ever super nervous. They stopped this P-Vision squad from doing what they do best, which is these late in the day comebacks.
Yeah, you wonder if you can really even assign that mantra to this team right now, given that they obviously haven't proven it. You have pieces that you would make that case for.
It's a thing that's just attached to Jame, really. But yeah, you're dead on. This version of the squad have not proved that.
It's too early to tell, and I don't think this should be a really shocking result if P-Vision go out here, just because of the fact that we do have all these unknowns, all these question marks, Flit's form, Slack/Sugges's experience. All these factors I think are really fair reasons why this on paper is a match that's too hot to handle, and so it doesn't make me lose faith for this project that P-Vision are building. They, you maybe doubted them before, but look at the Budapest run into the start of last season, the Bounty victory, and the string of events that followed.
So this is match on lower bracket.
Two organizations played
Ever lose this
was back where
best of
Cluj,
3,
where
go
P-Vision
home.
managed
That's
to
it.
beat
End of
Maus.
story.
Of course, both these
There's
old
no coming back.
lineups in the semifinals went on to play Vitality. So
this is
I've
in
got
lower
faith
brackets
for the future
semifinals.
of this squad, but the present is looking
Whoever
quite
wins
dire.
this series or best of 3 we're gonna go to playoff. So our matches for today, we did have Vitality versus LVG.
Inferno up next.
Vitality
Mouse's
won
pick.
2-0.
Playoffs bound.
And then Mouse versus Paravision, 9Z versus Magic, Legacy versus MIBR, and then Astralis versus NIP. Here we are.
Everybody gets a nade.
Inferno. Oh, okay. So this is Mouse pick.
I think Maus will be quite happy with the T-side start, being the guys to set the tone, set the pace. That was exactly what they did on Dust 2 with a very jarring pistol round coming the way of PV. It was aggression from the get-go on their CT side, and it got them off to a hot start.
Oh, yeah. Retake on B. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been a bit of a classic, right? The Jame gambles. I think this is the map where you see the highs and lows of said gambles the most.
Okay.
With Flit holding on for a double, he's at least put you in a great position to make this retake happen.
It's frustrating. Xerxes sends it, then Spinks doesn't go for the trade, but then still re-swings late. Can they save it in Banana? Yes, they can. Triple kill for Torshi in the blink of an eye. And that 3v5 suddenly favored now as P-Vision's advantage evaporates.
All right, Torshi's got hot hands still, it's safe to say. You thought Flit was going to be the defining guy. Well, Torshi one-ups him.
Nice.
Crikey. Kind of the worst round, or worst way to lose that round if your P-Vision get the 2 kills on what is still a very hard post plant, and then one guy just drive-bys you. Crazy nade.
I know a lot of the old Inferno games with the old versions of the roster.
Chat, do you think Paravision will make a comeback?
If you remember, so often just entrusting it to one man.
I mean, I'm not sure because
thankfully, Flit was actually kind of from a bit of a
they can make a comeback.
School of thought in that VP
but I highly
squad.
doubt it. To be honest, I highly doubt it. I don't think so. If they can.
Yellow would love something here, but the util just knocks him back off
One
his
wrong
perch.
move, then you're dead.
Your 2 B players have both been softened up by this utility. I think you are just looking for a unicorn round with 10 alive.
How many players are going to hide in the ruins here for Mouse? How many can you fit?
Mao's clown car.
Honk, honk. I do really enjoy how the bomb doesn't break armor anymore. I think it's super. It doesn't really matter in this round, but for pistols, it is super important to allow you to actually upgrade, because it's just something it felt like you could never control, right? Like you were always going to take damage, some damage from the bomb, and now you can still play in one of those, close positions, but not get the unavoidable expense of having to upgrade your armor every time. I think it's just a nice change. I just like the new bomb in general. No?
Nah, man. I agree.
Preaching to the choir.
I just got lost in your eyes for a second, Hugo, that's all.
They are dreamy.
9-3. First round, first half.
Nades on close wall, bit of a relapse.
Obviously, first half.
Yeah, to pay off.
I mean, I think.
Solo B-hold again, another appearance as a gamble of 4 over towards A for PV. Flit's really trying to make as much noise as he can.
I mean, if they
scare them
could
away.
gain momentum,
Look like 2 people.
Maybe.
Pretty scary.
Possibly.
Like what you would do in a bear attack, but this is a mouse attack over towards
Throw
his
it.
B-bomb site.
Okay.
And it doesn't look like him puffing his chest up has worked.
A mouse trap in this B site. Ooh,
okay. Flit. Okay. Such a waste split. If he could just jump a little bit further, the back.
Make of that what you, William.
Prediction 9-3. Again, a 9 on mouse, 3 on
next
Paravision.
anyway, right? This is what you
that's a
saved for,
possibility.
and Flit's got you to a good position. Still,
Based
they lose
on
Jame in the
their
very first
performance
turn
at
around the
this
corner
early
out of the
round.
ruins. So he
That's
couldn't complete
possibility.
his spam kill onto Spinks either, but will follow up with a bit of success. Now the last man remaining.
Jump,
Low
jump.
HP on exertion.
Oh.
Leaves it to chance.
He had a kit as well. So
He was so low, man.
One more bullet, he wins that
He
round.
was so low.
That came down way too close. Felt like Mouse felt they had already won it, and sure, I guess they do. But that was a single bullet away from a devastating retake. A really nice try for Flit. I think he just thinks he has more time. Just had to re-swing off that molly. And sure, all laughs here for Mouse. They are 3-0 up. P-Vision bringing guns.
Surprise!
Oh
Surprise!
That's something Mouse weren't expecting, right? Bit of aggression from Flit.
They have to do something,
Different
man.
look to
And
this
Flit is
B
doing
hold
it
of what
right.
Mouse are
They
anticipating.
have to do
They're
something,
used to
or
a
else
PB
they're gonna
that
go
gives them
home.
A lot of room, a lot of respect.
Drag this
Not
match
often wants to go and fight
to
for that banana
the
control.
to the decider map.
That's what Flit is bringing to the table.
What was the decider map? Ancient.
And so instantly into a 3v5.
What's wrong with normal? What's
Still
wrong with
slowly
the
gaining space
Paravision?
out
I'm
towards
final
Banana.
versus Vitality after normal.
Again, leaving it to the solo hold. 4 players reinforce this A
That's
side
on
of
you,
the map.
man. That is on you.
Right
Lovely
as,
spray.
right as James left this 4-man stack, that's when Mao's move in.
You know, they've killed a B player. I think that might tempt them into this mid to B. Spinks is holding on. Kill's going to come to him. Jane gets spotted, but the
That's
leg goes
bait.
out. Spinks is
It's
low.
not-
They're going to commit to A now. Avoid
Wait.
that up. 25. Crossfire up.
Mike, that's not Paravision
Side
versus
player just gets
Vitality.
to go on a
That's
tear.
bait
Slacks the
versus
Jez, gets them back
Vitality.
turned. And this round is impossible for Spinks. Low on health, low on time. Going into a lost bomb
Paravision
site.
also
He
did
just wants to play to
lose
evade.
to bait
So
on
they don't have to
upper
wait
bracket.
long for P-Vision to get on the board.
Great hold for Saxages, where he just full tucks in the pit there. Felt like that was going to be the insurance policy, but not required. Double up. And of course, Flit to start the round as well.
That is like, you know, potentially the only kind of scary thing here for Maus is how much has changed. Now that Flit is in this version of the roster, they saw the one with Hobbiton and Slaxajez play one map here. But are you anticipating that James hasn't changed things from his old squad with this new one? Flit's certainly setting a much more aggressive tone out towards the B side of the map than we're used to seeing from PV.
Well, now Miles are using more util to get this car control punished before. It does look into that flash, and so P-Vision just stay on this B site. I was waiting for retake util so they can do the same themselves. But block at a minute. 2 smokes remain. Now I was tempted by this A site. James is here. Sees the long execute. He knows where they're going. Or does he? Look at that. Oh, we didn't expect that full send from Exertion. And they just drop into the pit.
Okay.
Oh man, it's not enough.
Okay.
I can't believe Exertion just 4 runs at Jay.
Exertion! You're dead. Retake.
Are you really tempted?
One's on apps. Double pick. Double pick probably on apps
team
or on
watching,
car.
you'd say no, but they
Double
certainly
pick on car.
look to have a bit of intrigue here, grouping in top mid. But as they wrap into the apartments, I think it is
apps.
just a save
No
call.
good. Maybe PR will
close by.
take this. Okay.
All right.
Never mind.
Thought you had his number.
Never
You weren't
mind.
already in your head.
Flitz at least looking a damn sight better than he did on Dust 2.
True. Jame really just expected a bit of respect there after showing the AWP on the corner, and yeah, nobody's able to hold their own. Zwei gets dropped on from behind. It's a nice execute from Mouse. Full smokes it long, but only one player committing.
4-1.
Money. Now, again, a question for P-Vision. If they don't win this round, they are in the dirt. Down to Eco.
Well, Jame handed one as they try this contact walk, and you see Jame here. You know you're going into a stack.
Ooh, old school smoke.
So you lurk in, or at least it's supposed to, but James blowing it open, lands a couple of tags on this spam from that AWP.
He's trying his very best
to one.
to
You
win
want
this
to believe
match.
that this is
Or at least
enough
to win
with
this map.
Jame here. They go up, they go over. Player even makes it by into the spawn. Mao is battling through this B stack. And with Spink set up, ready to cut down these rotates. Times are tough right now for PB. Wasn't ready for a second player late spawn side. However, they give Torshi his weapon of choice. Onto the AWP now. And a 1v1 to keep this lead building for Maus.
10 seconds?
Defuse tapped. Torshi closes in. And this guy is not in a forgiving mood today. Torshi with a big clutch.
Sway.
Keep making strides towards those playoffs.
These rounds are so easy for Mouse right now. I mean, they're playing it great.
Diffuse.
Torshi, full confidence,
in an
decisive
open field
move to hunt down Jame and Coffins. They do it together. Picks up that AWP, and that Molly is not a threat. It just guarantees his location. Walks straight through CT and shoots away in the back. Unfortunately, no kit for that round, and now nothing for this. Just James Hero AWP. They're on Eco. Takes a deep line down Banana, where P-Vision have had some of their only kills on this CT side. Flitz even in front of the half wall. Could catch you off guard, this.
Spam.
Well, Mouse, they want to fight back. Good nade.
Hello.
Flitz spotted. Does Jame want to die for this? Flint manages to escape by the skin of his teeth.
9-3 is
Still
too
early
short
in this
for
round.
teachers.
Mouse goes searching elsewhere. Even the AWP's not hitting now.
James is certainly feeling a certain pressure to try and perform here, right? Knows that this half is where he's meant to have his impact on the AWP. He was the one guy showing up on Dust. Thus far, had a number of chances at moments on this AWP.
Cool gamble here, though. Oh, but they don't believe it.
It's a problem with having no eyes on the other end of the map. You do feel susceptible to these kind of light fakes, just one smoke. They try and rush this util on the long side, hope they can catch Maus in a bit of the chaos. They cannot.
Nice recovery for PR. Just missed the pre-aim, but just hits the shot, so he can't do it. It's just, I mean, again, it feels
Sa emang kita
In
ya.
a way, akin to Dust
That's-
2, where even in unfavorable
For
duels, Mouse are
total
winning
of
them.
rounds.
And at a certain point, if you can't win your
Adds or
fights,
even.
Yellow's just had a terrible series here.
Or map winner.
What are you meant to do? James desperately trying to save this AWP. Mouse can allow it. They don't have a lot of money
Click.
despite the 6-1
Boom.
lead.
Ah,
but because
James,
of the 6-1
what?
lead, they're going to run at him.
Twice in a row. Okay, good.
Just not enough chance here for James.
Pistol
Multiple
round.
missed shots, and Mouse hunt him down.
Whoever wins the pistol round probably
Torch
wins this
Exertion and
map.
Spinks have as
Second
many
pistol round.
kills
Second
right
half.
now as Yellow does in the entire series so far. Six and 15, map 1 yet to frag here in map 2. And I think, you know, all teams, I don't think you can name
Rubicon
one. All
Max
teams are
saying
gonna
thank you so
struggle if
much
you have
for the
multiple individuals
subscription.
going missing,
Tier
but I
2
think it
subscription.
stands out
Appreciate
so
it.
much
Thank you.
more in these J
Guys, we are live on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, guys. And
It's
if you
about
are
being, you know, super methodical,
tuning
having
in to those
faith in each other
platforms,
to
don't
kind
forget
of
to
get yours in the
click
round.
the sub button if you are on YouTube.
Without that, it
Or if
starts
you're
to
on
look
Twitch and Kick,
really ugly.
click the follow button.
Because you do just kind
If you
of
like the
feel
content.
like
Thank you.
you're walking around, losing fights, and the game is just slipping away from
James
you.
is trapped. Mouse 2. Mouse 2. Map 2. Good decision. I like it.
Now a bit of pace here. Mouse feeling very confident.
I mean, even the fact that you're able to kind of push Flit, the top performer, away from his stomping ground, which has been over towards B, I think that feels good for Maus. They can feel that they're forcing more and more respect out of PV as time goes on. There is this retake of top banana, but it's
Nice
not
nade.
something that PV can stick to.
Chunky.
Right, they'll throw it in, they'll waste some time of
9-3.
Maus who have to now re-clear this. But Maus don't even,
Maybe.
you know, waste
Close
util
call.
in this endeavor. They
Or
feel
worse.
that they have the room, they walk right through, and you're looking at another one of these contact
11-1.
hits blocked by the smoke. They will
11-1.
have to rethink it. Spinks leaves the option of going back open as he maintains this presence out towards alt mid. But at least from how things are looking, Mao's not really showing any signs of coming back to join him. Now, if they get a tell that there's more players here, maybe that changes.
Spinks ready for that. Boiler peak out mid. 30 seconds. They're going to run back.
That's
Spinks
great.
has all this room. It's just James. But I guess you wouldn't want anyone else in this position. Couple of well-played shots can win P-Vision this round.
Help! James actually.
All right, there's the first for Jane.
Oh,
We're
okay.
dead to that
Baited.
Spinks
Oh,
long
okay.
lurk, and Spinks has done everything for Maus in this
James
round.
actually yelling.
From the
Help!
opener, taking
They're
the
all
space,
here.
and then
Help!
rolling out the red carpet for this A play at the final few seconds.
And you get it, right? Slaxages is trying to play smart. He's trying to play safe. He's trying to, you know, not over peak in that position. Not expecting Spinks to be long, to be honest. But when James gets that shot off and reveals position, Spinks is able to punish, and Slaxages gets nothing from it. Yeah, he just had to swing.
I think we're in a bit of a vicious cycle as well. In the Maus are feeling so confident, right? Like you're seeing it in how they take these positions. I think if this was a way closer game, Spinks gets that one kill, hangs around. The priority is kind of on keeping him alive so the bomb can join him. But he's having a great game. It feels like everything's working. You know you've got PV doubting themselves, and so he's deep up the long side, ready to be involved in that A hit.
It's also just Maus put so many resources on taking B early, and PV know that. So, of course, they're gambling B. They're pretty heavy B. So perfect rotation call off of
who's
Spinks'
the in-game
entry
leader on
and
P-Vision?
rough around that he can even
James?
find James here as well.
James, right?
With no punish. Look at
I
that.
think if we're going back years, this used to be one of the best maps to watch
Yeah,
Jame on
he
for
is.
his reads, for his
Jame.
gambles. But I think this was one of like the very first maps he kind of lost touch on those reads. And I think it is one of these maps where you see PV look kind of ugly, largely because they're trusting the intuition in these blind gambles. But that's what a lot of their CT side comes down to.
Solely because Mongols versus Mouse.
And I can't imagine what it feels like when you are such a kind of read-focused IGL like James is, when you keep getting them wrong. What does that do to your confidence in terms of the calls? Because you are getting pulled around this map right now on Mouse's say-so. 3 players through CT, and the B-stack, well, it's getting sandwiched. They've got no idea.
It's crazy. When you see this position, 4 gunned down. You got 2
James,
players
just
on
don't.
B,
Just don't.
and you're holding them from CT spawn.
11-1.
They're not even looking.
That's my
Don't even
prediction,
have to
guys.
plant the bomb in that round.
11-1.
You win it all just catching all of PV out of position. This has to be the most disorientating and awkward CT side you maybe have ever played.
I've just never seen this position. Like, look at your
at that.
screen right now.
Look
When
at
have
that.
you ever seen this? Minute on the clock. They're in CT spawn, killing the B anchors.
Look at the smile on Mouse's face. They've never seen a round play out like
There's
that.
3B in that round, Harry. They're not even looking.
James,
Perfect read, gap found.
what kind of calls are you making,
Playoffs,
James?
5 away.
What kind of calls are you making, James?
Just a clinic here from Mouse, top to bottom, like Dust 2.
Division is full of BS. Don't be like that, man. Look at their scoreboard. It's 1. They just won one round. Don't be so mean.
Getting Zalex out of boiler here. James is AWPing. Flash is good.
Oh, James. Oh, James. Oh, James.
So more room for Mouse in the middle. 4 players here. PR trying to sell on B. James waiting on his one of his favorite lines.
They're gonna go on A. They're gonna hit A. I need help. A.
So much paranoia, doesn't know where to look.
Just every possible timing going against them, right? He's on that line. The second he unscopes, they hear it, they move in. Exertion deep up the long side, and it's been these long crunches that have been a problem. James is able to
Nice
beat it
one.
out and goes on a tear with this orb.
PR. 3v2. 3v1.
Performer right now for Mouse. Hasn't
Okay.
really been a requirement in this game. Does he really have a 1v4 in him?
Push, push.
Up on that bomb. They're coming his way. PR gets it so
Almost,
damn
man.
close.
Almost. Let's
Just
go.
beaten back
Division.
by Flit, who doesn't let
Let's
James'
go.
efforts go down in vain.
My goodness, Flit had to be Flit. The one rifle that stepped up in
I'm
this
about to
second
cry,
map.
man.
He had a troubling Dust 2, but he was there from the beginning of Inferno. Stops that clutch. That was happening there for PR. Straight up 1v4 in this bomb site.
James
some
actually
excellent
pretty
shots.
solid on this round. 3K.
But a bridge too far. Flit keeps P-Vision from complete embarrassment. And now they just throw their lives on the line. Straight down Banana into the setup. Double entry, round done. Mouse choose not to jump the gun. They call it off in a 3-on-5. Just get grouped and go again. There is almost no way they can stop you. Mouse get a bit tricky. J morping B, long smoke, but Spinks won't lurk. He's already thinking about the end of the round. And there it is. Can't get a read on this game.
A or B is clean. They're just gonna slow cook this. They're just gonna slow cook, low peak, everything.
Methodical Mouse. Bomb down.
But let's just make sure that they're pretty good on after second half. On second half. Because as you know, chat, There's a lot of teams that are pretty good on CT side or T side, and whenever the second half starts, they crumble. You know, they don't know what to do. They're on a panic mode, especially if the other team starts to come back. They're in a panic mode. They don't know what to do. Just like that, and probably Slaxages can upgrade his weapon from FAMAS to AK.
Slaxages takes one more, but dies at the end, and only
he
one
died.
gun survives here.
If they don't die on mouse, they die on bomb. Cause of death, bomb.
So from bad to worse, 2 rifles and AWP. The last round of the CT side.
If you're Mouse, you just feel like nothing's off the cards, right? Wherever you go, you've been winning, stacks or not. Very hard to stop a team that feels this fearless, because it lets them do things like this. Hide 3 players in the long smoke, play on the fade. Now they have all this space out towards the long side. They wait for the Apps player, Spinks, just to cut down on that long control.
They have so much room.
And they pick PV apart. One more man down in the pit. Exertion's beelining right for him.
Flint, what are you doing, Flint?
They peek short with 2. They walk
He's trying his best, man, to survive. He's trying his very best.
They peek short with 3 more. Spinks gets a kill because PV have no control, no information.
Don't move
they don't know
a
where
muscle.
Mouse are going. They're just walking around. It's just so suffocating.
And that's Yellow with a fragless half.
Oh, man.
Honestly, was in a pretty good run of form heading into this
10-2.
event. Had some good games.
Not bad,
in the XC
Michael.
Pro League where they
10-2.
made the final. But here, most kills you've seen from this guy in a series was 12. Been pretty underwhelming. In this series right now, in the whole thing, he has 6 kills. But it's not really been a story of one man struggling. The entire team have dropped off in this series.
Hard to watch, honestly. Great to see Mouse look this strong, but it's been a minute since I've seen a team get just as decimated as PV right now.
So guys, next match will be Legacy versus MIBR
Shrinking back.
and Astralis
And
versus
Mouse,
NIP.
I mean,
So we're
there's
gonna
multi-kills
watch
against Mouse in this
Astralis
entire
versus
game,
NIP.
It feels like they are straight up winning every duel, every trade.
Or which one do you want
I think you could
to
probably
watch?
count them on one
Legacy
hand.
versus MIBR or Astralis versus NIP?
Had a couple of multi-kills out of Flit.
Mike,
Had the James 3K on his AWP.
which one do you want to watch?
Can't think of anything else.
Yeah. Oh, headshots, but maybe
Okay.
hiding out. 2 more players at the sandbags and a third of the corner is the bait that Mouse wanted. They fall back, or do they? Zelek's still here.
Nice.
There's a chance.
Spinks, couple of misses. 5 shots left in this USP, and they're closing in. Ammo's running low, and with it, he'll fall.
Pros with 2. Nothing's impossible. Never give up.
Nice.
Now, Yeah. Sometimes give up.
But I don't know, Hugo. He's powered on by self-belief. Why didn't he win it? Just a save for Torshi.
They're going to win the Force because it's probably better than winning the pistol at this
That's
point.
exactly what they did on Dust 2, if you recall.
Yeah.
Fell down in the pistol round, hit you with a one-hero gun.
What, the bomb?
Glock round.
Oh, he would have had it, but the bomb explosion hit him. It's worse than aim punch. The ultimate aim punch.
Cielo also gets his first kill of the map here, and it was an entry up through Banana.
Let's go. We're back. Force by scare me. 5-7s. Terrifying. Tashin talking a lot, but he's alone. Calling a stack. Throwing multiple nades. Good. Oh, look
Chat, I just created a poll on YouTube.
There's another nade of coffins. It's going to just throw
Which
everything
match
he's got here on
do you
me,
want to
force
watch
me into
next?
this A play.
Legacy versus MIBR or Astralis versus NIP? Take your pick.
Can he really put the fear in P Vision and send them into this mid hold? Mid hold's coming to them. Oh!
Right, a Slaxajez left.
Yeah.
And honestly, there has been moments that have felt a lot like this, where it's just been a game of millimeters for PV. Slaxajez is still holding. They have 2 guns on the angle. They might even force that opener. Suddenly, they're in a good spot.
Coming B, though.
Free smoke, but you're not in a position to respect this. So PV come right through. Oh! Getting past exertion. Reinforcements starting to arrive. PR first on the scene. Dead right away.
A lot of 1x1s here for Mouse. I would have liked them to just go together. Could have actually been winnable, to be honest. There was some damage done. But we just had 3 players go 1x1x1. So no hope here for Mouse with lesser weaponry. But look at the damage they've done, man. Bit of a, I'd say, wasted opportunity here. Also looking for guns on the way out. Jame, 4 kills into this round. Should be dead to bomb here. Unless he knows something I don't. Seems like he does. 0 damage. Thought it was higher than 0. I don't play this map.
Like, if one guy was going to spend days after that update figuring out all the cheeky spots to save in, it's James.
0 is crazy. I thought it was going to be like 10.
It's a thick wall. I don't know how thick.
How thick is wall?
But thick enough.
Clearly. Donk doesn't play this map. Why the hell should I?
Words to live by.
Got that long road back here for P-Vision. Very long road. Let's see if they can give us any reason to believe in it.
Come back? Maybe. It's not 100% guaranteed yet, but they're trying. They are trying.
Alright, Torshi put up on the boost. Don't want to
Nice.
nullify this by giving too much away out towards A. Spinks caught getting aggressive. But a push for Zelix all the way down ult.
Well, he blocked the smoke, but I guess he worried it
Double
hurt
pick.
it.
Nice.
Deleted. AK's
Upgrade.
gone, and any hope
AK.
dies with it.
Nice. Spam. Mm-hmm. Church. Blank. Ah. Nice. Slowly
The
but
margin is
surely,
certainly
they
shrinking.
are
You've got
coming
a gun
back.
round now to go up against if you're PV, but win this one and suddenly you're getting the sweat out of Mouse again.
Fair.
Considering I thought this series was going to just end in an instant. PV have never really looked in it. They're actually in an interesting spot here. Chance to close in on Mouse. You will not get many of these.
What did I say? The pistol, Harry. Never give up.
That is what you said. So in a way, this one's on you. Flit. Very much down to fight. That's been his whole story, but trapped now between two mollies.
Oh, didn't know this yellow was edging the smoke there. Very nice position. Able to punish the repush here from PR. So Mouse are in an uncomfortable spot where they need to make a gamble. Gonna lean a second player on this B site. Torshi still holds middle, hoping. You'd like to think PV would just walk it into B, but two players still outside of the apartments. Are they really going? This is just a surge from Cielo. He's just going to put his life on the line here and investigate what this B site has. He could walk through coffins. Yo. Holding for the kill, but he's backed into dark. Such a weird move.
At least now you know the stack's there, so you're going to try and get out towards A. Torshi's AWP, though, patrols and roams this half of the map. So
Nice
able to put it down on an apps line.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to win it, so it's fine. I don't know why you wouldn't walk through coffins and just try and get behind
Chat,
the CT
as I
player
said
that you know is
before,
there.
some teams are starting to crumble when it comes to second
I
half.
think he just caught a little glimpse
I've seen a lot
of
of
him and
teams
felt like if
doing
you backed
that.
up further, you get that kill faster, I
Yeah.
guess. You want to leave time for the
Are
option
they going to
rotate
crumble?
the bomb if needed.
If
Yeah, makes an
Paravision
assumption that it's
Get
just that
an
one
equalizer,
player out towards
10-10.
CT to worry about, and that was not the case. Still, it's around for
Win
PB, and
5
an
straight
important one of
map-
that. We said
match.
this first rifle, you win it, suddenly the game
Then-
starts to close up. Well, they've done that now.
I would say I'm right.
Easy to write this off, but PV didn't. 4-round game here.
All right. 4 more,
And Mouse
and
have
then
very
if
gung-ho
Paravision
in
gets an
trying to just
equalizer,
end this decisively.
Yeah,
They're in a
that's
banana
on
fight,
Mouse.
shut them down there with a convincing set of kills, win the round. But they've not been winning these engagements. Flit getting these openers. Yellow actually being involved in a fair few of the banana fights too. And so Mouse finally burning a timeout of their own.
they're forced to take a timeout, huh? Amazing. Amazing.
Be a great time to show you're not those guys who get psyched out over the pressure, because it's starting to close in.
Why have you done that? Meant to be a new team, Harry. Same old mistakes? Don't worry, it's not like they're up against a comeback squad or anything. Banana has been conceded for all of this CT side. E-Vision take it again freely with just 2 Molotovs.
Yeah, I think early doors, right? You're. Oh, hang on a second. Flashing themselves back in. They re-clear top banana, taking it by force. There's not all the usual bells and whistles like the smoke. It's just a quick pop flash and a walk in.
Get out of there, Spinks. Quick rotate that AK. It's 2 players moving over, leaving just Sershin here with the smoke, trusting himself. 4 on A.
I like that change from Mouse there, right? No longer risking the banana fight on kind of a first timing, one that PV were ready for, going a little bit later, making it feel a bit more jarring. And so now with an advantage, let's see if that's the edge Mouse have been needing. Because they are still working with less here. Final bit of utils just come out over towards B. And when Slacks the Jez, removing one and leveling the playing field, stress is still very much there for Mouse.
AK is still on A, so Zershin's going to have to go big mode here. In the smoke, they're blocking.
Nice.
Yellow realizes. Gets that entry. PR's not
Shallow says he can't move. I can't move, so someone's in front of me.
Bot makes it in. Nothing he can do. Or no, smoke shots won't connect. And despite that advantage,
and then
he walk it right back into B.
Yes. They
That's
are
twice
starting
over
to creep
put
in.
4 stack on A, said trust me, and got nothing done. And it has felt like, you know, just a 1 or 2 kills, or even just staying alive would have been more valuable.
So I think it's, you know, the opening kill can make it feel a bit misleading in a sense, because Inferno 5v4 with no
3 more
util
rounds.
and mostly pistols is like
still
a really tricky spot to be in. You're feeling a bit desperate. You're trying to call a gamble. You've used all the util you did have at that B bomb site, and you're hoping that's enough.
There's a reason you're gambling despite a huge advantage on paper. And round by round, from what was a 10-2 half, Vision giving us some intrigue here in this T side.
James.
Oh, the util's punishing, but battling through. PV keep this one even in a 4-on-4. James is very, very low. Flit might want to try and react here, but smoke falls in front of him. So that's going to taper off this banana aggression. This is really the space that Mouse are kind of looking for here, right? Feeling like by conceding it, they're giving PV these options to go back to the late B takes with all the space, with all the room. And so staking it to a bit of a banana fight, they'll know they'll get engagements here. Spinks holds on. Doesn't renege on the banana control. He's expecting another man, but can't seal the deal on Flit.
Okay, 3v3.
Players, but PV now have the advantage. And they should hit that smoke connect as well as Torchy comes through. Then they realize
it's actually 4v2
now,
or 4v3.
who does have full util note, is on his own. Essential 1v4 in the site. But this util can be high impact. Jamin Flit. Shot from death. Smoke goes down to 25. How much can Zelex do?
Well, you've seen the trajectory of that underhand. You know he's in the sight somewhere. 1 kill for Zelex. Low health on the next guy facing him, so Apps player is to drop one in. That was Flit desperately hoping for a bomb plant because time was low. Thankfully, Zwei saves the day.
Look at James.
James low on health. Further afield, looking for 1 kill
James!
before he departs.
On your,
PR's got him with the backstab.
What the fuck are you doing?
It's Zwei left in this clutch. PV on a
You
5-round
mongoloid.
streak, hoping for the most unlikely of comebacks.
What the
If they
hell?
want it to stay flawless, Zwei has to clutch big. Dead on that first turn round the corner.
Someone's got to be at your back, James.
And breaking
They can also go that way, you know.
Feeling the pressure there. The fact that Flick goes to that bomb plot, he's just killed a teammate
James.
back at pit side. His smoke's clearly falling short. Cannot get any safe passage there. Needed to prioritize the kill, but there was 10 seconds and James
free
was
kill,
walking
James.
up Arch. He wasn't offering any
What the hell are you
help.
doing?
That was a disaster on that hit. considering it's just Zelex, how much value that one man does. And that is MOUZ on the board. A little late, a little labored, but early enough to close this game cleanly. And Cyclone pauses to let him know, guys, this is your opportunity. This is where you have to step up and win the game. Stop messing around. It was a nice round opener as well. You know, we see MOUZ retaking Banana. Plenty of money for PV. But no room for error.
Trying to force something over on A. It's been the least explored avenue of aggression for MOUZ. I think it can always feel pretty nerve-wracking to try and force too many fights on that end of the map. But you know that PV are putting a lot of resources into this Banana control. Still nothing given to Torshi on the back of that peak. It's a triple B lean for MOUZ. Certainly breathe a sigh of relief that Zelex is able to get the spot there, drop in the util, and then just fall back. If he dies, round gets very complicated. Slow burner of a mid-take, but you can't overreact to anything here if you're the MOUZ squad. Sure, you dismantled the triple B. Got two players there, smoke down. If you're PV, you hear that smoke in at top Banana, you know you've got a lot of free real estate.
Here we go. B-Pop, whole game on the line, whole tournament lifeline on this play.
Flash out for PR. Exertion first to play on the back of it. Second flash to try and help the captain. Why not a third out from the spawn? And Exertion is good for a double.
Not yet, not yet. Okay, good.
Oh, Torshi.
Massive.
Bit of luck on that spam as
oh my goodness.
May reveals his position.
Where's the bomb?
They've got James trapped at the car.
Still here.
Okay.
Nearly the collateral. James threading needles here as he falls back.
Nice.
That AWP continuing to put the hurt on MOUZ. And they give Torshi a chance with that jiggle, but it's one to the dome. He's brought down low. And reluctantly has to just bow out of this 1v2.
Running away. What's going on?
Continues to be a problem here for MOUZ. They just can't seem to hold it down. Even when Xerxen actually gets a double kill this time,
was like,
had trouble in the
bitch,
past.
please, come on now.
These sight hits. It is still not enough
Out of
to
energy.
win out on that retake. So it's getting uncomfortable now for MOUZ.
It is. It is very
And if
uncomfortable.
you lose this round, you lose all your money with it. PV suddenly nipping at your heels and trying to force that third map in a game that felt done. A 10-2 opening half, a T-side from MOUZ that felt like they could do no wrong. But old habits dying hard, struggling to close.
Oh, here's a change. Deep Banana smoke. You know, a part of MOUZ was really hoping PV would call their bluff on this and just play right through it, but not the type of team they are. Again, Exertion calling for a heavy A stack. This has been an Inferno game that has almost exclusively been B focused. just expected that eventually that's got to change.
Is this gonna be an A-pop? It's gonna be an
Does
A-pop,
the gamble finally pay off for Exertion?
Oh no.
Torshi full blind. Zelex backstabbing the apartments, and this is starting to come unraveled. 3v5. PV back into that orb.
Oh.
And with Torshi delivering a fleet of kills, Zelex finding
okay,
his
Fire Vision.
timing
You
on the
tried your best.
backstab. It's only Jame left. This streak, this comeback, now called into question.
That's
As
okay.
P-Vision will need 4
Not your best
in a row
series
to
so
try
far.
and force through an overtime.
Really hurts. It all comes down to that. Mistiming in apartments. Torshi playing more aggressive than they were ready for. And with 5v3 committing to the site hit, it was never going to happen here for P-Vision.
And after the 1-4 cooling and let Exertion down so many times, you finally get rewarded for it. And that is the one nice thing about having a first half that was so strong. You know,
Also,
you
risk
can
kills
flog
are free
3
kill.
rounds for every one that you win. You've got the room to do so. And so Exertion was telling himself it's only a matter of time till this pays off. Well, it does there. And now Maus have 4 chances to close.
That's just enough, isn't it? Everything to play with, everything to play for on this T side. But one multi-kill away from going home, RP Vision. Torshi locking down Banana. Alone in this one. Xerxes begins his rotation. And I trust in Torshi in this position.
It's gonna be a B-pop again. Or A-pop again.
And back they go. Orb seen. That might be enough for P-Vision to cool it off. Just going back to an A-pop. And Maus still have numbers here.
Trying to keep a porch light on, another option open, but it's actually Zelex to give away an opening. Push into the apartments, had his timing there in the last round. This time it gets the better of him.
Don't know.
They pull an extra player away from B. 30 seconds here
Rotate!
for PV, and they're coming back with the bomb.
Smoke's going to fade at 10 seconds. They kind of have to run through, and I think that penny is dropping now for Maus, who hit nothing on this
is actually
A-side.
running.
Rotate coming back for Torshi. Can throw a high flash, and PV just have to go.
Flash!
Through the smoke, and into the Exertion crosshair, waiting for this. Torshi even catching one on the spam.
Okay.
Does enough to keep this interesting. Bomb's going to go down with seconds to spare, and Jane holds for that reaction. Knows that Torshi is going to try and seek that window to stop a bomb plant.
And that's the issue on these B retakes here for
Fake
Maus.
the
Every
B-pop
single
and then
time
go to
they've
A.
put in this position, they've gone one by one by one by one by
I like
one.
it.
This one is no different. It's the downside of these solo B holds. And P-Vision make the right call. They execute on it. They get a 3v2 where Maus are just trying to squeeze something out. They're not going to get a thing here. PR just kills on the way out to keep that money low. But this is P-Vision living to fight for one more round.
Are they gonna go to overtime? Chat?
It's
Any
a high
overtime?
risk call. The fact that they commit to it when Flit hears that smoke come down to 30 seconds. But it all works out.
Torshi again trying to force one of these A picks. But no one's running carelessly up mid when you've got a comeback of this magnitude that you're trying to attempt. Oh, that's so awkward. Flash leaves Zelex blind, and Spinks unable to trade.
Pick it!
Careful.
Double
Exertion.
pick, double kick!
Falling back, has a teammate here ready to support. It's PR
Good.
swinging,
Good.
only good for the first.
Don't have to rush this, P-Vision. 2v1 a B, they know, but that bomb isn't there yet. Torshi's got Inquisitive.
Surgeon starts to pull off.
But a lot of the map open here. They could be anywhere. That third player unknown.
With a whole minute left, Torshi knows that for this squad
Sway,
he's up against,
sway.
that's an eternity.
Mexico,
they could
sway,
go back,
Mexico.
They could go anywhere. He's got a play to deny the cross out
Nice,
to A.
nice,
Caught
nice,
with
nice,
the pistol
nice.
down there in lower.
Why not the orb? Feels like the perfect position for it. A side open. Are they going to pull back to B though? They seem a bit
Okay,
careful.
pull back to
Surgeon
B.
gets
Pull
his
back to
kill.
B.
He starts to rotate. Mind games here at play.
Actually,
And he's not in a bad timing either for this rush. He's going to hear them coming up B2.
Oh, missed shot for James. Exertion nade goes
Why
in.
am I worried?
Does a bit of chip damage. Can the captain do it?
Oh,
There's
God.
the first. Exertion. And those playoffs in his hands. Swings out, brings him low, but can't get it done.
And Flit just trusts his aim
What?
again because it's felt like the only reliability in this map, right? Just taking the fight, heads up, straight up into CT
I like it. I like that round.
James jumped into the wall. What the hell is going on? P-Vision are still winning these rounds, like it or not.
And dude, I gotta say, you know, Spinks in this trade work has been really rough across this CT side. He's actually had a number of chances to have kind of round-defining trades from that missed Jame 1 rounds ago out towards Banana. If you remember his double there out towards Car. Another swing and a miss on the trade out in the apartments. These are really important equalizing kills. And Spinks keeps coming up short. Either taking a couple of seconds too long to actually go it. That one he tries to play immediately.
Oh my.
Push down all the way through Banana.
This is bold.
Xertion realizes he might have to do this himself. And it's that pressure that puts him on the receiving end of Flit.
It's been a lot of this half, hasn't it? Okay. Still need a refrag. Spinks is going to get it. Dink comes in on James. No commit to B now. That was your chance to trade with the orb, and it's missed. Spinks gets the block.
3v3.
Everyone gets to take a deep
Two
breath.
players are
It's 3
low.
on 3.
Hopefully
Yeah,
this
man,
can serve
that's
as a nice
just-
little
What are we talking about, huh? What's happening? Switch.
reset for Spinks because power position on this smoke fade. Just whittles, slacks
That's
the
it.
Jez down. Nade goes in. His time's up. James got to do this alone. Torshi on this line has it in his pocket.
Good
and Mouse, it is laboured. It takes a while from the 10-2 half, but they get the job done. Playoffs secured. A
Congrats,
grueling
Mike.
battle on map 2. A very different story to how this series started.
That's right, Hugo. I agree 100%. Just not really the comeback you could get all the way through and through from the side of P-Vision, but naturally, as things rocked up, and as my analysts do the same exact thing here, cool stuff from the side of Mouse, though. I mean, right now it looks like they gave just a little bit more breathing room to the side of P-Vision here on the second map of the series, because there's quite contrast from the first.
I think it was just they had a big lead and then sort of it was a matter of time before they were going to be able to close it out. Although in this particular round, I was like, why did they even buy? You know, like instead of going for a half buy and then have enough, have everything for the final round, but they knew something I didn't. Were able to convert it, close it out 13-10, and yeah, that was a super convincing series from Mouse, which I think was important to bounce back, obviously, after the loss to Foot and still make the playoffs. I think not making the playoffs after winning Bounty would leave a sour taste.
Yeah, definitely, and they never really felt like the win was in jeopardy, and I feel like Mouse had a lot of good ideas. I think like the connection between the players was very good. Like whenever they made a move on the one side of the map, it would just cohese into the right play on the other one. And then you just also the individuals having some phenomenal plays here and there. So it's good to see that Mouse is still picking up the form, and also just the fact that this type of game can always be a little bit scary when you know it's a new team. Like you don't really know what type of team you're going to be going up against. Like the identity of James' team has always been kind of similar, but with new players, things might change. And I think like for the vast majority of the T sides that Exertion managed to pull out, he caught P-Vision in some very uncomfortable situations. And you had a situation where there were 3 guys in spawn and they had no idea, and it just felt like P-Vision throughout the game had a lot of issues to hold on to the map.
Yeah, he called a great game, and it felt like Mouse is getting an extra element to their T side with Exertion, because they're doing some of these instinctive plays like reads, contact plays, based off of what he was able to call in
which
previous
game are
rounds. There were a
we
few rounds
very
in
much?
there,
Which
you know,
match?
in the mid to late part where they're finishing and they're finding the weaker side. You know, 3 players were towards B, they go towards the 1 guy on A. So some good reads in there from Exertion as
ASTRALIS
well.
versus NIP.
Yeah, all around. Super solid series for Mouse.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem as though there was a prolific struggle from the side of Mouse in this series. I mean, sometimes we can see them have to do the bounce back from the ground floor, but in this series, after map 1, just how much of a tone setting, presence setting was that for them?
You just feel like they were on the same page throughout the entirety of the game, and that's what really stood out to me. Even in the rounds where they had like a partial buy or shaped guns, they would all have a good idea how to approach these type of rounds, and it was never really up to the randomness. And it also just speaks into the team play and the system that Cyclone has really tried to implement into the Mouse team here, and it just feels like a unit that has come off to a really good start and has started to believe a little bit more in one of the things that they didn't believe in the past seasons.
Yeah, it is time. Let's hear from Mouse. Spinks, Freya, what do you got?
It is indeed, yes. Congratulations to Mouse and obviously to Spinks joining me here, making it through to the playoffs. Let's be honest, it was 2 quite different maps, so let's start with the good on Dust 2. Very decisive CT side from you. What were some of the reads you had on P-Vision there?
I don't know if it's reads on Perivision. I think Torzi had a great game, especially in terms of communication, moving around. And the city side does too, when the AVP is doing it. It makes the map just much easier. And yeah, we worked on this map a lot. We were pretty shit on it on the path. But we worked on it a lot, and yeah, I'm happy to see the flowers blooming.
You're being a bit humble, Spinks. You had a great first map too, no?
Yeah, I had some good rounds. Everyone had some good rounds, but yeah, I think that it was a full team effort. Everyone had their moment, and yeah, I'm just happy to show some good Dust too, because we had a rough year with it.
And then we move on to that second map where we have a 10-2 first half for you and Inferno. CT side gets a little bit trickier there. What was P-Vision doing to make that one a bit harder for you to close out in a quick fashion?
I think in general, Inferno is a map that fits Parivision a bit. It's a slow map, and it's their playstyle, so it fits them pretty good. And yeah, I think on our city side, Fleet did some good job on Banana as a T, and maybe some rounds could go the other way around, but I'm happy we managed to have a good lead from the T side, so we have some space to let them have some rounds.
It felt like they were just going B after B after B. Why do you think that was?
I just think Fleet is a great banana player, and let's follow with our guy. It's also pretty common, it's pretty meta to just fight banana again and again and again. And yeah, it wasn't only on B, we also died on A bit, we also fucked up on A sometimes, but I think we brought ourselves into some good situations. And just because we were a bit slow and a bit slow in rotations, it was a bit too easy for them some.
Was that what I saw Cyclone was calling a timeout? I want to say it was like round 18, round 19. You guys were 11 to 8 up. He called a timeout. Was that what he was telling you guys? It was being a bit slow to react?
Also slow to react, and also to think what we need to do, what they are doing, and sometimes also just chill out. We still have the lead. We have good economy now. We will buy every round until the end. Let's see what the players bring up, and let's go with it.
Top 16 secured, at the very least, for you. We've seen some of the other kind of bigger names take, let's call it the scenic route, going through the lower bracket. I'm talking about Spirit, Vitality as well in the same situation.
What's next for Paravision?
Where are you placing Mouse in terms of that top 16, considering you just won a trophy in Malta?
Yeah, it was nice to
Visual Playground.
Finally, but of course we didn't play in Malta the other big teams like
300,000. Wow. Okay. S tier.
Shaky at times.
Fissure, organizer, Fissure, GG Media.
Spirit as well, us as well.
Soju.
I think it's the start of the season. Everyone getting their form back in a way.
China.
And yeah, where we are in this placement, I don't know. We'll see after the tournament.
Is it a bit of a proving ground now moving into that top 16? You said in Malta, you know, didn't have to face all the top
Pro
teams.
League
Do you think this is your chance to prove
24.
Okay, we can take them down.
First of all, we have a saying from the coach that they always say, we can only beat what's in front of us. And that's what happened in Malta. We beat whoever we faced. That's it. And yeah, I don't know if it's a goal. We are still a new team. I think we are just let's see what we get. I just wish to go to the Echo Arena again. Good experience. Still a long way to go.
Good experience.
But one step at a time.
I'm sure there's some great memories, hopefully awaiting you once more in the Acor Arena. Thank you so much, Spinks. That is Mouse at the top 16 at the very least.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't really much care what Launder said about you, Spinks. I think you're all right, fella. And speaking of which, that's why we continue to move forward and look at exactly what he's done here for this squad.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things for the squad is that they have actually just started believing a little bit. And I think that has haunted them a little bit with what they achieved, not last season, but also like last year, so many second places, and, they made playoffs all in time again. And from that given moment, they probably have been thinking, when do we get better? Like, when do we actually move that extra step so we start?
How are we going to
do it, right? And I remember I texted Sipex asking me, like, what's the plan? Like, what are you going to do? Like, are you going to try and find a player? And he's like, yeah, but as a coaching team, me and Psycho, and our responsibility is to keep the guys believing in the project. And he did that for 6 months, and then they stopped believing, right? And then they had to make these kind of changes, and then starting the season really well, bound to win. And it's just good to see that there's a little bit more like believe in the team, and I think that's also what's going to move them forward.
Well, let's keep the ball moving. We've got some rounds to look after, and I'm looking at one of the earlier rounds in this game. A bit of a misread or misplay, at least to James Death. What happened here? You got caught from behind.
It's a recent round. You can see the buy isn't great for Mouse. So super important round for them to win. James sees the smokes for Rapay, falls back. He's going to fire off a shot here. Exertion actually gets the angle on him. But what I love here is a lot of players would jiggle, worry about James sort of re-peeking with the op. Exertion just sends it because he knows, like, if James is worried about him, then his teammates will be able to get the trade and get the side. And if not, well, he'll be able to be a big factor in that split. You can see that he got James in the back. And James completely sort of didn't expect that whatsoever, and it was an easy round in the end for Mouse, where if they lose it, they will have to eco, and maybe we have a different result here on Inferno.
Just maybe we do.
ASTRALIS versus NIP
from the P-Vision side.
From Group B, or lower bracket semi-finals.
Yeah, Trias P-Vision might be pushing this one to a third. Ultimately, it does fall down on
Is
Inferno.
Magic still ongoing?
I just want to touch upon
Magic
the
versus
T-side
9Z.
on that Inferno, because it felt like you guys were putting the puzzle pieces together. Flip was getting some great openers on Banana. What happened in those final moments that meant you couldn't push this one?
On the T side, I think at the end, even we had 5v4, and we just no need to rush things and just finish like late timing us, because two players already was half HP. But this game was started on Dust 2. It was 3 big mistake rounds with no pistol rounds, losing to Eco. Then 5v3 losing, and Dust 2 too many mistakes. But on Inferno, I think it's 3 rounds not enough. Maybe if it was 5 or 4, it will be better. But generally, I'm not. It's pretty good result. Mouse a hard team now, and we have more invites on this season. And I understand that Fleet need a bit more time. He didn't play half year, and Slugs is still young. He even no experience on Inferno. And we need some time to play better. And today, Mouse was better.
I think that's totally apt. So I just want to leave with one question then.
True,
what are the takeaways from this event? What are you reading into this to move forward in the year?
For this tournament, we prepared, we worked a lot on Cash, we worked a lot on other maps, and we didn't show today, but generally, we came here, it's our first tournament. We feel good, normal environment, we have good opportunities, and our goal is major. There is nothing, it's a good event, nice feelings, and every opponent was very good here. No easy opponents. It was Mouse, it was 100 Thieves, and even Bait winning Vitality now.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, as always, Dustin. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road for P-Vision here in Paris.
Yeah, tough cut of the draw there. You heard some pretty good words as far as reslotting some of these players in where they want to fit them in with the game that they want to show.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're going to take some time to get up to speed. Slack Chess, then even play Inferno. Really, I think Dustin in his interview talking about, yeah, he wants like the Face It maps, your Dust 2s, your Mirages, and whatnot. So getting that experience is going to be key for them to improve later on.
Yeah, the man is positive. That's the thing. Like, you know, he just saw it as a good opportunity for the team, and it really felt like they didn't have any expectations coming here with the little practice they've had in the first event together. I guess it's fair, right, with what the opposition, I mean, could have faced easier team, could have faced worse, but I mean, like, it's a little bit in between, but there was some mistakes that need to be on, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you know, some of the individuals just weren't there today. Yeah. Yellow, I know Jacob was talking about our level compared to Bait, but I'm not so sure about that. But you get to pre in there for Ziello. He's gonna get you a couple. He's gonna get you a couple on the Inferno if you put him in right now, Trace.
I think you're spot on. Like, I think there were some rough moments in there where if you're in that position, like, man, please just let me find one.
It's just like sometimes it's just not your day. He was also the guy jiggling on Dust in that round where Spinks like kills him with the Galil, and you know, just have one of those days every now and then.
Let's look at round 18 real quick. Jame gets lost in the post plan a little bit.
Yeah, and it's one of those adaptations from Mouse that I just really like. You know, throughout their CT side, they did end up giving Banana control a lot, and now they start to fight a little bit. And that does result in actually a conversion here for the Paravision. So they turn their attention around, go back to the A-bomb side, and you know, Selex is left to his lonesome here. Like, he does a lot to just try and drop utility to conceal that there's more people here. But in a true P-Vision fashion, you know, it is just Jame playing very slow, and that means that he's needed to force and go and plant the bomb with 7 seconds left, and he actually gets a double of this. And then the question mark here is, even though that Sway gets the bomb down here, we have James stuck in the corner with an AWP, right? Like, he's just like walking around. Like, it would have been better if he just would have stuck with the guys, maybe staying along long, maybe holding mid control. But here he doesn't add any pressure, he doesn't do anything specifically, and he just ends up, you know, going down. And it's like he tried to overcook a little bit in this situation. It's one of those situations where hopefully he would have stuck to the team a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is where you can see that they're just somewhat disjointed too, because when they're hitting the bomb site, you know, Slack Jazz is sort of, where is he looking at? I mean, the player has to be really side. Jame is covering long for him, and that's where he's aiming. And also, he's the full HP player. Flit with the low HP probably should have just gone in first to get the information on that one guy, you know,
there's too much mistake on Paravision side.
So those small things really start adding up.
On that round, is actually
Ribbon and Bow.
He could actually wait
spent with us here at
for the
EWC
CT
26. Is this something where we can at least say, okay, Flip
but
showed up? That's pretty cool.
For him,
he came to play.
He had a sick Inferno.
Keeping on rotation, he actually got caught.
A sick Inferno, and lots of praise for him from Spinks too, and how he approaches Banana and what he can do. And I think that's what you expect. That's what you would like for Flit to do on a consistent basis for this team. And if he can, then yeah, it will prove to be a crucial part of the team.
That's why he was brought into the team, to get a little bit of that experience, right? You know, they tried that with Hobbit, but they also knew that Hobbit probably was going to be something for the future. So yeah, it's good to see Flit coming into this role with all the new guys. And I think that's also just one of the things that I actually thought was really nice with P-Vision in the beginning, was that Jame picked up so many young talents to try and find the new one to bring into the fray. And it worked for a while, but then he realized, okay, we're still making too many mistakes when it gets the most crucial. That's why we need a little bit more balance. And then Flit was probably the obvious one, since, you know, they know what they can get off him, also from the side of Dastan.
Yeah, I think also some of those deep runs were really more a testament to how poorly other teams were playing at the time, because what P-Vision was good at really was minimizing mistakes and then having solid fundamentals and not throwing away advantages, right? And that's all it took for them to rise to number 3 in the VRS,
well,
right?
But it shows you can get you very far, right? But you probably won't win that many trophies.
Yeah, and now that, you know, other teams have sort of gotten their stuff together and made some changes and made some improvements, you know, now that's going to be really hard to sort of repeat some of those performances.
Which is, well, I guess for us to say goodbye to P-Vision. Got close. You had me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie.
What is it with Paravision and P-Vision? What is it? They rebranded?
The brackets as they are. At least with
they just get rebranded?
We still have Group D games being played, but for Group C,
let me check
it
on
has
that.
unfolded quite much like this.
PV.
Vitality sending
Division.
100 Thieves down to the realm of shadows, where in which
It's
they
it's still
met another
Paravision.
shadow.
Yeah, I think it's clear that it's actually
Pari
pretty much all
Vision.
of the teams that we expected to go through. Like, you know, Vitality
They're
was
all-
really in doubt once they dropped
they're
the
all
roll bracket that they
from-
would go on
except
and just
the
win against
Stan,
Vision in a very
their
one-sided
coach.
game. And
The Stan is
just,
actually
nice
from
to see that Mouse also made it.
Kazakhstan.
And I guess the biggest surprise to
And
me maybe is
all
Bait going through in
5 of
in the
them
bracket.
Yeah,
are
beating
from
Vitality,
Russia.
obviously
That's what I mean,
the
right?
surprise package of the
Good.
tournament, but ultimately he would have said that last spot is between them and P-Vision, probably with the caliber of teams, so definitely earned it and earned a high seed, which, well, with how many teams are in the lower bracket, at least they won't be able to get Vitality or Mouse, but, you know, a Spirit is also going to be lurking in there.
Yeah, Foot having beat Mouse 2-1, also, that's, I think on paper probably looks like a stronger matchup from the Mouse side.
Yeah, it was a close series. I'm happy that Foot, you know, didn't regress too much because of the player change, and honestly, XCloud fits like a glove
That's
in
what
that
I thought,
team.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
just like
They're gonna
on the
crush.
server, but out of the server with his sort
Crush
of
it.
temperament and personality. I think he's a great fit for the team. So, looking forward to seeing Foot in the playoffs.
Keys being crushed. Dupree, tell me what this makes you feel on the inside.
I mean, I said it before, I always wanted to try
Take
and
a
do
pic.
this. I've never played an EWC, so I don't know how it feels. But it must be nice, you know, to kind of, hey, this is the last key before we can make playoffs. So I
When
can
was
cross the
EWC?
team, so,
I
you
think
know.
I like it more the fact that you get to pick when you win
Started.
the event. You get to pick the 3 keys
Sure.
that you want down there, so you can like. Doesn't even have to be a team that you played. You
No.
can just pick the teams that you know you have a bit of a grudge against. But looking over at Group D yesterday, we had Furia and Navi take care of business.
2023?
And advanced to the playoffs.
Oh, okay.
Mongols earlier today took out Pain.
So,
for a
the
spot
Esports
as well.
World Cup
9Z
EWC officially
and
started in
Magic are playing right now. Magic actually
2024.
won the first map, and are
Officially
1-0
started
up
in
that
2024,
series, and
announced
we'll see if
in
they can
July
pull off an
31,
upset.
Pretty sure
2023
right now,
by
though,
Saudi
in map
Crown
2,
Prince
7-4
Mohammed bin Salman.
Yeah, 7-4 for 9Z. So there's a little bit of rebuttal
okay.
there. I say that they dropped 2 people in the scoreboard.
So he's
anyway,
the
if you guys
founder
are cool
of
with this,
EWC.
I'm cool with this.
First
We can continue
tournament,
moving the
July
show on, maybe get
3rd,
ourselves to
August
break, set ourselves up for the last best of 3 here on the A
wait,
stream.
July
so that we
3rd
can
up
watch
until
Astralis
August
play
25,
the Ninjas in pajamas
2024.
right here live from Paris, France. Esports
And
World Cup
the
Club
location
Championships
Saudi
2026. Yeah, go get
Riyadh.
it.
Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. First ever EWC champion, Team Falcons. Prize pool over 60 million. Games, 20 plus games across multiple esports titles. What came before EWC? EWC was essentially the successor to Gamers 8, which was held in Riyadh in 2022 and 2023. The 2023 Gamers 8 event had a 45 million prize pool, which EWC surpassed in 2024. Okay. Okay. Nice.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We book Esports World Cup.
BRB guys.
Oh, they're gonna have free real estate over here. Flash in. They're not going to be quiet about it. Also, Peak should know at least the possibility of presence here. He going for a mid clear while all this is going on. This is perfect. The CT force is going to be here for when the hit comes in. That is now. A block smoke. Prevent the cross for a moment. Also one on the site. Spray through the smoke. Max is 5-7. Gets put to good work. An absolute chaos as Magic still need to try to get on the bomb site. Max has slipped the defensive line. Moon trades back, but bomb's still not planted. No one else on the site. That's 9Z stealing one. Robbery in broad daylight.
That's a rough one. All off some, again, just real good utility to slow that walking push, that encroaching T-side tide up ramp. A single smoke divides them, makes them think anything better. You get yourself a nice angle to work with from Elevator and just Goose in general. And they made it work, and it looked really good, mitigating all the losses. And 9Z, with the investment of a scout and some pistols, has now won themselves around, and they're back to a 2-round lead.
Another technical pause. As we look towards the performance of the players so far. Luchov not too far behind, 8-7. And I dip down from there. And this was kind of the worry, you know, if Tenzi and AW both didn't perform to that spectacular level, it was unknown about how the series would go. Obviously, it's still a close series.
Ten still is having an immaculate performance.
Yeah, it favors 9Z, especially after the bonus round denial.
Right now, it does seem like Denzi topping the server, followed closely by Max, 12 kills. The rest of the team for both sides, fairly lackluster in the way of supporting these guys. Each player having that standout outlier, for the most part, that's being matched fairly closely. But somehow 9Z just squeaking out this 2-round lead is feeling a lot heavier on the shoulders of Magic than it should be.
Marin's got his headset back on, so hopefully not too long before we get back into the action. Be all fine and well. And again, if this does go to a third map, the third map would be Inferno, which is a lot scarier for the side of Magic than it would be for 9Z. Magic, not a team that tends to try to veer in that direction too often. Meanwhile, 9Z, quite experienced on that. 10 maps in the last 3 months, so take that as you will. We still got Dust 2 to settle. And maybe we won't even have to worry about a third on Inferno.
Maybe not, but if this economy for Magic will be broken, obviously the most they have is $100 on Fate 8. Collectively, the team has $250, so not much left in the bank to make progress if this round doesn't go their way. And, you know, obviously getting that bomb down would be nice.
Would be very nice. And maybe a chance through an explosive play. That does seem what they're trying to set up towards Cat. Smoke about a fade. Still plenty of delay utility. $50 seconds on the clock.
Well, this nade might hurt.
This nade's definitely going to hurt if it gets thrown.
Yep.
Smoke down low. A lot less damage than maybe thought. The double up doesn't feel too good either. Tenzi drops down, and now the hit comes in. Moon, that's a good way to open up. But you've got 2 players to contest for that long.
This is going to be planned for Cat, and also Peak takes out Tenzi, and come down to a 4-on-4. Moon and AW, key players beforehand, down low. It's Fade 8 out. Iron next to find one of his own, and Malzval towards mid, and I think this might be all she wrote here for this round, and it is 4 alive somehow for 9Z with a no loss retake. That's now into a 3-round lead.
Let's see how that bomb plant, though. Something to be happy about going into the next. Although no matter how happy you are, it doesn't stop the fact that you're still very, very poor.
Yeah. Yep, and it does seem like time's starting to run out to gather money because 9Z are kind of in line to hit double digits here, unless these Deagles can really do something magnificent. But one already gets deleted. It's Fade 8 out of the round as well, and it's 2 bodies out in the first 15 seconds, and maybe the hopes and the prayers that we had to this maybe being around that Magic can find have dwindled away to just Moon.
Just Moon and his trusty Deagle. Let's see what you got. Nothing. All right, 10-6, double digits secured for the South American side. And now a bye back from Magic. A very crucial point in this matchup, a very crucial point in this map. All honesty, a very crucial point in this series.
Said earlier that the team relied too much on Tenzi and AW having astronomically amazing performances, and now I think these are the repercussions we're seeing here. Tenzi still having a great game, but AW only being 5-8. Seems like the team still can't really pick up the pieces without them.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that just there's no one else on the team that's able to recover even fractionally compared to the performance that AW was able to put up. Mayday at least finds an entry, a very important entry. It's the first time Magic's had a player advantage in quite a long time. Block smoke comes out. With a minute left, still plenty of time for the T's to wiggle their way around the map. But as Tenzi rotates over, you have to assume it's just going to end on A.
Looking like that. Magic kind of taking that opposite route that we saw 9Z take of B, 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 and then B again. Smoke for that cross, now going out. Flash to hold off just a little bit more. He got Iron, finds that first kill, Owen's fate. Oswald just not wanting to cross with only a 4-on-4 now, and all the guns focused on that smoke. Max finds one. AW going for the high ground, but that molly going to slow him down enough to where he's not going to peek it. Oh, what a spray coming in, but
no time. He can't die after time. Oh, this would be absolutely detrimental. Does Max swing? He does. Oh.
And Moon gets the trade, but it doesn't really matter.
Oh, there's no money on AW now, no, at all.
Yeah.
No money, no weapon. And with 9T's on penultimate point. Crushing.
I mean, you got Tech 9s, a Mac 10, and well, Glass Cannon at that. It's...
Ooh. It's quite a lot of damage on a loot chop. So at least the op that saved over doing good work. But will it be followed up by any of the pistols? Perhaps the SMG of Oswald. Op caught out, Max falls back. Just a bit of damage.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Well, for our next and final matchup here on the A stream, we've got two historic names with modern rosters and one playoff seat remaining. Astralis have had more time to prepare after the Falcons loss and, well, I guess from the Ninjas and Pajamas side, arrived from a 2-0 elimination win over BetBoom, powered by one of the best performances we've seen all event long and the size of Kapersky.
The oldest looking 20-year-old, right?
Okay. Well, if you want to, I guess.
He looked like a killer in that game, Trace, and showed a lot of people why they hold him, why he's held in such high regard.
Well, let's do it this way. Because we're talking about identity, you know, which of these teams has the clearer identity right now?
It has to be Astralis, no? They've had the lineup, the same lineup for the entirety of 2026, and even though it's them switching international at the start of the year, that still gives them an edge in terms of team play, cohesion, just familiarity, you know, being on the same page. They did make some changes to the staff, right? Obviously bringing Neo in, bringing a new performance coach as well. But even with all that, you feel like this is a game that they should be winning.
Yeah, they definitely should, right? It's also just a little bit in the department of the player material. I'm also thinking in the op directions, like Fusa versus Down still being a very new guy that has picked up the op or see himself as an op or whatever. He has like some sort of like identity crisis. I don't know.
He's always dreamed of being an opper, just like Brolin always dreamed of being an IGL.
And how did that one turn out for Brolin, right?
We don't talk about those.
No, okay.
Yeah, no joke. I mean, we do have a Danish derby, all senses
which is weird.
Consensus considered. Yeah, it's not every day you get to see what would be Hooksy, Stayer, and Yabi going up against the likes of Snappy, Stown, and Shush. But if you had to pick one or the other, Yanko, let's just say...
Mini, Mo.
Yeah, 3v3 fight, straight up. In the server.
No, yeah, I was like, wait, I was trying to think which team is config on, but he retired. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We got those, like the Danish IGLs going up against each other. We also have a couple of coaches, you know, who used to play for a long time on a really high level, exist behind NIP and Neo, behind Astralis, but yeah, it's been an inconsistent season for Astralis. We've seen flashes, right? We've seen some really good games, obviously at Pro League, being Spirit in that quarterfinal, but then at Rivals, struggling against Gamer Legion and the likes. So yeah, they're just looking to find more consistency in the second half of the year.
One of my biggest concerns when I'm actually looking at Astralis is specifically their map pool, which is not really looking that great, right? They've picked up cash to play that one. They haven't picked up a win on Dust 2 yet. They have a scrubby one on Mirage with 1 win and 1 loss. And then when we look at their nuke, that used to be the map that they really like to pick, you know. But ever since like the last 3 months, they've lost it 1 out of 7, and their 4v5 conversion sits at a, listen, ladies and gentlemen, 2%.
What?
2% 4v5 conversion.
2%?
It almost feels like it's a typo, right? But it's not. That kind of sums up that if you lose the first frag, then you have a 98% chance of losing.
Yeah, I guess it's one of two things. Either they're all-inning a lot, so when they lose, like the first guy, the round just falls apart, or they're really struggling, you know, to come up with solutions if they lose that opening kill.
It is on the T side, to just be frank, so no, we don't put them too much on the debug.
Yeah.
I don't know. I look at it, at least on the side of Astralis, I think there's always been this sort of question mark around what sort of vibe Hooksy can bring to a team and keep alive within a team within a weird confines of our weird community that we call home, right? There's always some thread about Hooksy. There's always something being said about how he's leading and steering this team. How do you think it's going thus far?
Oh, fine. I think they have bigger problems than Hooksy's vibes.
Yeah.
You know, like, sure, at times you can have, like, whether a player is taking it too far with the criticism and what should the focus be, but also on the flip side of that is, if the players are making mistakes all the time, like, what are you supposed to do as the leader? Like, you need to sort of get them in line, call them out. to some extent. So yeah, I think first they need to take care of the Counter-Strike before they can worry about, are the vibes right in the team.
And we previously talked about also that Rook has now been removed, and I think it helps. I think that helps Hooksy. I think there was an issue between him and Rook, and maybe how they saw the game to be played. So Neo coming in is also gonna help the team, I think. But I agree, Anko. There's more to it than just Hooksy. And like, we know that he has issues sometimes fracking, right? Yeah. But Snappy also has that.
It's true. They definitely do. Speaking of when you are Hooksy moving around pieces.
Just a Danish IGL thing, really.
It really is just a Danish thing. I mean,
no,
well, I guess
Ingham, because we.
Oh, okay.
Don't put me in that one.
Because I thought.
I'm never Ingham.
You saw wrong.
How about Hooksy manipulating Ryu and moving him around the map the way he needs to?
I mean, like, Ryu is one of the guys that I didn't know too much about before he was actually picked up. You know, he had his time in Monte, and I think he started out really strong in the Astralis jersey, and I think he got a lot of love, specifically in the Danish community, because there was a lot of issues there when people got very upset that they went away from this Danish lineup. So I think he proved to me that he was really strong, and obviously he does put up a good amount of frags and a good KD on Nuke. But I mean, like, Nuke is a map about the team. It's not about the individuals. So it's just not enough. And I still think Rio has a lot to bring to the team, but if it's enough, I'm not sure, but I'm more concerned with Fuzi if I compare.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, that's probably the bigger one you keep an eye on, because he's shown flashes early on in the year, but lately it's been really a liability for the team. From missing sitters to just struggling to make the correct decision in some of these mid rounds, right? And we know how important operas are in Counter-Strike. Forever, and it doesn't matter what the meta is. The Opera is always going to be a focal point of the team, and you saw what he's capable of, and against Spirit in their game at Pro League, right, completely shutting them down. And it's not like he needs to do that every single game, but every now and again, you need to be able to raise your floor, and it just hasn't been there for Fuzi.
Look, on the other side, NIP went from losing 5-13 to Legacy to sweeping BetBoom, and I guess that would beg the question as to what changes. How does that go from such a shifting sand?
That is the issue with NIP. Like, you don't really know what NIP is going to be showing up. Then they have a game against BP, where they looked, where they looked really solid, right? Where they get a lot of things done, and thankfully to Kaspersky, Soldier did a lot of good things in that game. But it's a coin flip at this point. I feel like it's literally, when you look at how Snappy approaches his defaults and his system, and also that's what happened in Falcon. Like, some games we would have ideas and we would have some really good game plans, but it just requires so much of your players, and they're not hitting their shot, then you're not going to get anything out of the game plan. And he doesn't have the star power to bail him out.
Yeah, and I think we saw, obviously you can't bank on Kaspersky having a game like that every single time, but he is a super solid player, and mechanically, just incredibly sharp, incredibly quick with that first bullet too. So yeah, the concerning thing is when he says, like you mentioned, like, we don't know which NIP is going to show up, right? So that's obviously a problem, because when you have such huge volatility with your performance, how can you count on anything? Like, how can you establish consistency? You cannot. So it's about figuring out how to raise their floor, get like similar performances from the players, so he can then see what works, what doesn't work, and how to keep building.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from Stown. It is just about time for us to get in the server, so we need to hear from him now.
Now, while our second series of the day is still going on, I've managed to catch the man of the hour in Stown, and there's a reason for that, because let's address the elephant in the room. You're going up versus your former organization in Astralis. Can you tell me, first of all, the emotions that brings up for you?
I mean, it's going to be a fun game. I mean, playing especially against Yabi, because I've been teammates with him for so many years, so it's going to be fun playing against him. We're still really good friends, me, him, and Star as well. So it's not like a grudge match, I would say, but it is definitely more like there's more emotions for sure, like you say, and it's just going to be a fun game, and one of us has to go to home today.
Yeah, of course, do or die time, quite literally, for both squads on each side of the equation. When you're preparing the game with Snappy, then I know it's in a different Astralis system, now they've gone international, but how much kind of help can you offer him with maybe some tendencies that your friends, former teammates might be putting in the server?
Yeah, I mean, I think I know them obviously more than Snappy does, right? And but then again, I also think that they also changed up a little bit how they play, especially since they went international, right? So I think, I mean, I can bring some stuff, but overall it's just like preparing any other match, I would say. But obviously, yeah, it's fun to prepare against the guys.
Just quickly want to touch upon your, well, newish role. It's been a couple of months now, you've been Primary AWPer. How well do you feel that you've adjusted to this role?
Well, I think I've done a decent job, I would say. I mean, I still think I can do even better, but I mean, obviously time will help, I think. But I think it's been fun so far and I enjoy it. And I think the team is also happy with it. So I'm excited to keep going.
And just final question touching upon that. What's been the most difficult thing about becoming the Primary AWPer?
I mean, I have gotten that question before. I think it's hard to say what exactly is the most difficult thing. I think in the beginning, I think it's like when you miss some of the easy shots, because obviously it is like the easiest weapon to kill with in a way, and also maybe it is the best weapon in the game. So when you sometimes miss the easy shots, then compared to when you're a rifler, for example, after a game, when you sit in the bed at night and want to sleep, it maybe you can think about as maybe a spray you maybe whiffed, but it's a little bit different when you're like with the off. But so that is like a different mental thing, I would say. But I don't know anything other than that. No.
Stan, I'll let you get your head back in the game because, yeah, do or die time between Astralis and NIP going down very shortly.
Bray, I don't know about you, but it sounds like he's got his head in the op game almost a little too much there.
Praise, if you were thinking about mispraise, you would never get to go to sleep.
Yeah, for real. Thank you so much for that. I do still live in the purgatory that is losing to Frankie on LAN at IM Beijing. But that's a totally different story. That's not here. That's not now. What is here and now is the fact that we need to know our 3 maps. Gentlemen, in Astralis versus NIP on the last day of this stage of the event.
Yeah, and we see NIP getting rid of Dastuno and Ubis for Astralis, and this is where you wonder, like, is NIP actually going to pick Nuke now? And yes, they are. We mentioned Astralis and their track record on Nuke in the last 3 months. And yeah, it's been a weakness for them. And on the flip side, we see the Inferno pick for Astralis. And Snappy didn't play it for the longest time in his teams, but they picked it up with NIP this year. Had some decent results on it early on, a couple of wins, so we'll see if they can keep rolling against Astralis.
At this point, I just feel like if you're Astralis and you kind of know that you're going to go play Nuke, right? Because that's always the pick that NIP decides to go for. And I think the Inferno pick, looking at the entire map pool and the win ratio, I think it would make sense that Astralis goes. And this is what they've picked up, two map wins. So it's also maybe just like narrow down to what do we actually feel confident on. And then obviously getting rid of Anshin for the likes of NIP.
Say it. What are we playing? What's
the
map?
I think Cash is going to be in there for the last one because, you know, it's a map that both teams has picked up. So let's bring it. Yay! We do get to see it.
Well, maybe.
Well,
not get ahead of ourselves.
I think we will.
Okay, so Cash, 3rd map. Sweet. Nuke, Inferno, Cash. Guys, let's throw it out there now. What we could say are predictions of types.
I really want to just be seeing... I want to see someone that can back up Stay a little bit here. I want to see Fuzi winning that head-to-head with Down because Fuzi has, regardless of his results, had issues, but I still want to see more out of him.
I'm going with Astralis, NIP too inconsistent.
Okay, EWC play match pick'ems or predictums, as I like to call them. There is a QR code. You go ahead and just grab it right now. Do it right now because it's time to play the game.
NIP versus Astralis, and with playoffs on the line, you know, years ago this would have been a mega top of the food chain type of matchup, but things have changed. Saw Stown in the interview talking about what it's going to feel like to play against the Astralis guys for this remaining spot. The last one that we're going to get to cover over here on the A stream.
Yeah, next thing you know, we're into the playoffs. Bigger stage, more crowd, more stakes, single elimination, round of 16. And a lot of money on the line. Head-to-head, we haven't had since last year. Not since Down joined NIP. And he's had some great moments, hasn't he, on the AWP. So excited to see what he can bring to the table today. heaven smoke on this execute, but it lands quite shallow. Maybe trying to make it look like a outside play, but they're going for this top bomb.
Yabi. Back turned, but won't come to matter. All the kills belonging to NIP. Fuzi does what he can, but he's getting sandwiched here. They're on either side of him.
Plenty.
And that leaves it just on Ryu. Up the vent, good for one, but Kaspersky right there and loaded, ready to go.
Yeah, I like the NIP just call off the possibility of going for that plant in that hectic A hit. They realize, like, the kill's going to come to us. Let's just wait for it.
Crazy to think this is a head-to-head with the only Swede on the side of Astralis and as many Danes in NIP as that of the Astralis squad.
It's true. It is weird to see a Danish flag behind NIP, but why not? I'm excited to see Note today, Harry. This guy is very clutch. There was a period when he was in the Young Ninjas. He went on a streak of 31 one clutches. 31. From 1v1s to 1v4s. In a row. No lost clutch. How do you do that?
No, that is crazy.
How do you do that? It's got to be the record. But was broken, of course, coming into this main team. But he still had a few strong maps in this short period of time. This is sneaky for NIP. They've made it all down B. 4 players in secret. No one rotating yet for Astralis, but sooner NIP go, the better. Ryu's on his rotation. There's the door open, and wow, he grabs a deagle, but with the lobby contained, bomb should be going down.
We get Yabi versus Stown. Fuzi gets rid of Note. Oh, and there's a follow-up from that Fuzi deagle.
Oh, this is Kaspersky, though. Don't count this guy out.
Full gold on the AK. Got the drip. Does he have the metal to back it up? There's the double. Can't quite round out the clutch. Yabi there to complete it. And Astralis looking to steal one back straight away with this force.
Whew, saved by the bell there. Big deeks from Fuzi, and Yabi, such an important closer. Shame that in lobby weren't ready for more than one. Multiple players flanking Hut there. But despite Shush finding Hooksy, he still turns around after this kill, and that's what opens up even just a possibility of a retake. Fuzi and Yabi make it a reality, and that is a force buy win for Astralis. Hooksy getting hyped. No rest for the wicked here. NIP on a force buy. He's above you.
Rushes in. Fuzi arrives to support Ryu, and no issues here, holding onto the ramp side. 5v3. Pistols are closing in. And the cover of Fuzi gets eliminated. Leaving him just to fend for himself, but doesn't crumble under the full weight of NIP.
Sick from Ryu. Pre-fire on the last guy as well.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on Fuzi as well. Been a tumultuous time, I would say, right? Really exciting prospect when he got into Astralis. We absolutely loved the mileage you were getting out of him and Ryu, kind of the new duo in the squad, right? But undoubtedly kind of hit a bit of a rougher streak recently. Hasn't been putting up the same crazy numbers anywhere near as consistently. Thinking back to their time at the Major, it was a really rough showing from him. But hopefully that was a bit of a focal point in the break.
Yeah, they want a single map at Cologne. It has been not much better since. Sure, made it to the Bounty semis, but off the back of online games that they should have won, and they did. But I think there's a lot more expectation than what Astralis have been giving us in the last 3 months. Especially when you consider, you look back to like the dawn of this roster. Remember, they beat Spirit at Pro League, and that's when we really took note of this team. They destroyed Spirit at Pro League, should I say, in a playoff game. That's when we saw Fuzi look his best in this roster. So trying to recapture some of that for sure. And it's Astralis who have made big changes over the break, but not necessarily in the playing side of things. Bringing in Neo to coach, bringing in Navi's psychological manager. Try to think the right term. Performance coach. There we go. Fuzi just got bursted there.
The armorless Snappy on this Galil. Turns out the taps do have mileage, and when you're at the mercy of Stare, those miles run out. So Astralis 3-1, conversions found, but a gun round right round the corner for NIP.
Oh. Snappy, no stranger to being on the lesser weapon. No stranger to nuke either. And one of his favorite maps throughout his career. Full ramp. Nobody home. Outside lurker picked.
And it's rooting into lower, not as free as you might be expecting. Yabi been here the whole time, just waiting for his chance to strike. Snappy's gonna get his upgrade eventually, but it came at the cost of the entire team. The one kill in the round on that wrap in this lower take, but now they know where he is. And so feeling like he's trapped in a box here, and that's because he is. Fuzi, no messing that one up. Astralis still clean, 4-1.
Yeah, I love that Ryu opens the door there for Yabi. Just full baits for him. No reason to check that side of control. Just able to mow them down here on this B hit.
Do love just the amount of kind of old boys we've got to see across EWC from the open qualifier, but even now, as we approach the end of the groups, Neo and Exist behind these teams. Of course, Snappy himself is one of the old boys too, older than Exist, at 36 years old. Not one to let that get in the way. Snappy dead first in this round. There's shots for Fuzi, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Already got Ryu down here at lower. He's pretty alone in this endeavor. That's the one scary thing, perhaps. They're going to get past him. And that gives rise to a bomb plant for NIP. 3 players ramp side on this retake.
How do you win this, right? You need Tech-9s in your face, so Stout's got to do a heavy lifting here on the ramp. Nades are landing backside. Stout, they're surely going to clear this. Spins around, but too many targets. 3-on-1 for Shush. Just waiting in the door. And they've got eyes on it as well. Won't play until he absolutely has to. See Fuzi up close, but they could be on it. And so that swing punished. And 5-1 lead. Astralis looking good. It's NIP's map pick. Going to need some T-side rounds soon.
Yeah, I think if you're an IP, you're telling yourselves you can still get out of this half, you know, with just a small handful of rounds and remain threatening. You've seen kind of to no end for this Astralis squad, some T-side woes for them on this map. We all kind of begrudgingly remember that one EPL.
2-0 round halves.
Yeah. But, you know, that was some time ago. It's gotten a bit better. They no longer get 0. But CT undoubtedly where you put in your best shift.
7 out of the last 8 games on Nuke Astralis have lost, right? But I think that's been something that's been pretty clear about EWC. When you see these like massive holes in a team's map veto, a lot of them have looked improved for obvious reasons. So I think some of the punish picks have actually not worked at this event in these BO3s.
I mean, you also just think like after the major run that Astralis got, it was clear that a lot had to get revamped.
They lost Nuke over and over again in those BO1s and BO3s.
Liking this from Stare out in the yard. 2 kills deep already. He's done a boatload of damage on a Snappy. He's going to try and escape, and that is when Kaspersky closes in on him. But you'd like to say he's done more than enough in this round. In the blink of an eye, you're down to a 2v4. Snappy's wounded and donning that AWP. So ex-Kaspersky would have to do everything if you want to make this round happen. The Snappy plucked out of the back line and a real choke point set up over towards main. They get funneled into those Astralis crossfires.
Yeah, you're just not seeing Astralis rotate too much. They don't really feel the need to. They haven't felt the threat of B. They've given it up in multiple rounds and had no one lower, and they've still won all the retakes, right? So just not really feeling any fear about this B side. The yard smokes aren't forcing rotates. Everyone's still hanging out outside. And Stare's feeling good about that one after a lot of damage in the yard.
Snappy, he's kind of at his best here when he gets you a little bit jittery, where he gets you a little bit nervous and calling some of those rotations too early, leaving a lot to the imagination. But yeah, you're dead on it. Astralis are not budging. Look, they have their idea for how this game is playing, and they are sticking to their guns.
Another massive advantage. Pressure never let off outside. These smokes will fade. Stare can swing, but Note is ready for that repeak. And so trying to carve a way back into this round. Down in the door, gets an AK.
Mileage may vary, but this is still a scary spot for Astralis. With damage done on a Fuzi, and Eyeballs having to go take control over the yard after Stare's death. There was a little gap opened up out towards ramp, and so finally NIP have some holes to try and exploit here.
Oh, Ryu's dropped in, so they're going to push lobby together here. They know about the ramp gap. He checked it earlier, but this lobby timing is awkward for Note. Can he find the kill as they enter the hut? He's aware they can be here. Does it go both ways? Good shot for Note. Bomb is crawling into B, but as we've learned from this game, NIP can't really be certain about anything. They're getting flanked as well, but it's this hesitation that buys Astralis time to rotate lower. And you've got to cover this plant. Note is back on roof, bomb going down, Note playing very late, but look at the timing of Yabi. He's right there.
Just here so quickly and so quietly. Ex-Kaspersky will get the spot.
Ooh.
Follow up onto the low HP Fuzi, and Ryu, who was holding for that late lobby player in Note, has to just abandon his post and come on round because they need him for this retake.
Yabi's walked in.
All the way down. Kaspersky with the spot, and now you've got him iced out in the open. NIP, one gap found out towards ramp, and they do a hell of a lot with it. That's a kill in the yard, forcing rotations out of Astralis, leaves an area of the map open for a moment, and it is immediately used against them. That's a nice one to pull you back into this game if you're NIP.
Yeah, absolutely needed that round, didn't they? Nice to see Note get a lot of value out of his lurk. He's just a thorn in their side, gets a kill, lives, doesn't offer a 2v2 that could maybe allow Astralis to speed up on that B-bomb site. So, good shots out of him and ex-Kaspersky to guarantee that round for NIP. Trying to break Astralis' money before the half is over. A couple more gun rounds going to be needed. Straight out the door. denied. I mean, this position has been locked out by Astralis. It's a bold call to make when you consider Shush got spammed out last round. Doing the same thing. NIP are going to go back out for yard smokes.
Something that you feel like you kind of have to put in, or else, you know, Astralis is just going to take their eyes off the yard. That's only going to mean you face more of them later.
It's actually just a door smoke. That's all they've got. Got one more bit of util, but Astralis don't even really have eyes outside. They're allowed
well, yeah,
secret cross.
This is the worry, right? You kind of can afford to discount a little bit with none of these smokes down. Fuzi's left his position. He's just kind of roaming over towards heaven and hell. He'll be available way faster as a rotate.
Oh, Rio. Great position if he doesn't play it too early. And as the AXX comes in, his flank is going to be mobile. They're not even looking. Double kill. Rio drops 2. And he lives to tell the tale. 5v2 NIP. Nowhere to go. Been cut off. Disastrous round here.
Yeah, it just gets really hard. Like, you didn't have the util to really do a lot there. You lost the opening challenge out through door. You're instantly in a bad spot. You don't really feel like you have the resources to put appropriate pressure on Astralis. That left a gap that Ryu went on to exploit, and from that moment, like, the round's over. No way of misdirecting that. Astralis kind of had a very keen idea where NIP could be at any point in time in that round. So really burning through these timeouts to NIP. Exist talking there at the start, maybe offering something up, an outside perspective here just to try and help Snappy a little in this endeavor, because this T side's getting shut down. And we said, you know, Astralis, they've had their fair share of struggles on this T half. You still don't want them reaching double digits by the end of this half. That suddenly puts a lot of pressure on every single round you play, starting with the pistol. Even a third round just makes a world of difference, meaning a pistol does not decide your fate on Nuke. Good damage there. Spam connecting on a Hooksy. Back to these yard smokes a little bit later. This was what was missing last time they sat back in the lobby. Uzi sees a player pathing with it. Break on that smoke, and he gets one out in the open.
Another? Yes. Third is too much, but job done. Excellent shots.
That's kind of been the story for Astralis in a lot of these moments, right? Just one player offering up 2 kills, and then you make the argument, well, he's done his part in the round, just down to the rest of it, just kind of see it through.
And another random timing push here for Astralis that have done them so well, right? They've had Ryu pushing ramp. Now it's Yabi and door. Ooh. Does catch Shush. Nice shot. Locks out lobby. Now you know both are outside, and Ryu can just win the round on this fight. Not even expected. Ryu has just been a force of nature in this game. They have not played ramp at all. Astralis, for the most part, don't want this position, and NIP aren't doing anything about it. They've had a couple of walks down B. It's led to 1 round, but by and large, Ryu has just been a mobile terror on the CT side.
I would say this is kind of the ideal Astralis scoreline when you look at it, right? Like Hooksy down bottom of the board, sort of where you want him. You have Stare as your rock piece, just looking solid, and then Fuzi and Ryu, like when they first moved into this team and what made Astralis so exciting. putting a bow on it.
I'm just shocked they keep going for door pressure because they've not got a single kill at this position. And
poor Shush, right? Just getting sent out to his death every single time.
Oh, another break on the smoke. Finds a kill. 5v3. And another round petering out in front of you.
The fact you've just been in so many of these positions. 3v5 after losing 2 opening duels.
And at this point, no one needs to push, right? Just lock it. 5v3. Just get your shot, fall off. Okay, a bit of a miss, but not a problem with Ryu still in B. Look at him waiting. Full baiting.
Astralis have had like some very good unorthodox positions. They're getting baited in right now with Fuzi missing these shots, and Yabi's only going to sell it further. You are completely discounting Ryu in this position as a result.
He has been the Joker in every round of this game, right? Wide on Secret, coming up Secret, pushing ramp, hiding back ramp box, B twice in dark. Just been great positional play from Ryu. And I mean, it's not just, you know, Astralis are allowing this. This is the plan. They're putting him in these positions. They're noting the gaps. And they're not letting these gaps be a problem. Even when NIP get control of the ramp. Astralis know. 9-2 and just the perfect game from Astralis.
And again, dude, like another new position.
Just never know where to expect him. And watch them go for garage control. They just can't avoid him. They're running into main. Through the smoke is nice. Ryu spamming from back garage, but that reload will cost him his life. You'd like to think. There it is. 5v2.
All right, you've done the hard part. You finally have an overwhelming advantage. Just don't go giving this away.
I'm scared.
Hooksy back of the site. Fuzi ready to support in Heaven's side, and this 3v5 is happening.
Oh, dear.
2v5 down at 2v2 in the blink of an eye. Hooksy couldn't line up the double. Leaves it now on the shoulders of Fuzi. A vent drop for Stown, just trying to play for distance, and Ex-Kaspersky holding on for this rotation. Ooh. NIP, they narrowly get through with 3 on this T side.
Yeah,
recovering a 2v5 that was getting away from them.
You can't even really feel good about that. Sure, you get the round, but every part of it, terrifying. And 3 rounds on your T side. I know Astralis have had T side problems, but this looks like a very different Astralis today. Looks like a well game planned Astralis with good ideas, with good form, and NIP are just running into brick walls. This is not a cartoon. They're not breaking through.
Now, even if you've had your struggles on T-Harbs, the idea that you could win a pistol and that would be enough. It would put you on that finish line and all you'd have to do is cross it. Heavy nade stacking towards the top site, hoping for a main kill. They try and flood over, but Shush has other ideas. Doesn't let Yabi do it. Ex-Kaspersky, Dual Beretta's aggression net him another, but there's more players back here in the lobby. They will catch him.
Oh no.
Completely unawares.
3v5.
So as NIP kind of jostle for this control, it's going back to aggression. Dual Beretta's through the door. Stown thinks better of it.
That third player's reset, and I think Snappy's realized he's pushed deep from where he was on yard, now starting to flank. It's a nice play, but it can leave you completely out of position because of how long you need to walk. If Astralis plays soon, Snappy's position has minimal value. Only information now. They know Astralis are about to walk out A or walk out ramp. Which one will it be? Stown inside of Hut. They crunch lobby together.
Great timing on that Hut push.
Yeah.
Ends up behind them.
Oh, but
they make it down the vent. It's a game of cat and mouse. And the mouse is getting away. No, with the spot.
Oh.
Stown dead on the vent drop.
That hurts.
You said coming into this that Note looks to be a clutch player. Would need to show that now. Runs the door right in a stare. Desperate times, feeling like they call for desperate measures. Leaves it to a fight. And now it's just Snappy. Does have the dualies, but they are toying with him. They are playing with their food. Snappy gone. Astralis with a pistol. And they could make this a very quick opening map.
I feel like this game's not meant to be here for NIP, doesn't it, right? They hit all those timings. It looks good. And what do Astralis do? They just drop down the vent. They just take that free bomb site. Stound continues to walk behind them on good timing, but they're ready.
I mean, dude, if you're NIP, it feels like HooXi's in the team speak with you. The way that he's maneuvered his troops around every single play that NIP have tried to make.
They still pushed in the 5v3. That is one thing Astralis didn't really do. When they had their advantage, they locked in the rounds in this first half. So NIP did feed them a bit. And now Astralis, confident, just going to start charging. That will cost them. 2 Deagle shots connect from Nota. Ramp and a third will do
Never mind.
nicely.
One more man still to face him. No, it's Heroics. Can't afford to be in vain. He gets 3. Snappy with another. And it's left to stare in what was a 1v4.
I mean, they sort of trolled this 4v1 here. They've now split up. Kaspersky just trusting his timing. But Stare looks back, and he catches him looking the wrong way. I mean, they swang in. They gave him the chance to win this round. And I think he just might. 1v1, playing the patient game. Hoping Shush comes to re-clear and look for a weapon.
He knows it's NIP massively on the back foot. Shush throwing into a 1v1. He feels like he never should have been in. If there was any time you're going to get caught by a position like this, it's now. And so he plays the patient game, waits for a swing, waits for a jiggle, and he's got his number. Stare with a 1v4, keeps it in check for Astralis.
And I bet Stound is kicking himself for swinging through that molly hell, right? Note's fighting, he is committed. Stound's trying to help him out, but that gives him another 1v1, 2 more isolated fights. Kaspersky makes a play on his own. I mean, yeah, it's... You can see how it happens, and it happens so quickly, but that's just fundamental mistakes here for NIP. Cost them the worst possible round. Ugh. Like that looks too easy for Stan. Way too easy. And after Note does this, boom. From that kill, this round's on. Even just Kaspersky walking up alone, like...
Especially when Shush is holding lobby.
Yeah. A very hateable round, really, from NIP. You'd think at this score, you'd really try and secure that one. But here we go, Astralis just going to run at them.
Yeah, you tell yourself as you win this one, you've won the map. And so sure, they lose these first few fights, but that has not been enough for NIP. Kaspersky lost back in the lobby, but there's a player to deal with this. Fuzi late on the lobby side. Kaspersky goes looking for him, keeps his wits about him. And flushes out that late lurk lobby side. Bomb now planted. Line up! That's horrible! No, and Kaspersky gets skewered!
Not meant to be, is it?
4v2 after losing a 4v1. And it's Astralis hunting for map point. HooXi hears the footsteps, knows he's got him right where he wants him. He needs the ace clutch if he's to pull this off. And Stound taps that bomb, but HooXi does not take the bait. Goes out now. No kit for Stound. No round 1. HooXi with all the kills and the clutch to back it up.
Yeah, excellent shots for HooXi, and how often do you say that? He shows up massive in this round. The MAC-10 lineup, my God, it is meant to be for Astralis. 4 kills and a captain's clutch to put another round on the board. Just back-to-back daylight robbery rounds from Astralis. NIP not in playoffs. Not with a game like this.
Yeah, it would be one thing if you're just getting dominated, but you've actually been in multiple winning positions, had multiple chances, let every single one of them get away. Best thing they've done here is be a textbook example in how not to play these man advantage rounds.
It's been hard to watch.
So this is what they're left with. Collection of pistols, SMGs, and a couple of rifles. But next to no util in this for NIP. They're at the full mercy of whatever Astralis are trying to run. It's down. That's the AK, dead first, out in the yard.
In the molly as well. Oh, notes Deagle. Not again, right? They just hop away, but they can't escape the headshot. Somehow that connects. 4v3. Counting nothing out here from Astralis. Look at Stare. Scaling heaven. And Bomb is not resetting lobby despite the control here from NIP. Fuzi's ready to go main. Just give some time to Stare to get in position. He's playing it patient.
Snappy's coming up through secret, so if they try and give too much time... Oh! Stare's ready for that!
Okay.
Collateral through his teammate. That sees Ryu dead. Shush coming up the ladder. Stare's waiting for it. One more man out through the doors side. Kaspersky wasn't spotted, and Note is going to hit this timing. Now, his Deagle's had to do so much in this game, but they're still demanding more. It's onto the Galil. Oh, the turn! Stare has a feeling, and he wants those playoffs. It's another attempt at the ace. Swing out wide. Stare's gone. Boozy in this 1v1, and one bullet seals the deal. There it is for Astralis. They pick NIP apart. They dominate them on NIP's map pick. And Astralis now sit just a map away from those playoffs.
Beautifully put, and a beautiful ending for the Astralis side. But of course, this series still has little legs to it. Maybe that is, of course, if NIP decides to stand up from the table and play the game. Quite missing there a little bit.
How do you say that's what you get for picking nuke against me in Danish? Because I feel like that's...
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's try it.
Det hvad du får for at pikke nuke mod mig.
Yeah, dude. That
doesn't
so
sound
hard.
as sexy as I hoped for, right?
So hard right
I think
there.
that's maybe what, you know, Pixie was shouting out there. But yeah, that's a complete dismantling of NIP by Astralis on NIP's map pick.
So let's look at it this way, Dupree. You're sitting back, you're watching this, you're watching Astralis kind of just dismantle NIP. Break that down for me in the minutia in terms of how did it all begin to unravel?
I think it all started, obviously, on the T side for NIP, where Snappy really tried to, you know, work with what he did against BB Team, with playing with more layers and playing out in the yard, you know, creating space for the players, you know, to create the rounds. That didn't really succeed because they were literally shut down in pretty much everything they tried on that department of the map. And then he reverted to going back playing a little bit more set strat, which has always been his kind of identity, and that netted him like 3 rounds. But once you turn your attention to CT side, you know, they had chances, right? They had a chance in the pistol, and then the second round they managed to throw away 1v4 against Stare. And I mean, I just want to give it to Stare. Like this guy's just really, really good. He didn't prove that in the last round, you know. Out of nothing, he creates the round and he just wins it off for Astralis. So it's, all the clutches also went the way of Astralis and on the other side. But regardless of that, you know, NIP never really found their footing here.
Yes, they're absolutely the real deal, right? I mean, a lot of players have really strong mechanics nowadays, but what separates the really good ones is, you know, the understanding of the game, the awareness, the concentration, and in that final round, he definitely showed all of that, just being a thorn in NIP's side.
A thorn, to say the least. I mean, imagine losing the game like that. What do you think?
He's half a locker or something. He just smacks people.
Yeah, just how much does it hurt your feelings you lose like that?
One more time?
How much does it hurt your feelings you lose like that?
I mean, it hurts in more in the way that he does it, right? He gets a flank in heaven, which is really good. And then I think his reposition was really strong. Then you see Note coming up the ladder thinking, okay, you know, he got the play. And then he turns around in that given second when he's about to flank, you know, and it just haunts you because you had the upper hand. Like throughout the entirety round, you had the upper hand, and then like it just falls apart by one guy that just, you know, hits all the headshots and makes the right plays. And I mean, it's not really what you want to be looking at if you're NIP moving forward in this series.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if someone who was dead said, watch out one more, Heaven, right? Like, because the way the first guy played, and also Note was still alive and he was the ramp guy. But yeah, great round that Astralis was able to put together in the end.
Yeah. Let's jump into the round. Early on, things begin to start take a tumultuous turn, and I do mean that Shush is jumping around.
Yeah, it's like really important, obviously, once you win the pistol to be able to convert, win against this force. But you can see they go outside, NIP, right, they're going to get down secret without any issues really whatsoever. The bomb is with them as well, and it's just Shush as the lobby player who's on the other side. They get the trade kill here on Ryu, who's the ramp guy as well, right? You can see the response from Astralis was to push lobby, and I don't get Shush here. Like, ramp guy dies, he kills the one player. Why is he like looking towards ramp? Why is he jumping around? Like, you should expect that reaction when Yard was so clear and you killed one player. And now in this post plan, there's no crossfires. Everyone's playing one by one. You know, and the Fuzi hits 2 really good shots with the Deagle. He had a good game, and then it's Kaspersky in a 1v3 that he just isn't able to finish, and you lose the all-important second round.
There's no business in you winning, like losing this one, because with all the space you've gotten, and you didn't take a single point of damage up until you get that first fight, like this should be in the books like 100% of the time.
Yeah.
And I think I agree with Shush. It's like he's scared of what's like. He should be aware that he's the one that's gonna get hunted down, right? You know, with all the space that his teammate has, the bomb is down. He is the one to be targeted, and it's just weird, you know. But that's one thing. But I think the crossfire was probably the most crucial mistake here from NIP.
Shoot, a couple mistakes there. I'm sure there are a couple mistakes.
You know, obviously that resets their economy, and then I get it. Like, they drop an AK for Kaspersky because he's playing so well to try and make something happen, but you're spending a lot of resources at that point on. So when that doesn't work out, once you get to the gun round, again, someone has a Galil, someone has a Mac-10. Maybe Snappy feels pressure to call something a bit more risky, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because you're just playing into the hand of Astralis, and you're making these rounds not as difficult for them to defend.
And you just throw this out of your hands, because let's say that they would have went secret and they had like a massive gamble of 4 players and they just get squeezed and they just lose down. Okay, they had a good read, but this situation was like so much in their own hands that it kind of felt like a steal.
Yeah, a steal, a stayer, perhaps.
A stayer.
That's why round 14, I'm pretty sure that's what we're talking about, a stayer yet again.
He's just like the main character of Astralis. I think at this point I didn't like the call from Astralis of rushing ramp, because rushing these type of rounds is sometimes kind of scary because you don't really know what's happening. And Staff finds himself in a 1v3 here, and then he just plays it out patient. He literally wins the round by just waiting, right? I think Node actually makes the first decision, like the first mistake here, by getting a massive triple kill on ramp, but then, you know, decides to go and fight for that last one instead of just like either falling back or let him, you know, stay at work his time. And, you know, well played by Star, but the mistakes on NIP were just, again, too big.
Yeah, that's why we talk about their inconsistencies, right? Like when we saw it against BB team, they were so good at the decision making, you know, individually they were sharper, and here it's just the complete opposite, right? Outside of Kaspersky, not really much that we've seen from the other players. And then also this, it happened multiple times, especially on the T side. We obviously pointed out round 2, but you know, just the lack of awareness of where the opposing players might be, and then you're just dying, like getting killed on the side. Players, the spacing isn't there. Like, these skills probably should be traded, right? But just the lack of awareness is making it impossible.
Also, like what you brought up yesterday, I believe it was, when like, what is the worst thing that he can, like, what's the worst thing NIP can do against Star in this situation?
Yeah,
that is like, go away, let him work out the round. You're like, just camp something, hold an angle, don't feed him the kills, because then he gets to be in the main character of the round.
Gentlemen, if we go into Inferno, and I tell you that it's something like NIP don't love this map per se, what are the odds Kaspersky can bring one right out of the bag again and pull this right back around?
I think the weight might be too heavy for him to carry on his own.
Pretty fair.
Right? Like he would definitely need some help if NIP is going to come back into the series. But yeah, it has to be almost a 180 compared to what we saw on Nuke, right? In terms of playing as a team, in terms of just concentration levels for the players, you need to step up.
Yeah, it really just feels like there's a lack of communication, but also awareness. And also just a lack of, you know, maybe focusing in the right kind of moments, understanding the situation instead of, you know, trying to be the hero of the round or whatever it be. And it requires quite a mental reset, because there was opportunities in the game, but they just threw it around. Round by.
Those 3v3s make or break games.
Yeah.
Like Snappy, you know, your IGL is sometimes going to win you around by calling, sometimes he's going to lose you around by calling, but most of the time it's these post plans, right, and how you play in the mid round, situational Counter-Strike, like, basically clutches most of the time, right? And that just wasn't there whatsoever for NIP. We didn't even talk about the second half. They lost the 4v1, the 4v2, another 5v2. Like, it's like, what's going on here, you know?
One more question for you guys. I do believe you have time for that. And I guess it just stems back to the big picture of this best of 3, the gravitas, the weight of either advancing or going home. Which exit here would be harder to explain looking back at it?
Astralis. I mean, if they were to lose, you know, that would be a bigger shocker, right? We mentioned that they were together for longer, right? The NIP has been going through some changes. Ston in the op role, Note, I still don't know if he's like standing in or is he the fifth, right?
I think he's the permanent.
You know, because I don't know if I missed it when that was clarified. Initially, he was just supposed to be a stand-in, but yeah, still some stuff there for NIP to figure out.
Yeah, I still think that Astralis has had more experience as a squad to make it count against NIP, and you know, and with NIP being such a coin flip, I also feel like it is kind of deserved for Astralis to move on, regardless of how they have looked in the past.
Well, I know it makes you happy to watch Astralis do well, or at least
times it does. Not well when they play like this. That's cool. But I've also had my heart broken a couple of times. I'll put it like that.
And that was while you were on the team.
That too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're gonna dive into more of that here in just a second, but we do need to go to a break. Turns out NIP want to try to play Inferno after all. I don't know. It seems as though they actually have to, and that means that we go to a break. We come back. Astralis, NIP, toe to toe. Inferno. Who stays alive here at EWC 2026? We're back.
Oswald, the location is red. Mayer a chance to rotate back, though. Oh. Or a double back. Buy as much time as you can. Oswald will know what's up, but at least no chance to contest the bomb.
Bomb has been planted.
And they're going to meet in CT. They're going to meet right here, right now. Long angle taken from Oswald, but Mayer hears this all. Oswald doesn't even clear the angle.
Goes back to the same spot that worked prior.
And you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. 9Z find themselves a third. A very difficult half for them. But not down and out. We know what the squad can do. Every round, round by round. Sometimes you got to look at the smaller picture instead of the big. And right now, the small picture is get more rounds.
Gonna point this out now. Tens and AW combined 32 kills. 32 and 12. They are combined. I mean, damage both around 1,500. While everyone else...
120 over for each of them through a half a Counter-Strike.
And I mean, even if you look at the rest of that damage too across the board, you know, 700, 900, 1,000 damage. So which means the teammates are there. They are helping. They're softening up the targets, whether it's utility or anything else in between. They're doing their part. They're helping and making this easier for this explosive duo to do what they do best.
We're going to have to see how this T side works out. Also, Peak already pushed down. Him and Marin able to double up for kills for themselves. Make it one more, why not? Already down. Just Fade 8. Tries to tap away on the Apartments player. But it really doesn't matter. It's a hopeless pursuit at this point. Block runs out of bullets. A quick, clean, efficient round for 9Z. Not a kill to fall. And now this is the point where we need to see the mental magic. Obviously, very well on their CT side. But if 9Z, you know, they win this pistol, they're going to have control of the early game. Is that where Magic bend? Is that where Magic folds?
It's hard to tell. I mean, they seem strong right now, but strong is also included when rifles are in play. And if 9Z can just kind of hold that off for at least a little bit, maybe they can get a little more comfortable in that position, whether it's financially or mentally. You know, they seem kind of run down by this duo, and hopefully we're seeing that shift a little bit here as Fade 8 going to lead this charge to the Tech 9, and it's going to be Fonso Peak with a quick little double as that FAMAS comes into play.
I got scared by the dink for a moment, but it is just Moon. No bomb for him, and he's about to walk next to Luchov. Timing doesn't work in Luchov's favor. And Moon doesn't even realize the timing of it all. At the end of the day, a done round already. Tallied up to 9-5. But you got armor, you got some util, you got a pistol. If they're not going to hunt you, definitely try to save it. I think no matter the outcome of this series, I'm sure by the end of this tournament, Magic have plenty of new fans.
I'm one of them.
This team is very exciting to watch. So much potential, so young.
If only their jerseys were better looking.
You know you don't like them. It's okay.
Moon
actually walks back.
the longest route possible. I mean, hey.
I mean, try to do some more damage. I don't necessarily blame him.
But at the same time, that's probably not the best call.
That's fine.
But for money purposes, to make everything all smooth and evened out, might be a call there to maybe try and take away some rifles. And then just, you know, make it at least a little bit harder for the CTs. Right now, Magic up by 4. They got some rounds to give, but that's slowly starting to dwindle away at this point. They're down to Glocks, Deagles, and a mix mash of just guns.
Big nades in the mid. Fade 8 getting the brunt of it. Mayern able to get a backstab, shot in the back of the head, double up on a Mosvault. Another round where Magic doesn't really have much of a chance with anything going into it. Killer 2 would be huge for them, but barely any damage even done. Now the score gets closer and closer. 3 rounds being the difference, a 6-9 lead still in favor of Magic.
No op though for Moon this time around. Just an AK. Fade 8 takes a Glil, and he's the only one with one. Downside is Myron. He's got his big green, his weapon of choice, and he's been actually pretty solid with it thus far.
Yeah, he has. See if Luchov is able to have the same success AW did in the previous half. Fade 8 brought down to 8. Pushing through that Molotov. A risky play, for sure. Doesn't net anything. Man, on the angle at the right time. AW, half of the dynamic duo, taken out of the round. Magic just trying to go out on the site. Little to no headway being made. Fade 8 tries to duel with Max, but low HP. It was almost impossible for him to get anything.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Astralis with playoffs in their vision, only a map away. We head to Inferno. NIP, shambolic start to this series. So absolutely nothing back on Nuke. It's meant to be their go-to to try and steal away a map in this series and set us up for a decider, but it could all be decided here on Inferno, a map that's only recently entered NIP's playbook this season. One that Astralis have a decent track record on with this roster in 2026. This is where it all ends for NIP. As Astralis can't really question the form after that first game. Looks like a good day for them.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, everyone was showing up, right? You were getting kind of everything you want from the individuals of Astralis, and then it was all neatly tied together by Hooksy at the helm. Look, for NIP, I think the discussion would have gone something like this. We had a number of good spots there, lads. We just can't give away this many man advantage rounds. And so the goal here, tighten it up. Because if not even a 4v2 feels safe, then what does?
Yeah, probably the worst 4v1 as well this tournament. Back on Nuke. Snappy does get his smoke down as Astralis get ready to execute. But no more utility to stop this hit on the B site.
Push for Snappy gets denied. They've got Note to contend with, and you know his pistol is no joke. His Deagle back on Nuke, a force of nature. Dead after the double, and that leaves you in a 2v2 with the bomb planted. Abby's seen on that cross, and it's Stown eyeing him up. Stabby duo, sword in half. Oh. And Abby was found. Stair fakes it out. Trying to call the bluff, but can't do that forever. And Stown able to tap him from the pistol. Defuse grabbed, pistol picked up, NIP on the board.
Didn't really believe himself, did he? He faked the steps, but then changed his mind. I mean, I was getting a bit worried when I saw that bomb plant position, that's for sure. Would have been nice to just see Yabby not peek at all and force him to come and clear him. That round comes very close. Unless they want to get crazier, you could get 2 M4s. If Fuzi drops some rebuys, I think that's tempting, actually.
I imagine it's tempting. It's so late in the game.
It's a risky move.
10-10.
They won more with less in this game.
You're
It's just
leaving
all
it
on
to
the
this.
line.
You're, this is, you are
That's
all
the
in.
game
You
for
have to give
tomorrow.
up map point if you lose this round, or you have to save something. Well,
TBD.
here they go, all inning.
Round of 16. Round of 16.
It's
on
a,
this.
it's a
on
ballsy
this-
call.
It's on this risk that now essentially the entire game rests.
I don't think NIP are going to be ready for it either.
2 days. You get
Because
2
of
days
how back
off.
and forth this has been. If they go rushing, could be really dangerous. But no, NIP hold a bit of a pace. The util will give it away. Fuzi's orb
Miss.
forcing that kill will give up a man advantage. Stair
He's
wants
hoping
it.
he can get it, but they've blown it back with
That's
the nades.
sick. Nice work. Double nade. They knew what they wanted there.
Fuzi has just dropped off of a cliff.
Yeah, he's had a horrible map.
You see him head in hands on the camera, knows he was the guy who had to make the difference, and now this all-in decision that Astralis have made off to a horrible start. You feel like that one swing and a miss has cost you everything.
I think you just have to triple save now. Stair's gonna lose B. He's only got a 5-set deagle.
What?
Oh, that's a jump. What could go wrong though? The only way NIP lose is if they overthink this situation, which they definitely could after that kill comes in.
Because now, you lost that timing. You're worried that the rotates have started, but they are just going to double pump this and go again.
It's the right call.
A lot is being demanded of Stair here. The whole round on his shoulders. They were closing in on Banana in case he was able to get one more, but when that doesn't happen, save is called for Astralis.
Can Hooksy find the AWP? I'm sure they threw it on the map, but probably just going to bodyguard here. So now Astralis are in quite a predicament because they all end kind of off the back of the AWP. If Fuzi didn't save that gun, they would have saved this round, they would have bought next, but now they've got to kind of give away map points. Hope that these riflers can get you through, but this has been a very B-focused game.
Astralis saving for any utilities on the next round. Good
It's
call.
time to get Fuzi off that site.
Yeah. I mean, he has some couple of
This is where Inferno
misses,
can be really
but,
fun, though. Very late
you
in the
know,
game when there's a lot of conditioning
happens.
where you're now guessing whether there's a triple B. Do you want to pick up the pace? Or do NIP just go back to what's been working?
What about Quad B?
It's mind games, no bounce.
nice nade.
Just
A little bit chunky.
can make his riflers' jobs easier.
Spam it.
Pistol's going to try and play on the flash. Bit of damage done. You see one of the rifles now as well in tow. Ryu gets one. Yabi gets his out in top mid, but this bomb's been retrieved. And so now you're left looking. It's Hooksy tucked into a corner at the sandbags. Had a fantastic game. Has the Astralis captain.
He'd get that rifle, couldn't he? They're walking away. Who knows what they'll recommit. They're going to make sure no one pushes an extremity. They know Astralis are split 1-1. And they fancy their odds on A. The longer this goes, the more shaky Hooksy's going to get. And that is the perfect time to push. He's got himself a rifle. It's not going to go any further. Still, this is on Yabi. I mean, it's essentially a 1v3.
2 flashbangs, 3 smokes.
No
That's the utility
Molotov,
for
no
NIP.
nade to flush
That's
him
all
out
that
of position.
they can work on.
And so you're just hoping you can deal with him quickly. Yabi down here
Nice.
in the pit, dead at the first swing. It's Kaspersky at 1
Smoke the
HP.
library. Probably smoke the boiler.
Oh, that's a good save. That's a
Or
very good save.
the hunting. Wow. Okay.
He's just feeling
Was able to get
too.
it.
He full
Was able to
ego
get it.
peak in the 3-on-1.
All right, Fuzi, you try call something for a round because you got a new AWP at Hoopsy. Hoping to get out with this AWP.
And now,
as Astralis now need overtime if they want to close this in 2.
And like, it's a good save, man. But
Probably overtime.
if Fuzi doesn't
Probably
do anything
they're gonna
with this
call it.
AWP, it's gonna feel rough,
10-12.
isn't it?
They
Look at how
should call
much
it.
Astralis have put into making sure he is set it up. Be it forcing around his AWP, be it saving this one again. They're gonna get 4 rifles, but this is NIP coming back in this series.
So
Gotta be noted. This has been like, we've been talking about all the potential
I
of Astralis
think
here in these last few rounds. as
there's
they
an
made a
80%
comeback
possibility
on the end of their
that
T
they
side,
can.
but NIP are right there looking at drag
They
us
can still
all the
do
way to
it.
3 maps.
I don't know. Probably.
Cash are decider. A lot of unknowns.
But it's
come back
100%
third.
guaranteed that we can go to 3rd map.
NIP it
But
is
decider.
right there for the taking. 2 chances.
What's the decider? Oh, Cash.
Messy. Do they just jump on this? No, they go back, and Astralis don't waver. NIP expect a stack. Instead, they're walking into it.
Oh, timing's
Wrong
rough
timing.
for Fuzi.
Wrong timing.
He's going to try and force
Okay.
a fight, recommit to that, but they're already up the short side, running right in a Ryu. Cover not there from Yabi out on long. It takes Fuzi moving over to help him. Dead with the AWP on that swing out wide.
Blimey.
Hooksy 1v3, not happening. Bomb planted, down on the line, and no reason to overpeak this.
Way
No
too far.
reason to overthink this for NIP. Molly forces one guy into the open. But is it really going to take their captain? Have to do all this to try and save the day. Stound's got his number.
Third map.
NIP claw it back on Astralis' map pick. And this one goes the distance. Cash representing a lot of unknowns. It's all up in the air as
1-1.
NIP bounce back.
Let's go to Ancient for the
NIP
3rd
with
map.
a bounce back and a response.
They're gonna
to what
settle
was
this.
ordinarily
They're gonna
not
settle this
good first
on
map.
Ancient.
Arguably, probably not, but just straight up, yeah, probably not a good first map. Second map,
Ancient.
totally different story, tightly contested down the wire, and up to the point where Astralis simply didn't have a response in the form that would give one to stop them.
And great for NIP to show some resilience as well, right? Winning 4 rounds in a row on T side to close it out, 5 of the last 6. I believe, right, I think is incredibly important for them, right? After what was a really poor showing on their own map pick, to sort of keep the belief and keep at it, and being able to extend the series is just a great feat for them.
At this point, I just really had hope for us to have like just a small coin, so we just like try and do a little bit of fight play for this one, because it's 2 different NIPs showing on Nuke and then onto Inferno. I think there was a lot more composure. Like, you know, I think Snobby just stuck with a lot of the death ball. Like, he just went a lot banana, like 4 guys banana, then 4 guys tortilla. He didn't really like try to overthink things, and you know that worked out, but just a little bit disappointed in Astralis, not gonna lie. I mean, like, I don't know, Fuzi, man. It's one of these games where he just disappears, and there's so much resources going into it, you know, getting the AWP so many of the rounds, and most of the rounds he gets nothing done. Like, he even had the round where he would have the AWP saved on banana, just goes like searching wide, and another attempt he gets just overrun on the B bomb side. It's like so much resource goes into him, and the output is just not good enough right now.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like the inconsistency, and then it becomes a liability. You know, it's always nice to have an operator who goes for plays, right? And tries to find that impact. The problem is, you know, if you're constantly failing to convert those aggressive plays, well, now you're putting your team in a bad spot time and time again. So, yeah, just one of those situations where Astralis wasn't able to close it out on the CT side.
And just to kind of provide context, once again, perhaps you're just joining us from around the world, wherever you find yourself. We are in an elimination matchup on the very last day of this group. Both these very hard-fought battle, but definitely one that you want to win in this position, especially now that you've given it an actual battle if you're the side of NIP.
Yeah, it's both teams have their lives on jeopardy here, right? It's about making playoffs right now, and with what Astralis showed on Nuke, it looked very dominant. It really didn't look to me as a NIP that would turn up, but they turned on the heat on Inferno, and it was also Astralis throwing away some of the rounds where they had the upper hand, and they even had the lead, right? But they couldn't really convert it. It was like they had a tough time puzzling out where NIP was ending, and that's also kudos to Snappy. He switched a lot between the sides. It wasn't just necessarily 5-man banana all the time, but it's also switching up. So he would take turns on hitting the bomb sites, and also he kept them boxed in and also played with information of not allowing Astralis going for the information plays. And, that sometimes is also why Inferno is a hard map to play.
It's like the team play also fizzled out for Astralis. Some of those A hits, like they're not really, there's no setup, like there's no agreement, there's no protocol in place. It's like, okay, your side, I'm pit, so I'm gonna have first contact, then you're gonna play, right? There was a round where Rio was smoked inside and Stair was on the long, and like Stair is fighting, then Rio is like swinging all the way from side to take the fight with the headshot guy. It's like, these are not the fights that you want to be taking, right? And probably something that Astralis will have to look into moving forward.
Okay, so we have round 14, beat pop by NIP.
Yeah, it's one of the rounds that really gets NIP kind of, I wouldn't say back in the game because they do have the lead here, but converting the second round is very important, obviously. And it is one of those very notorious B-pops that Snappy is so happy about doing. And, Stair is completely caught off guard here. We'll have to right-click a fight and try and salvage just like a little bit. But he gets one kill, lucky for him. And then you look at the health bar and the utility that Astralis has, thinking, well, it's still pretty good, even also in the fact that Hoops gets 2 kills through the smoke, and Kaspersky does the only right thing here going through the smoke. But this is the kill that I'm like, how does Fuzi only deal 1 damage to Kaspersky when he swings? And then Yabi gets another chance where Kaspersky swings, he doesn't track him, and just well played by Down, playing this unknown entity, not showing his position, and that just evens it out the playing field, right? It's a 2v4 essentially, where Kaspersky gets all the job done by just swinging with an MP9, where Fuzi had the first chance, completely blows and drops the ball, and then afterwards it's Yappy as well. I mean, it's like all the B players get all this stuff done, regardless of Stjark team being caught off guard here.
Yeah, and it's no surprise after what you just pointed out that those two are the lowest rated players for Astralis on Inferno in this NIP game, right? Like Fuzi with only 9 kills, Yabi with 11, and they both had some opportunities to swing the rounds more in Astralis' favor, just couldn't convert, and in the end it is those like small things that make the difference.
So here's the situation, gentlemen. We've got Legacy MIBR about to start over on the B stream. That is the last matchup over there for us. Astralis, NIP jumping into Cash for a third map decider. We're going to Cash. We did get Cash.
We do.
There's that going on. Dupree, tell me how this starts to play out in the beginning.
I mean, it plays into the fact that, it's the newest map in the map pool, and it's whether, like, who has put in the most time this game, Matt, right? We've seen NIP already, and it hasn't been looking that great. Astralis has played it 3 times, I believe, won 2 of them, so it's also just comes down to, I think, in this given matchup right now, who has looked the best, and that's what I think is so hard about it. That's a coin flip where it comes
Both have looked
both have looked good and bad. So it is a massive constant. So I do wish we could actually do that, but I mean, I still have my hopes for Astralis. I still think as a team,
it's the easier way out for you. You can always say that.
I can always say that. No one's gonna count me out, right? But yeah, I think Astralis is gonna make it.
I think for me, it's I hate when I say this, but it's gonna come down to who's sort of weak links can step up more, right? Like, because Terry is having a great series, so is Kaspersky, but you have on one side Snappy, and Shush hasn't done all too well, and then on the other side you had, Fuzi on the second map, Yabi a little bit, Hooksy was okay on Inferno, but like those guys also need to step up, right? You can't just rely on your star to carry all the way through.
Dom, I appreciate your time. We do need to take a quick break before we go into Cash, but also allow me to tell you at home about our bracket draw that will be going on at the very conclusion of all the games here within the CS2 stuff at Esports World Cup. So yeah, let's go to that break. Cash in front of us. We're going to have it to separate NIP and Astralis. We'll be there on the other side. You're watching Esports World Cup Club Championships.
not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to another edition of Chicken in the Box, here with Astralis. I'm here with Stair, player 1, Ryu, player 2. Stair coming in very confident to this one. He's obviously going to get to look inside his box and discern whether there is no chicken. Ryu, you want the chicken. That's the goal. Yep. You've got to get it out of his hands, or maybe you already have it. Who knows? We're going to have to find out. Let's open the box.
I'll open the box. I'll see. I'll have a look. Okay.
What's your initial reaction?
I did tell you the script already, so you should be able to win. But what do you want to know?
But he's trying to throw me off right now, you know? He's speaking a lot. So you got the chicken?
No.
You don't have the chicken?
No.
Really? You sure?
Yeah, I was wrong.
So what's in the box then? If it's not a chicken?
Nothing in the box.
You sure?
I think so. Should I look again or?
Interesting. Yeah, you can check it out. Let me just make sure. That was a quick look. That was like, you don't want to show anything, you know? It's as if you have the chicken, you feel me?
I don't feel
like that was a really quick look, you know?
I've been honest and said
it's if you don't want to look, you know? You don't want to give anything away.
I saw it already. I have to double check. Like, is it there? Is it not there, you know?
No, I really think it was a very fast one. Like, you don't want me to see anything, you feel me?
Should I check again or?
Yeah, check again.
Okay.
You sure? No chicken?
No chicken.
Nah, I don't know. Something's throwing me off here.
I didn't see
You've been
anything.
speaking a lot from the beginning, you know? It's weird.
He's quite quiet. I think he was louder earlier.
At the beginning, he was a little bit, you know, like he was trying to throw me off. Now he's confused, you know, because I know what he's doing.
He's walking it back.
I didn't see any chicken in the box.
What if he's telling the truth, though? Have you considered both options?
I'm an honest man, you know? I'm a very honest man.
That is a lie, and that's why I'm going with, I want to swap. I think he has the chicken. Yeah.
Please open your
Are you sure?
I am very sure.
Stair, you were correct. You bluffed him out properly. You swapped boxes. You had the chicken the whole time.
You know me.
That's a good game.
I was confident.
We'll come back better next time.
Good game, I guess.
Yeah,
Shake hands and good luck in the tournament. Chickens in the box.
Yep.
P250, a little bit of freedom with that smoke in place that he can't get peeked towards Mini.
We got a try coming up through secret stairs right away. That's Insani that's going to be brought down. Nice USP shot from Art. Venom Zera removed. So we're now looking at a 3v5 here for MIBR. Having to try and recover it, and they've done well with one at least. NQZ the bomb, that's the important one, and he slipped away, tried it and pulled the trigger.
I like the trigger discipline though. It's not a confirmed kill, it's not going to be an easy one, but oh, MIBR's clawing this back. It's been slow and quiet, good find. That's the spot, and that's the bomb drop. So now you have the success of the Glock kills, but having the upper bomb site no longer matters, and damn, Art's hitting some bangers.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, having the bomb dropped in an unrecoverable position here for LNC is going to also weaken the second round bye for MIBR.
So the plan is to have that smoke up, have them walk past the mini smoke and walk around to wrap towards heaven with the cover of of Insani's P250. Art's move in secret is the exact checkmate for that, and a hard timing for Insani to read of when he's supposed to watch secret, when he's supposed to be covering. And the round just unravels from there. So pissed around the side of Legacy.
Well, LNZ just taking some fights. Eventually tries get to round it out. So try with two. Two from Art as well. And closed out by Nissim. So that'll end up being a first round of play, and obviously no bomb plant, which means we're looking at a weak scenario here in the second round for MIBR. Going to be full eco with Glocks and a 2-0 start for Legacy. Getting the start on the CT side of Nuka. Finding the pistol and the second round is the ideal start here for Legacy. A world in which they can snowball this at some point. I think it's unique. I think it's very interesting that you've decided to go international, but for one player for the rest of the project, I feel like that hasn't really been done before too often. Like, you don't see like a team go out there and like, okay, it's such a hindrance not speaking our own language, but we're going to do it for one player. or bring in LNZ?
I mean, it's possible they haven't been able to find any good Brazilian options to step into that role as the IGL, right? There's that element of it too. Yeah, going international, it's not an easy thing to pull off, especially if you're not one of the top dogs of the region, right? Furia pulled it off because you could go out and buy. Well, I mean, they took the risk on Molidor, but you went out and bought Yakinder, who at the time his stock had dropped it so far, you had a huge reward potential there, and everything panned out well. But not easy to kind of just make that happen out of a region. Gun rounds are live here on Nuke. Round 3. AK-47's out for MIBR. We're getting the door broken open. We're getting a fast play from Breno.
Yeah, straight in towards the side. It's going to be Lato first. The SMG working well. NQZ dead, but 2 kills come in straight away here from MIBR. Look at that. That is a dominant win. As the aggressive relief play coming through the ramp room gets shut down completely, and Tri can't get anywhere near the action, so ends up being MIBR taking their first round win.
It almost looks like Legacy kind of understood the potential for that kind of a call and wanted to get the ramp push going so they could have the fast flank. Lovely read. MIBR as well, just so well prepared for it. Great utility work, phenomenal trading coming into the upper bomb site. That second defender tucked against Hut, completely blinded for an easy kill. And then everyone from MIBR was ready for that flank out of radio room. Looking to hunt down this last M4, but not a whole lot of money built up for MIBR, so they'll be, I think, content once they clear out ramp room to not go investigating too much further. And their first round is on the board.
I think they'll be so happy with the way that it went as well. Your forward play staying up, you can start to build some money up straight away. Oh, it's going to be a tough game. And on the board of the T-side gun round straight away and have a chance. Got a bit of a streak, because if you break the money here of Legacy, down to a weak buy coming up in the next one here. This is how the round pans out. Some quicker calls. The reaction for Legacy to try and send 2 players from ramp room into the lobby, and they get stopped by waiting players. Still a strong buy here for the CT side. AWP for Tries off to a 5-0 start. He's going to be going over towards ramp. Outside smokes deployed for MIBR, and 1 player playing around them in Insani, but he's not going to be pushing all the way towards Secret. He just wants to get some outside presence.
He's chilling for the moment. Tries off with the off angle. Everyone else on the MIBR side waiting for the smoke to fade. Now that it does, Try wants a deeper angle. Creeping up into his position now. Easy shot for him.
Yeah,
doesn't he want to stick around for intel? Just drops down immediately to the lower site. Ramp room is lost, but so is Venom Zera.
Yeah, he's going to be sad about that. No one close enough to get the jump on him for the angle. Try plays it well. Sends down to safety.
Yeah, and I guess now MIBR have a decision to make. Normally you'd want to try, if they were going to have ramp room with all 5 players or able to get the kill, they'd want to meet downstairs with the outside player or turn him into a lurk. Now I think everyone's going to have to activate. You have a flank for Heaven, you have a flank for Mini outside. You need the other 2 players to have some kind of strength and power hitting into this upper bomb site to take attention away.
40 seconds on the clock. Not a lot of time here for MIBR to work this one. Breno trying to get into a good position at Hell. Insani into the smoke. Nissim is watching for this. Here Insani goes into the open. Breno did get that kill, so you're alerted to look towards Heaven, and Lato quick to that headshot. Second player's up next. It's Breno going down to Nissim's hand, and Dumao able to clean up on NQZ. So 2 players stay alive for Legacy. They get another round win.
Yeah, really good hold, but that's a nice attempt from MIBR to find that kind of a situation. Everyone kind of working pretty well together. You could see how that would have panned out if MIBR were able to turn it in their favor. This is how it started. Good hold from Lato behind the smoke, swapping out as well. Up in the rafters, a really strong defensive position. Now, thankfully, in the previous round, round 3, MIBR got a clean win. So they can buy right back up, and Insani's got a MAC-10. Look for something pacey.
Well, NIP able to course correct on the Astralis map pick. They take Inferno. And now we get a little weird, a little wild, maybe wonderful with it. Let's see. We're on Cash as the decider, Hugo.
Yeah, 2 games logged for NIP, 3 games logged for Astralis. What's funny is that NIP have started both their games T-side, Astralis all 3 CT side. And, well, while Astralis have had great success in those opening halves, getting 11 rounds in one game, getting 9 rounds in another game, and NIP have kind of had trouble on their T half. I just saw them lose a knife round as well, so it feels like we're going to continue with this stat, and Astralis get the favored side. At the same time, seen some very T-sided cash games here at EWC, so I wonder if NIP have been in the lab and can bring out their best half yet. Only found 4 and 5 rounds respectively in their 2 games in this opening half. It's going to need to be different today. So Big and Spirit rage on this game, on this map rather, last night, and Big showed us just a kind of genius T-side. What do Snappy and Hooksy have cooked up? And can Fuzi recover? I mean, safe to say, he was the liability back on Inferno. A couple better rounds for him, and you feel like this series would be over and Astralis would be in playoffs. Instead, NIP still have a shot. It's time to go.
Yeah, the NIP individuals started this series off slowly, and they've warmed into it now. Node's been impressive, had some highlight moments on both maps, really. It's down with his AWP. Great to see him finally get to use it in this series on Inferno. And boy, what an impression it made. Hands down, the better AWP between him and Fuzi. It's not even a question. Not even close.
0 middle. I think you kind of expect nades before a mid take. So the fact that NIP have just snuck out, Astralis don't know. They hear the vent pop, and now they know this is the B split coming in.
See, good for his one. Stare was trying to give a bit of chase there through the smoke. Now be getting active on this flank.
It's trapped.
And you've got 3 players pinned in at the bomb site. It starts to feel very small, very claustrophobic. Shush. Not long for this world. And you were talking about it coming in. Yeah, we've seen some very T-sided games of cash here at EWC. But for Astralis in their matches, it's actually lent CT-sided.
Yeah, really strong opening halves in all their games on this defensive side. So we haven't really seen them tested on the T half. But let's see if we even need to. Force Spy comes in here for NIP. Kaspersky on the AK. In fact, rather, the one time Astralis did start T-side, they got 3 rounds. They still made it OT.
Kaspersky is peeking.
Hooksy.
But Hooksy was waiting for this move.
It's optimistic. They spotted Ryu. It's trapped backside. Support from the vents. They need to hunt down Ryu now if they want any chance of winning this round, and Shush just creeps under the shot. Stare runs out from the CT smoke. It gives Ryu a chance, and he seizes the round. Stare sacrifices himself for the greater good. And Astralis stop that B-pop in its tracks.
Seen Stare do that to the CT smoke both times, right? Just barreling through. See a lot of squads really get bottlenecked behind that util. Stare doesn't seem to want to.
I mean, it's the best time to retake the site, right, before they have it. Don't let them get in post-spawns. Don't let them put the bomb down. Just keep the pressure on. And Stown returns a favor that Kaspersky gave him last map. He hands off an AK in this eco. Instant nade in main hurts.
I see a Deagle. He has my interest. And that rifle dead as soon as it tries a boost. Sends down up. See how he gets on. And honestly, buying himself a few more seconds on the molly ricocheting around gets him that kill.
Yeah, be strong position though. They can't clear it with util. We're going to counter boost. I mean, got to cancel that as players out A. Yabby doing a great job. 2 kills. It's down. DT ace. They're flanking him as well. Six shots left. Need 6 shots.
Oh, I'm planting open. Boom. No worries. Hoopsie there.
No plant. Not ideal. Money would have been nice, but they're going to get the buy anyway.
Like, it's a more promising start from Fuzi, who certainly warrants being under a bit of a microscope. A number of moments where, you know, his misses felt like they shaped up that last game.
I don't know her. But yeah, both AWPers armed and deadly. Down attempts that mid-cross shot. Always a really nice way to get involved early. Look at them go. Insta main take.
Right, we're back, guys. Sorry I'm late.
Kaspersky boosted, but he was the guy watching main, and Yabby is nearby. Util out for this mid take, just a blanket of fire. Try and get you in. And Yabby decides to go. Here's them dropping over that boost. Feels like he's got a window, and he is dead on in that.
Now they're stacking B. They know with no one A main or door where this bomb is going. Grabs the back kill, and now NIP know the jig is up. They go in. They're going in to the belly of the beast. Abby shoots down at the back. And with the flash, even Fuzi wallbang kill. There's just too many players here for NIP to handle this round.
Just a great move out of Astralis, really, right? A series of them. But it's that instant main take that puts them on the track to success. They knew what NIP were doing before NIP were even in position to do it.
Does feel like the most important part of the map, doesn't it, right? Like, not many mid control rounds on CT sides here at EWC, but loads of A main takes. Whether it be insta pushes or just in the mid round. Using that deep smoke to cross left side. Every team has a different way to do it, but same result. Just choke holds the T's. Just going to go for the pop here. We got the backside smokes. Or shush. Heaven. And the orb cut off.
Full retake for Astralis.
Good molly. Time wasters. They've got another. Oh, what do you do? Molly's in the fire now. So much so Astralis are doubting it. They're checking their flank, but smoke fades and Stound hits a shot. This round's on. That's their own smoke, actually, putting out the molly that would have stopped the plant, but now NIP have a shot.
I can't believe Ryu has sat there and waited for one guy lurking this whole time. Snappy, dead in mid, meant to be a guy causing chaos in the back line of Astralis. Instead gets jump scared. And now it's just no... Good moments on the pistols, but he's got a Fuzi AWP that legs him down low. And they just run him down together.
Really nice to watch Astralis retake that site there after Ryu gets the kill. Just good spacing. Stair goes over Toxic to clear Forklift. Everyone's hot on the trades here. Astralis, don't let that get too dangerous. Considering how much room NIP had, they get so much of their time wasted by those mollies. Great round for Astralis. 5-0 start, and we're seeing those T-side woes that we anticipated for NIP continue.
Yeah, difference is both times we've seen them play it, it is these T-halves where they've done a little better on the side of NIP. Sure, they've been pretty dominant losses against them.
Uzi yet to die. Another attempt at this A main, but they're going for the boost. Why 3 players? Are they double boosting? Gonna leave him there. Ouch. Uzi dead, 4v5. Ryu goes searching, and that box smoke might stop this split for a moment, but somehow survives back on this site. Him and Stair together. I think NIP have got a different plan here, and so we do get to see the Yabby boost on A. Not so great if they come up highway.
They're just telling yourselves there's no way they come up here highway, right? But here they are, charging up. Yabby. Oh, that's sick. Drops down. Hooksy good for his as well. Keeps this one even in a 2-on-2. It's down long range on the AWP.
That's the info.
A chance to stop Stair on that crossing, and he's actually going to full commit to the backstab all the way through main. Oh, with eyes on. You'd love it if one of these two hits this opener. Stown gets his. Reposition out onto the forklift. And
nice.
Gun on in time. Stown collects.
A huge triple kill here. Stown has been up and down in this series. But perfect time to deliver NIP around. Not too late in this half to come back. Was a really nice try from Yabby, but just had zero support as Astralis went for the B stack.
Pull it.
Very slim margins on that shot, but Stown tries to force an opening on that smoke shot and just comes up short. No one outside of B for NIP. Very heavy presence towards this A-bomb site. Again, Yabby here alone. Does have support close by on highway.
Ooh, front side smoke for Yabby just to make it very uncomfortable for them to get on default. They can molly him, but they can't see him. Oh, the double nade.
Wow.
Dunks NIP. And now
Miss.
AWP open sightline, miss shot. Yabby still here back sight. Stairs drawing fire for him. How do you get in here? Jumper shot by Hooksy for crying out loud, and no trick shots will save you now.
Okay.
It's going to be Astralis locking down the A site. Love that front side smoke on the execute. What are NIP meant to do?
Feels like right now you have to make the rounds a little fakey, try and misdirect them, because whenever you've seen these set pieces out of NIP, Astralis know exactly what to do to disrupt it.
Yeah. Had so much util. Right, that was a double HE doing over 100 damage. Nade on the smoke to give Fuzi at least vision, and then frontside smoke to block NIP. So much util here. And we're going to go for a B-pop now.
These XX haven't been your friend. They haven't been working. Double sight setup, but with Hooksy dead right away, that leaves just one guy home. Ryu convincing double, but burning in that molly. He's dead after 2. Bomb crossing in. Fuzi,
they know.
Chance to stop it, and they will look to give chase here through the smoke in CT.
A little bit shallow though.
They can get out as well. Yabby
Nice.
hunted down. Snappy pushes spawn, and Stair needs to find his one-on-one. Pronto, player right below him, just crossed out. And that smoke, if anything, is going to create more problems for Stair as they can play behind it. He's not getting given a single fight. Clearing the wrong side. Time is expiring, and Kaspersky hears the steps. Stair gets backside, but wait a second, no one can stop this, but he doesn't even stick it. He could have won that. I think he could have won that. Weird round, but the instant exec actually works out.
Back to the B take. And they've got vents as well, so Ryu. Oh, they're over him.
They didn't clear it.
No one even checked. Oh no! Well, that's rough for Ryu, but
So many
NIP
smokes.
will take it. There's smokes everywhere.
This is such a messy game. It's such a messy game now. So much util. I mean, NIP are just calling out of spawn. And hey, it started to work. Back-to-back rounds on B. I love watching Snappy's cam when he gets killed. Just sinks in his seat. But hey, the call worked. NIP are still here. And not a lot of weapons saved here for Astralis, so it's going to get better for NIP before it gets worse.
Considering they were getting kind of dominated here, they would take a chance to split the half. Money now gone in the Astralis camp, and so you'd like to think a 4th round's right round the corner. Just this saved gun.
Oh, nice shot. Hurts for real because he let like 3 guys past, and then he just felt like he had to take the shot, and he actually revealed his position with that missed shot. If he walked behind them, there could have been something to that. Down hits a banger. Fast over the boost. And again, more of this.
They're already up
look,
highway.
This is why they're using 3 players, so they can silent drop off. That's really cool. You make noise if you come off the yellow box, but if you go off a teammate's head, it's lower. That's a nice idea for Astralis.
It is sick, but Kaspersky's already up in heaven.
You're dead.
Cool trick, cool gimmick.
Didn't work.
Kaspersky don't care.
Yeah. And they ain't getting that rifle back. That's up on top of the boost, trying to hand over the Deagle. Play remains. Snappy still lurking out as they hit this B site. It's a bit all over the shop, but no Deagles connect. Backside pistol for Ryu. Panic, and it's going to get knocked
Panic
out
at a
by
disco.
Shush. This is a crazy game of cash. But you know what? It's working. NIP. 4 rounds. 3 in a row. I don't know how you call around this if you're Astralis. They were doing great at shutting down these A hits, but B is a bit of a problem now.
Yeah, I think if you're Astralis, you're probably telling yourselves, like, doesn't feel like B's as much of a problem as it is. Like, you had the Ryu awkward situation in the one before you had Boozy like chasing through that CT smoke in what was actually an advantageous position for Astralis when it was the eco for NIP.
Sure.
They've kind of fumbled in two very important swing rounds on that B side of the map.
Would love to see vent control on the CT side. Get up on middle, either boost from B or just get close mid, because it's not like NIP are coming out middle, with the exception of the last round. They just keep going for this close A main control. It's not a bad fight, but Kaspersky is ready. He uncrouches as Yabi goes wide. So Astralis get the advantage. Don't you open that door, no. Oh my goodness. He hit it.
Wow, one door opens, that same door closes. Shush just allowed to lurk out over here towards Checkers at the devastating effect.
Got to be ready for one more, right? Every time it's been two sight. That smoke might change your mind. No, Fuz. Seriously?
There's a gap, man.
I don't know.
Foozie's here. Not for long, though. Peeks his own flashbang. This game is cursed. Winnable.
What can Yabi do? It's down on the line. And
Nice
so
score.
NIP on one hell of a streak.
They're running away with this
They
game.
are.
Astralis are cooked.
Again, like you
Why would
kinda
you
just
speak
feel
when
like
you're on
you
flashbang, man?
fumbled the round if you're Astralis. I imagine that's how they're interpreting it. They go, they get the opener from a nice move out on A.
They also heard the guy, B main, who stepped. So Ryu's in the they heard him. Ryu's in the open watching main, but he crossed Checkers. That's why he stepped. Fuzi just walks through the CT smoke. The rest is history.
Which, like, yeah, that's like the most egregious one.
Yeah. He's done that like 3 times now. Okay.
Like this position from Yabi. If they open the door, he's covered. And Yabi has been very dependable. His bomb site has not been the issue. Gonna
Wow.
fight into the
Got
door,
him off
straight
guard.
Places with no.
What?
We've seen some fumbled moments over on B. Yabi has not been making these same mistakes.
Okay, you can't lose this round. You're not allowed to. It's 5v3. Timing is good. Snappy. Frustrating death. But this round's over, and the half will fall that way as well. Astralis 7 rounds. Not a bad T side for NIP, considering how down they start. But I think Astralis, they get to feel good about the end of their half there by winning that final round. It was a messy few in the middle. Very strange cash game. It's all on the line. This last half, elimination and going home or playoffs here in Paris.
Yeah, as this small cache of rounds that NIP are able to collect on their T side endeavor enough to make it them with a shock win. And I think it would be kind of shocking what with how this series started. It felt like NIP had to hit hard from the get-go. Kind of seemed like they needed to leave an impression on Nuke, and they did not. Individuals were slow to get going. They gave away a number of man advantage positions. But then turning it around on Inferno, and now the uncertainty of Cash. Aggression out towards B main. Try and set a tone in this pistol.
Let him go. Down, it'd be nice to see him make noise on his way back. I feel like they're still going to be aware this is a possibility. But no,
don't look
no
that
one's
aware.
looking. Yeah, he's just got the full flankaroo.
No, it's just on a walk. He's rambling. Oh, there's the spot. Stair was keeping eyes.
Okay. Shush.
Good pick back up for Shush, and that bomb is running towards B, which was left entirely open.
Shush has to clear this quick. That's a nice kill, but there's 2 players below Heaven. Stair trades. Smoke comes down. Big gap on this B site after Note's push, and it's one that NIP are going to regret. Through the smoke,
Oh, no.
and Snappy nails it. Can he stop that plant? This jump goes back for main, and he needs support. It's not coming in. Flank denied. Stown headshot. It's Kaspersky with it all to do here in this 1-on-2 as Stown just walks away. Kaspersky plays. And not on the same page in this 2v2. That bomb gets put down.
Well, absolutely no reason for Hooksy to fight. Because as Stown crosses, Yabi holds. And there you go, they swing it together. Nice bit of composure for Yabi and Hooksy, restoring some order to the chaos that has been this cash game.
Yeah, I think it's you know, a lot of situations that you haven't played before, a lot of new rounds, some unfamiliarity. It's a great call for Astralis to go back to B after getting that kill. I don't think they expected it to be that free, but they exploit it.
The big question for me was just like, if Snappy doesn't flub the jump, I think it's such a different round.
Yeah. Hooksy was stuck.
Just feels rough, right? Like you had him trapped backside. So Astralis lead grows as a force buy comes in from NIP. This round punctuated with a little timeout. Very heavy in middle.
Nice. Most CTs we've seen in mid, it feels like. They depart.
All the makings of a B split, isn't it? And NIP are learning this now too, with aggression in towards A main. Shush alone here with a scout. About to be at the full mercy of all 5 Astralis players. They slow it down for a moment, waiting for this util to come in, but not long enough for the rotates to arrive.
Players one-shottable, but that smoke is huge. Doesn't get a chance to react here. Probably should be saving this force buy as Astralis have put themselves in the winning position.
They gonna save, or are they gonna go for this?
Astralis looking composed on this T side. Not in a hurry. The note Deagle, still noteworthy.
Oh, he's so good with it. Does fall at the end, but not before his double. Still, Astralis are licking their lips because it's just these saved weapons to worry about. Scout, Famus, Pistol. That's what NIP have to go for in this next round. You're eyeing up double digits. And really only one rifle round away from feeling like you're on the finish line.
Haven't had to do too much either. Round's kind of coming to you. This one will be the same with the triple B push. It's going to give it away. He sees everybody there.
Weren't really in the best positions to try and react to that info, so it's not like you're instantly going to get pounced on over here in A. Snappy. Here's him up above him.
I mean, the longer this goes, such a paranoid-inducing spot for Snappy. He has to hold mid at the same time.
Yeah, there's almost no way to sit in this position without it looking a little ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
You have to bear everything in mind.
Here we go. They've abandoned him. You're on your own. But there's no split on this B site. Stare. Oh, right below him. He's going to get the spot, but gun drop. Snappy still just runs away. They're pouncing on B.
What? Trying to get the stack here quickly. It's down with a follow-up. And with multiple players peeking in and around these smokes, that one is a convincing shutout from NIP.
A banger on the scout there from Stown. He's going to get his AWP as well into this game.
Snappy just did so much for them in that position. Here's the rotate to B, calls for the B stack, gets the mid kill. About everything you could have hoped from your captain.
And look what it's done. Astralis with a couple of casualties at the end of the round prior from Nodes. Now only have one AK in this buy. Gonna go rushing.
There's Stown.
Oh no.
Dead after one. Deeg finds him. A site crumbles.
Nice nade.
Got a safe plant here, but backside smoke is still gonna limit this retake now for NIP. And Ryu gets a strong reposition in this site. 3 players all from the same place. Yabi, if he spammed, could find these kills on the cross. Waiting for his time to strike. Stare hits another. Ryu's position comes up with fruit, and it's just
gonna save it. That's gonna save it.
Walk away. 4 on 1. And only a single AK-47, but the pop on this A site works. Big entry for Yabi. Stressful round to lose here for NIP. All the hard work of winning the eco stripped away.
Terrorists win.
And they hand over an orb.
Final timeout burned. As pressure sets in for NIP. Eco win or not, they've ended up in the same place. Opponent on double digits, Astralis eyeing up those playoffs. And this rifle round is the best chance you have to change that. Come up short, money runs out, and you're 11-6 down. That all but guarantees Astralis match, series, and playoff point.
It's just been little, normal flow in this game. It feels like any round winnable or losable. See a lot of choked rounds against lower economy, a lot of pops on bomb sites. You feel like you're never out of the woods, and that applies to Astralis too, even now at 10-6 as AWP comes in. It's a decent enough buy here for NIP. Gonna pop through this smoke. Kaspersky escapes from that Molotov. Even nade from Checkers. Oof. He is very low. Just gets out. B-pop. Readied up.
Do you now overlook this second player?
Yeah, you can't, can you? You've got so much room.
Snappy steals himself away around this smoke. Yabi's got smooth moves to come in past him. And we touched on the money coming into this, how it just wouldn't be there for NIP. They have to bow out of this round. They have to go and save these guns. I don't imagine you see Astralis hunt. I don't think it feels worth it. But anything that gets removed just doesn't get to come back for NIP.
I love that round for Astralis, so right, they go for the mid pop, they force NIP out, they throw a deep highway smoke, which makes it look like they're just scaling up for an A split. NIP lose all info, just get boxed in at the back of B, and it's a 5v2 with no support available. I think even if both those players get a killer piece, you're still done for in that post plant. This feels like the map of pocket strats. And Astralis have long sleeves. Looking very good now to take this series and go to the playoffs. 2 rounds in the way. Oh, lovely shot. Simple as that. Uh-oh. Made a step and they punish.
Yeah, you could kind of see the fear take him, couldn't you? He knew he messed up.
Can't save forever, so they're just going to throw their life on the line. That's a kill back in for Kaspersky.
Hey, this might have started as a bit of a desperate Hail Mary, but that opening kill goes a long way.
Snappy's going to get lurked on.
Oh,
Nice.
he's got it.
3v3.
3v5. They're going to give it a go. Barreling in. It's another for Snappy. 2 players in a crossfire here. And Stown slow as he approaches on this AWP. Time's running out for NIP.
Yeah.
And now they learn about this player under heaven. There is no attempting it for Stown. Astralis, match, series, and playoff point. They have 6 chances of waltzing into those playoffs.
Definitely looked more comfortable on this map, right? Had ideas, shut down a lot of those A plays in the first half. B was definitely a weakness. NIP figured that out, I feel like, too late in the game. And now on this T side, just abusing the B site as NIP once did. Looks to be enough to get them over the line in this match. Great map out of Yabi. Great series out of Ryu. Astralis right there.
Oh, look at you.
Oh no. Oh no.
Doesn't die in that. And Kaspersky really trying to chase this kill. So Stown, they're super dedicated to this. It's not just the one guy in mid, but a second player's now been brought down low.
The dedication, man.
You know what? We're done with middle. Tuck tail and turn away. They're grouping for this A hit. Well, they're not that done with middle. Think back to the Astralis CT side, just how this A site was able to withstand every hit that was leveled against them. Right now, NIP have 2 low players, 2 wounded players, AWP in position, and a 5v4 to boot. I think they've done enough. Ryu trying to open a back door, missed shot from that Fuzi AWP, and a round that just peters out.
2 chances there to get away with a steal of a round. Both players missed their shots, and save is the right call here for Astralis. NIP, 1 more before all is said and done. Double AWP taken as well. Why not at this point in the game? You've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, one for each bomb site, right?
Honestly, it might help on B. But the util has been very impressive in this game.
Astralis take a timeout because they don't want this to get close. They don't want to feel any stress. Still feels like the entire playbook's open. Tried one mid-take, didn't really pan out, put you on shaky footing to start the round, and it never recovered. Maybe they just go back to what's been working. These set pieces. How long can NIP stave this off? They need 5 more to reach OT.
It's down AWPing mid. Really just got spammed on that B push. Astralis were setting up for a B split, but it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Shush is now AWPing the vent. Pressure on this highway to fake out an A split again, and it has drawn 3 players over, but this AWP is still a problem. Or missed chance for Fuzi. That would have been the opener that should have sealed this game. Now NIP get the chance to fight for this B site.
Snappy started this round with smoke spam to find the advantage, but no chance for him there. Shush on this secondary AWP, fighting to stay alive, only gets out with 1. The rotates are arriving, but util down for Astralis. They get to move in with this bomb. It ends in a B-side retake.
It's a safe plant. NIP have to come out together, but 1 by 1 through this smoke is a big problem. Stair gets a reposition. Here's Note, announces position, and 1 by 1 they come crumbling down. Nowhere to go for Stown. This is Astralis hunting down the final playoff spots. We know it, Stown knows it. It is a matter of time. And Astralis do it in 3. A very difficult series. GG. Inferno goes the distance. A comeback here for NIP, but Astralis at the final hour showcase a strong cash. Great defensive half. Stair MVP. And they do go through to the playoffs clean.
Yeah, after their woes at the major this new season, it's back-to-back playoff outings for this Astralis squad. For NIP.
For NIP, Hugo will just hit the cough button on his friend there. That was actually comedic by itself. Yeah, nonetheless, Astralis getting it done here at the very end of the line, at least for the group stage. You know, if you're an Astralis fan, if you're Hooksy, you like this. You like this a lot. Not only just because you found success, but because it was a good storyline.
Yes, indeed. And a very important win for Astralis, right? Like, they're doing okay in the grand scheme of things when it comes to VRS, the next major and all that, but
that's it, man.
Pointed out, back-to-back playoffs to start the season, some consistency that has eluded them before, and also just being able to stay in it mentally, not get too frustrated after how their own map pick went, I think goes a long way for this Astralis team.
And I think they can be very happy with this win. I think like throughout the series, it was never really in doubt who were the better team, and I think that Astralis showed not only the resilience and the mental game coming out of, let's say, like a tiny bit of a throw on Inferno, but also when it came to cash, they looked in control and just like the better team for the majority of it. And it's just always nice to see Star play. I still think he's a guy that we should be mentioning, you know, the MVP of this match, but also throughout the tournament so far. This guy's just rock solid, right? And you know, it's very rightfully so that he's also the guy to, you know, carry them all the way.
Yeah, I agree. Rock solid, one of Magic's favorite players, and this game I feel like could have been closer. I don't think NIP was terrible. I think they, in a couple of key rounds, they had their opportunities, but those rounds were so one-sided in a way that we brushed over them. You know, even in the second half here on Cash, yes, they lose pistol, but they managed to win that force. And, you know, after that, Astralis comes in with an A rush with pistols and sort of just, you know, you lose that one round, Stone had an op, in Tetris, and nothing pans out.
That was really the round that seemed to be, causing them a little bit of disregard, right? That's one of the issues with that team, is that if they would have won that one, it would have been a 9-7. They could have brought it back. They would have full eco on Astralis. There would be a chance that they could actually bounce back, but that was not really the case. And you could also feel after that round that specifically I believe it was Note that was called off by Truck. He really felt it.
So tell me a little bit about how Cash played overall. I mean, we've seen a couple reps of it now. How do we think it plays maybe in comparison to the old school way of watching Cash, or perhaps even just what we have now?
I think it's I asked Janko the question like in green room, right? So thinking, what do you think if it's going to be is it a CT map or is it a T map? And I think I've seen both.
Guys,
right,
that's all for
like,
today.
So far,
I'll be back
I saw
tomorrow.
how big they really
Even though
demolished
there's
people on the T sides when they just spend a lot of their time really working mid and having these speed splits, which is really hard to
so we're
work
going
around.
to resume.
But right now, I mean, like it's
Or
for
no,
map, which
the
I think
Counter-Strike
it's
will go into
honestly more
resume in
T-side
2
than
days.
CT side.
Well, it's Hooksy sided today, I can tell you that much, and that's pretty much locked in. So what does Hooksy have to say
which
after
is
they
round of 16. I think
That is exactly my question, indeed. Trace Astralis locked
Well,
and loaded
I
into
believe
that
that
top 16. Congratulations, Hooksy.
all
I
the
know it took
pieces
the full 3
are
maps, so let's
complete
tackle this one in
for
a linear
our
fashion.
playoffs.
We're watching the
But let's
first
just
map of New.
listen to
Looks like you guys
Hooksy.
can do no wrong. Did it feel like that in the server?
I mean, like, I feel like we could do everything wrong on T and then somehow win anyway. And that it was nice to close out the game fast in that way, because, if we lose those rounds, maybe it gets tight, and then maybe it's the same as an Inferno and we lose 2-0 instead. I don't even want to think about it, but...
So, talk to me about that Inferno then. Your pick into the series. What did NIP present that was a bit tricky for you to deal with there?
I mean, I think on T side we lost both forces. We should have won the second time we forced for sure. It was just we didn't hit shots, and then I had some bad calls, but made up for it with some good kills in the end of T. And then on CT it was like back and forth, and then I think I did some bad calls with having the up on B, and I mean, if we just played our normal game, I think we would have honestly beat them 2-0, but yeah, I'll take that one on me.
We needed Cash to settle the score between you guys. Got a little bit chaotic at times. I know you've played and called a couple of Cashes now. It's in the map pool. How did this one compare to the others that you played?
Oh, I think we played pretty well. Did some good pushes and retakes together, and I mean, on T side it was honestly pretty clean with the entry and with the orb and stuff, and our execute B splitting. It looked good.
I don't want to ask the typical interviewer, how you feeling making it to playoffs, but it is important for you guys, right? Because you're looking at those VRS points, you want to be making it up to the major and as deep as possible. So in terms of making it to top 16, is this the limit for Astralis? What is the bare minimum you want to achieve there?
No, it's not the limit. We can go way further if we want, but I mean, it depends on who shows up on the day, if it's the good or the bad Astralis, but I think today was good, so we will try to catch some momentum.
And I hear you're very excited to crush NIP's key. Is there anything personal there, or you just want to get your hands on it?
I mean, I know most of the guys over there. I played with most of them, or at least some of them. So of course it's a bit more fun to beat them. So yeah, I'm super happy.
I won't keep you waiting then. Congratulations, Hooksy. That is Astralis making it through to top 16.
Yeah, Astralis doing it, and for Hooksy, a little bit of a sigh of relief. It did take a little bit of an effort to get themselves here to the very finish line at the end of it all, but yeah, he says he's pretty familiar with NIP's game. And for NIP, well, what game they had today maybe left a little bit to be desired.
I mean, that's what happens if Kaspersky has a bad game for NIP, right? You're not gonna, you're not gonna be
It's
winning.
like Donk having a bad game for Spirit.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it was rough. Unfortunately, they lose both pistols, deal with bad starts. They did a good job of adjusting in the first half, spreading out around the map. They were getting flanked early on in that half, managed to find some solutions, but if you do end up losing both pistols, then you have to take advantage of all the other opportunities that you have. And on top of that, you lose to that A rush against pistols. That proved too much to overcome.
I'll be seeing you tomorrow. And we gotta play some games. Not really. We gotta play some games. Probably I'm gonna start playing Tarkov, which it's a survival game. It's on demo mode, so yeah, I'm gonna play Tarkov. No, Road to Vostok. That's what I meant to say. What do you mean? What do you mean? Tarkov. What I mean is Road to Vostok and the... What's the other game again? Fears to Fathom. Yeah, Fears to Fathom and Road to Vostok, which is a demo. And I love to... I don't want to buy it yet. I just have to try to play the demo just to get a feel of it. And if I like it, then I'll buy it. But if I don't, then at least we get our demo. We tested our demo. And Fears to Fathom, and probably we have to go back to Mobile Legends, grind for a little bit, or maybe Battlefield 6, you know? Or maybe Black Desert. I haven't played this game. My friend told me to buy this game because he says it's awesome. It's actually a... It's online PvP and online co-op, and it was released back September 6, 2023. It's 3 years old, and well, I think it's actually good based on the reception. It's actually good. And I bought this game because also there's a discount, like 50% discount, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, that's why I also bought this game. That's one of the reason why I bought this Black Desert game. And yeah, I think those are the games that we're going to play tomorrow. So Black Desert, Road to Vostok, Fears to Fathom, and Mobile Legends. Probably just a little bit of Mobile Legends. Just, you know, just a touch. We are in, I think, I forgot my rank on Mobile Legends, but Grandmaster 3, if I'm correct. Yeah. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate you guys for dropping by my stream. Which is actually awesome. We're growing every day. And yeah, I'm gonna go live on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube tomorrow. Alright? I'll see you again tomorrow, same time, 6 p.m. I just want to stick to my schedule. Alright? Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you guys, and I love you. Alright, bye now. Cheers.